Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi, everybody.
Hey, we can't hear Tony, but hey, we can hear everybody else. It's all good. Uh, welcome to day 2. This is so much fun. We had such an amazing day yesterday. I actually couldn't go to sleep because I was thinking about all the amazing feedback we were getting. They were just continuing to come through on Twitter. Jay, how's your how are you feeling after day 1 and leading into day 2 here?
Feeling rested. I'm feeling inspired. I'm feeling excited. We have a lot of great talks today focusing on community building and on monetization. The second part of our formula here for online business, Pat. And we have a talk from you coming up later this afternoon, which I'm really excited about.
We do, and we're going to be talking about online courses and where they've come from and where they're going in the world. So that'll be really fun. Matt, good to see you again as well. How are you feeling after day 1 here, and how excited are you about day 2?
Tremendous, top to bottom. Really excited to kind of finish the movie, right? Like it's been building into sort of an epic conclusion. So really excited for all the talks today and bringing it home.
Mindy, may I ask you, who are you most excited to hear about today? We have a good lineup.
We do, and I'm gonna do exactly what Matt did yesterday, which is say the first person. I'm really excited about Nathan Barry, just because I spend a lot of my day in ConvertKit,
Yeah.
and so I'm just always so interested to know kind of what he's thinking about. Because I'm a big fan of the product, and I think he has a lot of good thoughts, and so I am actually just really excited about that.
Awesome. I see John in the chat. We have Ellen, Carrie, the entrepreneur. We have David, Leanne, Clementina, Emily. Welcome, everybody. Thank you again for joining us today. We will have email correspondence sent out to you a little bit later with where you can go and get access to everything afterwards. As far as the replays, we'll be chunking them out and putting them back onto the YouTube channel just sort of singularly instead of the whole day. So that's going to be really neat and exciting. Hello, Michael. Hello. We got Dustin, Paul, Bill in the house as well. I think a lot of the themes from yesterday carry over today very, very well, right? Monetization and community building almost isn't even possible without a lot of the stuff we talked about yesterday. And not just growing an audience, but to what many of the speakers said, which was, caring for people and understanding who they are and having empathy for who those people are. Jay, as a longtime community builder yourself, what would you say are the essentials that one might need to have before building a community and monetizing that community?
Well, I think you really need to have an understanding of who you're serving and what they need, but also, and this is really focused on Laura's talk today, you need to know what will make it sustainable for you and the people involved. Something that Jill on our team, and you'll see her in the chat all day, Jillian B, something she talks about a lot is the sustainability and the need for boundaries with your community and setting that up from the start. And Laura will talk about that quite a bit today. Tony, do you have your voice back?
Yeah.
Hey.
Thank God. Y'all, that's it. That was it. That was the last of my bad luck for this conference. So I want to double down on the conversation about community. I'm so glad that it has gotten to the point where communities really, it's arrived. People were talking. I was a big part of community building for many years, online and in person. And we had to kind of convince people for a long time that it was something more than just kind of a wing of the marketing department. And now you really see that people are appreciating this is real business. This is good business. And there are platforms to support that now. And so we've got Circle, which we use for our platforms. We're going to be hearing from Andrew from there today. And I'm just glad. But the thing is that building community is not something you jump into easily. And I'd actually recommend that people not try to build a community until they really kind of know what they're getting themselves into. And, building an audience first is a really, really great doorway into that. And then part of what we're going to do is kind of give you a couple of different perspectives on how you can engage with your audience and turn them into a community in different ways. Cohort-based courses has been tremendous for that. And I know we have some of the students from those courses that we've done. We've done some boot camps through SPI over the course of the last year, and it's just been so incredible. So I'm just glad all of you are here. And really, my experience working with the SPI crew, with the SPI Pro members, boot camp members, everybody here is here to serve and to help somebody. And by building an audience and learning how to monetize it sustainably, we're going to be able to all help lots and lots of people. So I feel good about that.
For sure. We have some amazing speakers on those topics. I'm looking forward to Nicole Walters. You had mentioned Andrew from Circle, which was the conversation that I had with him that we recorded. That's just epic because we talk about things like how do you know when it's the right time to transition from a free community that you might have on Facebook or social media or elsewhere into a paid community? And how do you do that with grace? How do you do that authentically? All of these topics and more we're covering today. And just a quick reminder for everybody before we dive into our talk. You're going to be drinking from a fire hose, right? Just like yesterday, many people were very overwhelmed for sure, in a good way, right? Like, wow, there's so many things we could do. But Mindy, I'd love to hear your take on absorbing a ton of information and then how to know like what to do after with that.
So the good thing is, like Pat mentioned replays earlier, you will get access to replays, and so you can always go back. So I would say look for just one or two things that you feel like that feel manageable that you could start with, and just focus on one or two sort of new experiments or whatever. Focus on those, put your energy fully into that, and then you'll, once you sort of get the results from that, or you see that maybe, okay, this didn't work for my situation, I'm going to go and try this new thing. So just try to pick one thing and focus on that.
Matt, obviously co-CEO of SPI, we all absorb so many pieces of content, and how do you decide what to do and what works and what doesn't, or how to know which direction to take next?
I look for folks to be beacons that are sort of built-in filters. And I think a lot of the amazing speakers from yesterday and again today, to me, kind of serve that role that helped to guide my attention into different channels, different publications, email newsletters or podcasts. Certainly, we have worked hard to amass, I think, that for everyone listening in today, and grateful to kind of bring that to bear here.
Awesome. Well, I think it's about that time, Tony. Why don't you bring us in?
All right, folks. So our first conversation is going to be with Nathan Barry of ConvertKit. It's actually an interview I did with him. I learned a lot. It's amazing how, we're talking about 2021, 2022 and email, and how email, even despite the fact that it celebrated its 50th anniversary, give or take this year, continues to just continues to innovate. And it's in some ways I feel like it's only just starting to arrive, actually, especially with monetization integrated. So Mindy's got the video queued up. Hope you enjoy it. Really appreciate all of you hanging with us today. Let's get into the first interview between me and Nathan Barry of ConvertKit.
Here we go.
You might need to hit the play button. I'm not sure. Da 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 da.
Or
I know.
I thought, here we go.
Gotcha.
Come on back. It's building in public, folks. Let's give this another try. Here we are. Building in public. Ready?
We're doing this on purpose because this is how the process works. And so you don't have to feel ashamed when you're out there too.
It's so true. It's so true. Let's take another crack here, folks.
Hey, everybody. Tony Pachalupo with Audience Driven Summit, Team SPI, and I've got Nathan Barry of ConvertKit here. Nathan, thank you so much for taking the time to hang with me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So email, we're talking about building an audience, and email is this just incredible enigma. It's been around for, I don't know how long, 50 years, 60. It's been around for longer than we have, a really long time. Yes. And yet it seems to just continue to be something which is reliably critical to audience building. Even if you're building an audience on other platforms, most anybody will tell you, well, you still got to have a mailing list. It's just such an important piece of the equation. But email is also constantly changing the way that we use email as a tool for audience building. And so I would just love to get your thoughts. You've got your finger on the pulse of this as much as anyone. where are we at with email, just in the big picture right now? Like, what's kind of the macro trends going on with email?
Yeah. So everyone's predicted that email is dead for a long time now. There's some graphic that someone made of like the rise of email over time. And then like all of the New York Times, 2012, email is dead. And, the Atlantic, 2014, email is dead, like all the way along as it just continues to grow and get bigger. I imagine email has to die at some point, like Telegram's died at some point, email probably will as well. But that day has not come. What's also interesting, just even the last year or 2 years, really since the start of the pandemic, is this crazy resurgence in email newsletters. Like email has become sexy again, which is wild. And you see it in the creator economy attention from even like venture capitalists are, coming in being like, can we buy email companies? Can we invest in them? Like the rise across the board is really, really crazy right now. And nothing really has changed. It's just that a new wave of people is discovering like an older tried and true medium. And so it's pretty wild. It's fun to see. It's fun to be a part of it. And the reason is just that email still has a direct connection to an audience in a way that other channels don't. And then if something goes wrong with your provider, you can export that and import it to a new provider. You can migrate, lists. Whereas if, for example, you built your audience on MySpace or Vine or even like a Facebook page, and Facebook starts to throttle that access to your audience, you can't say like, I'm going to take all of those people and move them to Twitter, right? You start to realize, oh, that's actually Facebook's audience that they were loaning to me. Whereas, with email, you're like, it is actually my relationship with fans. So, and then the last thing is that email is a lot closer to the money. So when everyone makes a purchase, they do it with an email address in some way. So you're targeting, you're tracking everything else. You can tie into that really closely. And I think that's why you see all these creators, investing so heavily in their email list, even though email isn't the sexy new thing.
I love that. And it also seems to me like there's this kind of other, as you mentioned, like new people are discovering it. We've had this whole push around monetization of newsletters, right? And we saw kind of Substack made a lot of waves around this, but a lot of people have been touching on it in different ways. And I find it really interesting because personally, I'm overloaded with stuff. I'm already on so many newsletters. I can barely read any of the stuff that I've already got for free. But we've got people who are paying all varying prices, but a bunch of people who are paying prices that are comparable to like magazine subscriptions, for a newsletter. Why is that happening? Like what is causing people to value emails differently now?
Well, I think just seeing the examples of people doing it and taking that mainstream, and Substack has played a big role in that. The other thing is that people's willingness to pay for content has just increased over time. You see that with courses, for example, right? An expensive course used to be $50. Now an expensive course is $5,000, right? We're 2 orders of magnitude increased in like tolerance in our course prices. And I think you're seeing the same thing in other forms of digital content, right? Before you might be like, oh, I'll pay $1 a month for that. Maybe we'll see. $10 a year, sure, I'll pay for your content. But instead, you're seeing people say like, no, this is a premium offering. Like, I'm going to charge $50 a month for it, for access to it. I put together my own paid newsletter just for the fun of it. It's just a one-time payment because I set it up as like an automated email sequence, and I, wanted that like just for a subset of my audience, and I didn't want the pressure of like having to write every week or something. But I charged $100 for it, and people snapped it up immediately, because they're looking for like original content that's well researched, well thought through, that comes from a point of view. And that's the thing that really differentiates, an email newsletter from like the news sites or whatever else, right? That these are coming from a specific point of view, and they want to get it from an individual creator rather than from like a magazine. So even though we tend to think of the magazine as like having a higher perceived value, it's actually the opposite, where the individual creator, even though they're delivering, a 10th of the content or 100th of the content that the magazine is, they have a higher perceived value because it's an individual rather than a legacy brand.
Sure. That makes sense. And, I think it speaks to again, the fact that just consumption habits are changing, reading habits are changing, the way people interact with their content, that maybe people are saying, I'm sure I'm inundated with limitless, unending stuff. But if you're going to give me something that's from your unique perspective that I really value and you're charging for it, I'll pay for that rather than swim through endless free stuff that might not be exactly what I want.
Yep.
Is that basically right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think that, if you're teaching business content of any kind, like no HR person wants to write a payroll check that has researching free stuff on the internet in the memo line, right? Like businesses pay for things because they know that time is not free. And so it's easy to say like, oh, let's buy this person's guide, this person's course, sign up for this paid newsletter to shortcut this learning and save a bunch of time because time is expensive.
Yeah. And I guess there's also this issue that because there's so much free stuff and the free stuff is used so much to funnel people to other paid stuff, that there's kind of this sense that I have to kind of wade through the free stuff so much to be able to get the same level of value that it's probably worth it for me to invest the money in a lot of cases. Yeah. Yep. So just to kind of given all of this context, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are tuning in who have email newsletters of some kind, have been, emailing their audiences in various forms for years. What are you seeing that's changing in terms of how people used to be doing things that maybe people need to be thinking about changing up? And, what might not be working anymore that used to work?
I'm not sure that there's something that's not working now. Let me think about that. I would say paid advertising to grow a list is a lot more expensive now than it was a few years ago. People used to be paying like $1 per subscriber on Twitter and Facebook ads. Now I think they're paying more like $3 to $5 per subscriber, right? And so that takes a different business model on the back end to make it worth it for that. All of a sudden, 1,000 subscribers is $5,000, and they're like, I got to have a really clear plan to monetize that. Whereas when 1,000 subscribers was $1,000 or less to get through paid ads, then it was much easier to have a good payback period there. The nice thing is you have the trend on the other side where people's willingness to pay for products is going up. So that's another big thing. Another big change is just how big these audiences are getting. 10 years ago, 10,000 subscribers was a big email list. 50,000 was like, you're one of the biggest on the web. And now the audiences are just insanely larger, right? Your James Clears and Tim Ferrisses and Gretchen Rubins, people like that of the world are all running million subscriber email lists where they have these huge audiences. And so your orders of magnitude bigger than you used to be. And the revenue is that much bigger because of it. And then the other thing that you're seeing is also even these small lists, say 500 people, 1,000 people on a list, because there's so many options for monetization, those people are starting to be able to earn at least a part-time living, if not a full-time living, off of their newsletter. So I don't know if there's something in particular that has stopped working. I would say that just the bar is higher now, right? If you want to grow your list to stand out, you need to be releasing content that's significantly better than what other people are. And so you can't just be like, hey, I'm the only guy talking about this on the internet, so follow me. Right now there's 25 or 50 people in your specific niche. And so you have to do things that are a level above and beyond what most people are doing.
That's amazing. I really find that super valuable, I think, just in terms of how people frame how they put out their content. And I guess to flip it, in terms of not what's not working, but what is working or what could be working, what are you excited about in terms of where email's going and where ConvertKit's going? Like what's a direction that you're just really psyched to be spending more time in going forward?
Yeah, something that's working really well right now is referral programs for emails. ConvertKit grew a lot over the years based on referral program, like our affiliate program, of referring other creators to use the product. But now you're seeing referral programs where it's like, hey, I like following James Clear's newsletter. You should too, come join. I'm like sharing this link. And, companies like Now I can't remember, the Skim and Morning Brew and others popularized those. And now through things like SparkLoop, which you get SparkLoop for free with ConvertKit Creator Pro, then you're able to build these referral programs for your own email lists, and they're like driving really good results. And then the crazy thing is the engagement of those referred subscribers tends to be really high, and they tend to be a lot stickier than subscribers that come in through ads. So that's something that's working really, really well. Another thing that I'm seeing, like just as an example, is these either free or paid email courses where instead of wanting to be on the treadmill of like, oh, I'm going to write an email every week forever, either for free, because that's what I've signed up for, or, paid of like, hey, this is the $20 or $10 a month setup. I'm seeing a lot of people make this automated email sequence, an email course. It's timed to when someone joins the list, day 1, day 3, day 5, and it's all the same emails. And I'm seeing that play out over time in really interesting ways. And because basically what happens is you set it up once and you tweak it and you can configure it however you want and keep adding to it. And someone who subscribes gets all the emails. There's not like, hey, can you send me the archive? Someone told me last week was really good. Can you make sure I get that? And it's like, don't worry about it. You're going to get that in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks. It's also really easy to create because you don't need a designer or like custom skills instead of like, before you make a PDF, like a free ebook and give that away, but that needs layout, that needs a bunch of things. That's this big production. Whereas the email course is just text, and so it's pretty straightforward to put together and you can tweak it over time. So those are a couple things that I find pretty interesting and exciting. Maybe to throw one more in there, there's a lot that we get weirdly obsessed about on the, like under the hood of email, like just from running an email company over the last 8 years. Like one thing that we rolled out recently is when you send an email through ConvertKit, let's say you make a mistake and you're like, hey, my new thing is launching, click here to buy it. And you like paste the version to the private WordPress thing and not, it's just the thing where you're like, no, what did I do? We actually built in the functionality
intimately well. Yes.
Where you can actually click into that and edit the link, like edit where the link goes after the email's been sent. And I think we're the only email provider that can do that. And it's just because we got weirdly obsessed with the inner workings of email and the internet and realized like, oh, that's coming to our servers first. So we could intercept that and change it to the new destination. So like, instead of having to send the oops email, you can just be like, as you get the 5 emails back of like, hey dude, I think your link's broken. You can just like go in and fix it and be like, oh, I'm good. And so that's the stuff that we get weirdly excited about.
My man, that is wild. Like it makes so much sense when you think about it. If somebody clicks a link in a newsletter that's sent through your system, then you can sit between that click and the destination.
Yep.
And so therefore
tracking and engagement and all of that.
Right. And then that means that you could, in theory, after the fact, change the destination of a link.
Yep. Which is what we do.
I feel like it. It's just wild because like people like I feel like that technically could have been possible like 20 years ago, but
that's
for some reason nobody thought of it.
And so here's the difference, right?
Yeah.
And this is what's interesting to me about the whole ecosystem. Like everything that's being built for creators right now. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it was being built by, I don't know, business people, by software people, all of that, right? And it was like, and it was being used by creators, right? So someone was taking MailChimp and Aweber and these other tools and saying, I'm going to use it as a blogger, as a creator, but it wasn't built for them. Whereas now the tools that you see out there, right? The Teachables, the ConvertKits, all of these tools are being built by creators for creators. And so these things that are not technically difficult, but are a very specific use case, those are the things that you're seeing rolled out and fixed because like the wave of people building these software platforms are solving their own problems, right? Like I ran a blog, a newsletter. I sold books and courses, before starting ConvertKit. And so I'm just out here solving my own problems. And so after one of those times of sending an email with the wrong link, then I was like, we got to figure out a better way to do this. So that's something that's really, really exciting about like just the wave of the creator economy that we're in.
It's So I'm just reeling from this revelation because there's so much you can do with it. I feel like the initial rollout makes so much sense as kind of a oops, fix the broken link, that kind of thing. But I could see people designing emails specifically with the idea in mind that the destination is updated based on criteria. Maybe it plugs into an API, that kind of thing. Wow, so much you could play with there. That's yeah. All right. So you were telling us, I just want to step back a little bit just to kind of reframe and not make assumptions for folks who are tuning into this about what they know about email, and just think about in terms of, I guess, strategy and philosophical approach when you're creating an email newsletter, when you're creating an email system for engaging your audience. You had talked about essentially like drip campaigns and automated sequences, which ConvertKit does a stellar job of. And it can be very tricky because there's a lot of kind of funny logic about how all that can go down. But just start us from scratch. If I'm somebody who's maybe got a business, maybe I've got a newsletter or some kind of an email system, I might be coming at this thinking, well, every time I want to talk to my audience, I have to sit down and compose a message to broadcast out to them that will be sent, right away or be sent in the morning. But in reality, email becomes so much more powerful when you're using these automations, when you're using drip campaigns, things like that. Can you just tell us a little bit about kind of how much of a game changer that is and any of your thoughts on that in general?
Yeah. So when you build an audience, on one hand, it's incredible. Because just imagine if you're like all the struggles of going through life and a business and everything else, and you're like trying to make it happen. And it's all like duct taped together and it's just a mess. And so imagine that, but with like 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 people who are like rooting for you and want you to succeed at every step. So when you're like making the switch to your new job, you're like, oh, I'm going to start this new business, or hey, I'm now doing freelancing. If there's like 100 people who are like, yeah, man, like I'm pulling for you. Like, this is great. That's what it is having an audience. You have these people, like whatever you do, they're in your corner helping you out. So that's the upside. The downside is that you create this other thing for yourself that you have to maintain. And, like that, let's say we go 6 months without emailing the audience. They're going to be like, Tony, oh yeah, Tony, I remember you. Totally, but there's going to be that moment of like, who are you again? How'd you get my email? If you let that go cold. And so we can put ourselves on this content treadmill where we're like, I have to send out an email this week. Otherwise everyone's going to forget who I am. Like everything that I've built will disappear. And you feel like you're just writing stuff or producing, new videos or whatever constantly. And then the things that you're really, really proud of, say you wrote this blog post, a year ago that was epic. No one who's new to your audience is going to find that. And that's where these automated emails come in. And doing a drip campaign of basically saying, hey, I'm going to bring you on this curated journey through my content of these are the best things that I've written. This is what I'm really proud of, etc. And that can be something that I edit and tweak and update over time. And it works for me. So if I take off and go on vacation, that's fine. Emails are still going out automatically. It's not like I'm letting people down in a big way. So I can either get ahead or I can, just trust the automated system. And then the even more powerful thing, right? Because we're trying to earn a living as a creator, is that I can promote, the products that I made, whether it's coaching that I'm offering or selling an ebook or a course. I can work that promotion into my automated emails so that I just keep getting consistent sales without having it go like, I do a big launch and get a spike and then it goes to nothing. And then we wait. And like 6 months later, I do a new product launch. And so automation is really about giving you time to step back and create new things rather than being on this treadmill. And then also evening out and like giving you this good foundation of revenue so you can have the security, and know that rent is taken care of. And, you can create from that place of comfort rather than, a place of fear and worrying about, where the hustle is coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that's something that holds a lot of people back. I know it's held me back where, the fear of not being able to keep up with the need to keep emailing people might stop me from ever doing it in the first place, which we don't want. So the idea of knowing, hey, I can put people on a sequence where they're going to be getting emails pretty consistently, stuff I've built up over the years, just lowers the barrier, right? It makes everything a little bit easier. And the timing, I think, is super valuable too, that, you can be emailing people with automated messages that follow along kind of a chronological experience. So, okay, if somebody signed up for your thing on this day and it provides value in a very specific way, you can make some relatively safe assumptions about how things are going to be playing out for them over the course of time. And of course, if you want to get really fancy, you can give them ways to interact with your emails to tell you more about how they're progressing or not through their thing. So, if I started like I just had a baby resource, newsletter or something, if I know that the person is downloading a thing today because they just had a baby, then I can send them an email a month from now and say, hey, your baby's a month old. Here's what's going to happen. Here's what to expect, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so there's a lot of power in thinking about your audience's journey and then creating automated sequences that match.
Yep, absolutely. Now, some people might be hearing this and saying like, okay, that's great, but what if I don't have any email subscribers, right? I'm like starting at a big zero. And so maybe let's dive in and talk about that, of like how to get the first 10 subscribers and then maybe the first 100. Does that sound good?
Absolutely. I would love that, please.
Sounds good. Okay. So probably the first mistake that people make when they're trying to start an audience is they start way too broad, right? They're like, I'm going to teach design. I'm going to teach fitness, right? Something that's a very broad category. And instead what you want to do is narrow in really specifically. And so not only the type of thing that you're teaching, but also who it's for. So don't say, you're going to start a fitness site or a fitness newsletter. Get really specific about who that is. So for example, my mom actually runs a newsletter, not about fitness. She's an incredible athlete, right? She's a triathlete who's completed an Ironman and all this stuff, right? But she runs a newsletter and a community for women who want to be fit over the age of 50. Right? So she's narrowed it down to fitness, to women, and then specifically over the age of 50. And it's a very different set of content. So she's going to have a much easier time finding her audience rather than coming out and being one of a million fitness sites out there, right? And so that's what you have to do, is you have to focus on a specific niche and then go from there. Once you have that niche identified, like when I started out, I was teaching people how to design iPhone applications. At the time, that was a fairly small market. And so I felt like that was specific enough. What you do is list out everyone who matches that criteria and might be interested. So I was emailing, my coworkers, because I still had a full-time job. So my coworkers who were developers who wanted to know the design side, friends who were like hobbyists getting into the iPhone space, any of that. In the example with my mom's site, right? She can reach out to everyone who matches her demographic that she's trying to reach. Who is it that is interested in fitness, is a woman who's over 50, and what you do is you reach out and say, hey, this is the newsletter that I'm starting. This is the website, the community. It's for people like this. It made me think of you. Would you like to be one of the first to sign up? It'd mean a bunch to me. And if you can reach out to 10, 20, 30 people, then that's how you get your first subscribers. It's just like texting, emailing, going through your address book. And everyone that says like, yeah, sure, add me to the list, right? You add them in, those are your first subscribers. And then what you do is send an email. You could do this as an automated email if you wanted, or you could send it one-off, either way. And you say, hey, thanks so much for joining, means the world to me. 2 quick questions. 1, what's something that frustrates you about this topic, or that you're trying to learn, or that you're stuck on? Like, what's your biggest obstacle? And then 2, where are you going right now to learn about this? So where are you going right now to learn about how to design iPhone applications? And what you get back are important answers. And I recommend putting them into a spreadsheet. And you're just getting replies back. You're saying, hey, reply, let me know what you think. The replies to the first question, the frustrations, are telling you what to write about. When someone's saying, oh, I really got stuck on this latest iPhone upgrade, or on the fitness side, right? I made this progress and I lost my habit and I've been in this cycle and it hasn't been going well, right? That's telling you this is exactly what you should write about or create content about. The second question of where do you go online right now? That's telling you what communities already exist that are adjacent to you. So if you're getting started out, you don't know where to publish content and where to reach out. And so this is telling you all the blogs and all the forums and communities and Facebook groups that everyone's already hanging out in. And so you can go join those as well and get in on it and start to, expand your reach in those communities. And so now when you write something, the answer to question number 1, then you promote it in the places that are the answer to question number 2. And that's kind of how you go, first from the 0 to, 10, 20, or 30 subscribers. And then through promoting that content is how you take it from 30 to, 50, 100, or a couple hundred subscribers.
I feel like there is so much wisdom in what you just described, because there is, it seems too easy. It's kind of counterintuitive, because somebody might think, well, no, it's got to be more than that. And I think especially with email, because we're used to thinking of email as being something that's, a huge audience broadcasting out to the masses. But really, when you're getting started, the first few people, the first maybe several dozen or even first couple hundred people that subscribe might be people personally.
Yep.
And then, recognizing that that's how a lot of engagement starts. And your newsletter can be a really powerful way of communicating with and reaching people, but over investing in those first few relationships will really lay the foundation for a good engagement going forward, right? And getting people excited to interact with what you're doing, right?
Yep, that's spot on.
And then I think there's also a lot to be said about identifying who you're talking to, who is a fit, and then learning where there's more like them and learning what's on their mind, asking those questions and getting that kind of response, and being okay with the fact that, yeah, your first 10, 20, 100, 200 subscribers are going to be people you might be emailing back and forth with a lot, because they're going to be giving you so much information about where the next 1,000 or 10,000 people similar to them might be and what they're hungry for. And I feel like that kind of helps you question your assumptions, right? So that I think focusing, on over investing in the beginning is just so valuable. And that probably also gives you lots of fodder for what to write in terms of your posts. So you could fill up your queue of things to write back to them.
Yeah. And I just write, my blog post to that specific person. So, dear so-and-so, dear Philip. And then I go answer that question, because it's so much easier when you're writing to an actual human instead of to the generic online masses of whoever might read it. And then when it's just before I publish, I go and edit it, right? So it is a little bit, right? It's not to one person, doesn't have their name in it anymore, because that's a little weird.
Yeah.
But then that makes it so it's much better content. It's much easier to write, and kind of gets past that writer's block.
Yeah, it's amazing. My friend Alex Hillman runs a co-working space in Philadelphia called Andy Hall. He is really clever, and he all right. I know him well. Shouts to Alex. He's done this many times with people asking him questions about co-working, where he'll write somebody a huge email back for free, but then he'll copy it out of his email and turn it into a blog post or turn it into a newsletter, and exactly as you described, just delete the first name, at the beginning, and go, give it a skim through to see what you can make generic that might have been personal to them. But it's such a great way to seed email content, because you're giving yourself prompts, right? By giving people provocative questions and then inviting them to respond back to you with, hey, this is what I'm struggling with. This is what I'm trying to figure out. If you have answers, or if you can go find answers, then that's you creating good, useful content. And I feel like that's such, it stands in such contrast to, the image that we all want to avoid, which is me, sitting in front of the keyboard thinking like, what shall I create today? Like we know what that's going to lead to. That's going to lead to me feeling weird, and I get distracted, and I never write my email, and I hate myself. And it's like, we just need to get away from that route. And engaging with people and having these conversations, I feel like is a great way to generate those kinds of things.
Yeah, it makes it so much more fun. Like one of my favorite things is like my private newsletter that is paid, goes out every Friday. One of my favorite things is getting the replies from that small group, because they're usually really thoughtful, interactive, and engaged replies. And then another little like nice pro tip, a side effect there, is that getting those replies actually increases like deliverability and inbox placement, because Gmail and the other providers see, oh, this isn't some email that's getting ignored. Like, this is starting conversations. Like, maybe this person, right? And so they're ranking it higher, and you're less likely to go to spam because of it. So it makes content creation more fun, makes content creation easier, and then it also means that you're going to reach more people and get in the inbox better.
That's absolutely wild. And it makes so much sense, right? The software providers are trying their best to fight spam and identify what's relevant and useful. And if you reply to an email, that's a pretty powerful signal to the provider that, hey, this person's bothering to hit the reply button and actually engage with this. That's a big clue that this person really wants to see this email. And all the more reason why, especially early on when you're building your list, build trust with those providers. Right. You want to give them every reason to believe you're legit, especially when you're just starting to build your digital reputation for your newsletter. And I guess maybe we could touch on that as maybe one of our last things before we get to kind of final little bits, which is just thoughts on deliverability. I know the providers are constantly changing their algorithms and how they manage that. There are tried and true tips. Maybe there are ones that have changed a little bit over time. What can you share with us on that front?
Yeah, so the tried and true things are maintain a clean list. If people aren't engaging with your list, like clean them off. Don't buy lists. That's not, well, it might be technically legal, right? There's lots of ways that you could buy a list and it's legal. I don't recommend it. You don't have a relationship with those people. When you're doing, partnerships or something like that, which is a great way to grow a list, make sure that people are really opting in and want to follow you. You didn't like do some tricky thing where they're like ended up on your list without realizing it. So you want every subscribe like action to be a very deliberate thing. So someone's like, oh, I'm excited to follow this person and their content. The next thing would be like writing really high quality, engaging content, asking for replies. That kind of thing that people are saying, oh, this is really good. I'm opening it, reading it, clicking the links. There's other things. There's a handful of mistakes that people make. Like you shouldn't be sending from like an @gmail.com address. Actually, if you try and ConvertKit, it'll pop up and be like, hey, Gmail actually specifically forbids this. So if you're trying to do this and, access Gmail subscribers, like they're going to flag you for it. And so you have to have your own like custom domain, of like Nathan@nathanberry.com or something like that, rather than nathanberry@gmail.com. Yahoo's the same way. There's a handful of these providers that just don't allow mass sending from their email addresses. I think those are the main things. If you think you're having issues, just reach out to your provider. Like we have a deliverability team at ConvertKit, and so we can do an audit. Usually what we find is that someone configured their domain set up in some way that they're actually like now telling everyone to reject their emails. Like they have a computer some setting. And so it's like, those are quick and easy tests that like our support team can run and check and make sure that everything's good there. The last thing, and this is going to come off as somewhat self-promotional, so I apologize in advance, but work with a provider that is sending content, right? So ConvertKit is serving creators rather than like the generic marketing emails. So our average open rate across the entire platform is over 30%, whereas like the average open rate on MailChimp is like 5%. And so if you think about when Gmail or others encounter a ConvertKit email, they're like, oh, this is like in a good neighborhood, in a good pool of the internet that people are really engaged in. Whereas a MailChimp or an Aweber or some of these others, right, if they have much lower average open rates, because they're sending like e-commerce emails and they're sending like that 27th email of like, hey, we have a sale this weekend. And you're like, I don't care. 5% off is not compelling, right? Like that's a lot of what these other providers are sending. Whereas on ConvertKit, we're trying really hard to just serve content creators, people who are sending really interesting content, getting high open rates, high engagement, and making sure that that's the customer base that we serve.
Almost made it through the whole interview without messing up my mute button. That's amazing because it makes sense, right? That the reputation of your email provider is going to affect potentially how many people see your email, potentially, right? That there is that factor at play. So that's hugely important. Nathan, thank you so much. I'm going to ask you a few questions to wrap us up. Just a quick little lightning round of random things. Anything that you're just excited about in terms of where things are going, in terms of building business online on the internet, away from email? Is anything that's just like really intriguing you these days?
Yeah, I'm playing around with Twitter more right now. I've always just sort of grown a list organically or following organically on Twitter. And now, as I've seen friends like grow a Twitter account from 0 to 100,000 followers in a year or something crazy like that, I'm like, okay, what does that take? And so I've been putting out more deliberate threads where I've been taking like a copywriting approach. Okay, what's the hook on the first tweet? What would make it more compelling? What's the image to use? All of that. So I did a thread yesterday on like company culture for remote teams, and it's now my most popular. Like, it has 1,000 retweets, and I have added over 1,000 followers to my account in the last 24 hours. So I'm playing with that.
Congrats.
That's a lot of fun. Trying to think what else. Commerce is just getting so much easier. Like, so many platforms, ConvertKit included, are rolling out ways to directly sell products to your fans, whether it's coaching or an ebook or a course or whatever else. And so this thing that 5 years ago, 8 years ago was really difficult, and you had to spin up another product for, or like buy another tool for. Now, even like Spotify and Twitter are helping you sell things directly. And so ConvertKit's doing the same, where you can, in your provider, you can go make a product, play with it, and say like, oh, I made like $500 this weekend, without having to go make some giant new thing or go sign up or learn new tools. So I'm pretty excited about that. I think we're going to see like just monetization for creators across the board get way better. I think those are the big things. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, I appreciate that. And in terms of just people who are killing it, especially kind of like on the cutting edge, is there anyone that comes to mind who's just really inspiring you right now in terms of how they're doing their thing?
Yeah, I'll give two different examples. I've had them both on my podcast. Sahil Bloom, he's an investor out of the Bay Area. Relatively young, relatively new to the online marketing space. But at the beginning of COVID, he was like, you know what? I'm going to write these threads on Twitter of like the most interesting things that I've learned on whether it's history or mental models or startups or finance or any of these things. And in the last 18 months, he's grown his audience from 0 to 250,000 followers on Twitter. And I love just watching the way that he breaks it down in his copywriting and all of that. So definitely follow him. And then the other would be Ali Abdaal, who is a YouTuber. He's actually a doctor in the UK who then got into like productivity YouTube. And in a sense, he's an amazing human. But he's grown his YouTube following to 2 million subscribers on YouTube. And his videos are so good, and he's just a wonderful human. So those are the two people, very different worlds. They're both absolutely killing it.
Yeah, it's a good thing we've got Ali Abdaal on the slate for Audience Driven. So I'm excited to be learning from him during this event as well. Okay, two quick last things. One is a tool, any kind of tool that's just been making your day lately, other than ConvertKit, of course. Quick little hack or plug-in or something like that.
I don't know that this is a quick thing, but I'm a designer by trade. Before coming to any of this, like I worked in software design and all of that. And so Figma is a professional level design tool. It's amazing. I love it. And it's totally free. So you can use the same thing that the pros are using. And you can just pick it up, start using it for free. It's a really great way to get this gradual introduction to design and then improve over time. And if you're looking for a collaboration, that kind of thing, they have their Fig Jam tool, which is a virtual whiteboard. And I love it. It's phenomenal software. Yeah. So
I've been using Photoshop for about 25 years now, and I still use it sometimes, but Figma's really made me think like, there might be a new generation coming.
Yeah.
All right. So thanks for that, Nathan. Finally, just let's hear, where can we find you? Where do we find ConvertKit? What do you want to tell folks to go find?
Yeah. So if you want to use ConvertKit, just go to convertkit.com. We've got a free plan. It's free for up to 1,000 subscribers. It's got landing pages. It's got commerce, email broadcasts, all of that built in. The free version doesn't have the automations like we talked about, but you can just sign up for a paid plan if or check out a free trial if you want to check that out. I blog at nathanbarry.com. Barry is Barry. I'm on Twitter, just my full name. And then I've been really enjoying the podcast I've been doing. It's called The Art of Newsletters. It's all about growing your audience and email. It's basically where I interview people like Sahil Bloom and Ali Abdaal and all the people that I want to learn from. And you get to tune in and listen to the conversation. So that's at Art of Newsletters on Spotify and iTunes and wherever else.
Nathan, such a pleasure. Thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So good. Tony, great
Hello,
interview
yeah.
on that. Oh, we lost your voice again, Tony. Mindy, so replacing links, your favorite new feature of ConvertKit, huh?
Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. So, and it was one of those features where I hadn't even realized, like I just sort of stumbled upon it. I hadn't realized that it had been released and went, ooh, what's this edit button? And it is the best because, you'll get in the past, like years ago, like we'd send out an email and, oh shoot, there was the wrong link in it. And, you'd get an email back and then you'd have to make the decision like, okay, do I just let it ride and say like, oh, well, it's broken. Anybody who like hits reply and asks about it, we'll just tell them. Or do I have to send the utterly embarrassing like email to the entire list with like, whoops, I've screwed up. Hey, everybody, see how I screwed up today. And here's the real link. And so now you can click that little edit button and just update that link. It's so good. And then only like 2 people need to know that you screwed up. Like the 2 people who are kind enough to like write in and tell you about it, as opposed to, like the entire list. So it's super great. And I saw a question in the chat a while ago asking if ConvertKit has video embedding in emails, and they do now. It's a new feature that they've just added recently where, you can put your video preview into your email. So that's cool. I can talk about ConvertKit all day, you guys.
I was going to say, yeah, we could do that for a while. And we, Nathan also mentioned Ali Abdaal, who we will be seeing after the next video. But before we get to Ali Abdaal, we're going to check in with Rob Gelb, who is the CEO of Hey Summit, which is the platform that powers audience driven. And he and his team have just been absolutely terrific. Being able to run an online summit can be just such a powerful part of an audience building and monetization and community engagement strategy. So I'm excited to get into that conversation. Mindy, let's do it. Here's the conversation with Rob Gelb.
Do it.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Rob from Hey Summit, actually, which is the platform we're using right now to stream and put on this event. So Rob, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely to be here.
So I just want to get right into it and ask you, because when people think about audience building, they don't necessarily think about an event. An event sounds huge. It sounds like a lot of work. But why should we actually be thinking about events specifically for growing our audiences?
Absolutely, an event is not something that you can just snap your finger and get going with. But also, events are not necessarily as complicated as you might think initially. So there are a few main reasons that I'd point to. The first is it's really good for establishing authority relatively quickly without necessarily needing a whole bunch of experience or collateral doing that beforehand. So for example, let's say that you're just starting out, maybe building your own business, you've been in corporate for a while, and you don't have a huge list. It's completely okay creating a conference or some sort of an event around a particular issue that hadn't existed before. That's a normal occurrence. So it's a really good way of starting that authority building in a relatively kind of brief way. The second is a lot of times speakers are really willing to talk, especially if they're talking about a very narrow subject or you're harnessing their expertise in a really efficient way. So you're able to get really experienced, great speakers on the value of the subject matter that you're providing. So if as long as you're providing value, people want to help. People want to provide that value. The third thing is if you don't have an audience already, you don't necessarily need to rely on your audience to attend the event. You can use the audience of all of the different speakers or all the different partners that you built. So it's a really efficient way of building an audience relatively quickly for a bunch of reasons, but those are a few.
That one makes sense for sure. I mean, you bring on speakers, they have their own audiences. They might want to invite those people to your summit or event because they're getting a little bit of stage time. It makes them look good as well. So that is value to them. But I can imagine people who are thinking about this going, well, I don't know anybody at it. Like I'm just a little minnow in this giant pond. How do I even command the idea of putting on an event? Is that something anybody can do, or is this just for a specific group of people? How do we get over that? Well, I'm just too small to put on an event.
It's tough, obviously. You know, we all have our own kind of insecurities, and those always will follow you. You know, you always feel like you're maybe in a weaker position than you actually are. Maybe you're feeling like you have less authority than you actually do. And I think an event, or at least a suggestion that I have, is maybe just try it. Like just try focusing on who your audience is, who it is that you're wanting to speak to, writing it out on paper. What would be the best event to work with your audience, right? You're building a Star Trek event, right? Think of all the different things that your Star Trek fans would love to see and create one on paper. Then go through and see, well, what would be the A-star speaker for each of those types of talks. Go out and, I don't know if you're a Star Trek fan or not, geek out and try and find the person or the subject matter that would make someone like you or someone who you're speaking to really quickly click, and come up with a list of 5 people that might fit that role and just start writing to them, especially with that talk title. I think that is a really good way of showcasing your seriousness. You might think of yourself as a small fish, right? But if you know your subject matter, if you know your audience, you know exactly what they want to hear, and the right speakers will respond to that subject matter, not just the fact that you happen to be the leading expert in the Voyager series, right? So like, I think that you maybe underestimate your ability to provide that level of assurance to really great speakers, and the difference is the specificity. Be specific about the ask, be specific about the subject matter, and I think you'll find it'll go better than you think.
Are you a Star Trek fan?
Oh, I'm a massive Star Trek fan.
Are you watching Picard right now? I know that's
I'm watching
streaming.
all of them.
Okay.
All of them.
That story reminded me of a couple of people I interviewed, Eric and James from the Walker Stalker podcast. These are 2 people who were just fans of the Walking Dead show, and they were kind of just people who loved it so much that they ended up asking people from the show to come on their podcast. And guess what? They said yes. And they turned it into an event that became in person 8 times throughout the world a year, with 20,000 people showing up just because they tried, right? So to your point of just get started, ask, what's the worst that can happen? That is so far less than the best that could happen. And of course, nothing happens unless you try. How does this differ from, say, like a webinar, right? Because when we think of like a live event, sometimes a webinar is a little bit easier to grasp. It's like a training, and there's value sort of inherently in that. What's the big difference between sort of putting on like a virtual summit versus putting on a webinar per se?
So obviously the mechanics can be similar. I think what the benefit of, if you break it down, a webinar is usually you maybe with one other person, or you interacting with one other audience. So there's some cross-pollination there. The reason why I'd have Pat come on and do a webinar for my audience is because maybe I want to get Pat into my audience, or maybe I want myself to get in front of yours. Which makes sense, and there's some crossover there. A summit, for example, though, is a much larger set of speakers, and it allows you to go in deep into a subset of a persona problem. So, for example, there's a really good example, a guy named Daniel Wallace. Daniel Wallace is a customer of ours. He's an author coach. So he coaches fiction writers, basically. And he wanted to decide, or he had to decide does he do the Author Summit 2020, or does he focus and specialize? Focusing on something like plot, for example, might be a really good webinar topic. But doing a whole summit around plot, which is what he ended up doing, allowed him to do like 15 talks, bringing in multiple different points of view, multiple different experts, still speaking to his audience, even though he was just talking about one specific.
All about plot.
All about plot. He did a whole summit all about plot. And then, of course, the next summit was about, I think it was about the editing process. So it was a whole summit about editing. So you providing summits in this context are basically groups of content. So it allows you to cover a hell of a lot more bases in a more narrow vertical than just one webinar could do. And you also don't need to keep repeating them. You can make it into an event, and a trigger point for a whole bunch of attendees to take value from.
And I'm imagining, obviously, it's going to be recorded. It could be used as a bonus, or you could even sell it later. I mean, that's so much value. If you have just one specific topic and you have all these different views, that's massively valuable. That's a big difference than a webinar, which might be like one person with one point of view, or lightly going into that topic versus going deep with many people. And so I really like that a lot. And the idea of, okay, we're going to run the next summit, right? And becomes like a recurring event that could bring more people in. And now that I'm thinking about it, this is the audience-driven summit. We could have created Smart Passive Income in 2021, but we just decided to focus on audience because that's what we know all of you want right now. And we're talking about it in different ways here with Rob, talking about it from a perspective of, well, let's run a event or a summit. So what might be a person's first steps if they're like, okay, this sounds interesting. I'm going to pick a subtopic within my niche. I want to bring all these people in. What might be the first step to just actually making this happen? How would you recommend we get started?
Obviously, just get it out on paper and come up with, we call it, attendee personas, really understanding your attendee, their motivations. The first step is talking to your audience about it, however big that is. Is this a good idea? Do you like this? What would you change? Make the audience that you have, no matter how small it is, part of the process of iterating on the idea of you guys are really great at this. Obviously audience driven. It should be, but from day one, you were engaging with your audience. You were talking to them. You were like, what do you guys want to see? What kinds of talks do you want to see? What would be valuable? And it allows you to keep yourself really honest and open about what's going to be valuable to your group. And when you do that, even before you've reached out to speakers, even before you've taken any concrete kind of steps, you put up a landing page, anything before that gives you more confidence and conviction that what you're building is actually valuable. And that will propel you way more than any kind of coffee or Red Bull will. Knowing that you're going to be providing actual value to people that they want to see, that's exciting. And regardless of how it looks in the end, that's, I think, the first step that you should take.
Thank you. That's hugely valuable. I'm thinking of another roadblock that a person might come across when building a summit like this. And it's this idea of getting other speakers and potentially people that you don't know because you don't know anybody yet. Mm-hmm. How do you reach out? Like, what's the proper way to ask somebody to be a part of your summit?
So it depends on the person. But if you have no link with someone whatsoever, don't be afraid just to write to them. And I think you'd be surprised if the ask, as long as your ask is very clear, it's very specific, and there's a reason why you're getting in touch. I think the biggest challenge for anybody who is maybe a seasoned speaker is they get asked the same things over and over again, and it causes them to have to answer a whole bunch of questions for themselves. Answer them for that. You know, hey, Pat, I'd really love for you to come and talk to my summit around Back to the Future, because I know that you're a fan, and we're going to talk about we're specifically going to talk about you know, the third film and all the different characters that Marty McFly played. So it's a really narrow topic, and we know that you're going to have an opinion on this. Would you be willing to do a talk on it? That is probably, it shows that you've done research. It shows that you know the speaker. It shows that you know something about them and maybe what they could bring to the conversation. It buoys the other person up, and it means that they don't have to do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of knowing, oh, actually, I'm going to be able to provide value here. And so yeah, the way that I would do it, honestly, is feel free to cold outreach. If you know somebody, the better. Obviously, an introduction. But every time you interact with that speaker, especially if you don't know them beforehand, make sure that they know you know exactly why you're asking them. It's not just because of it's a name. It's not because you know you want access to their massive list. That there's a purpose for this. And whenever people do that, it really does work.
Thank you. And here's the cool thing. I mean, a lot of you are watching this right now, and you know that me and Rob are quote unquote live, right? We're pre-recording this. And this is one of the cool things, and why we were so drawn to Hey Summit and this idea of a virtual summit, is the fact that not all the talks have to be live. So as somebody who's put on a live event before, it's just such a huge weight off my shoulders and my team's shoulders, because we don't have to coordinate exact, precise schedules. We do have a run-up show of what happens and when, of course, but that's all set up ahead of time. And we just kind of like, you know, on game day, if you will, it's kind of just already done, right? Yeah. So that's kind of one of the cool things. And a big shout out to Tony on our team, who many of you have already met. If you're watching this right now, he's amazingly coordinating and putting things together, largely thanks to Hey Summit and the platform. And tell us a little bit about the company. Why do you exist?
Why do we exist? We exist to connect people in really efficient ways. So Hey Summit was born out of that whole feeling of people, especially creators, have a lot to say. They also don't have a lot of time and a lot of resources in order to say it and to bring those kind of voices together. So we're all about amplifying voices, amplifying ways for different people to engage with each other and to connect with each other. And so as a company, we've been focusing on all of those different elements. So all those dozens of tools that you need in order to run a great event, but that take a lot of time to set up, or maybe are outside of a lot of people's technical ability. So everything from like landing pages to registration to ticket sales, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we're here to help creators run more beautiful, easy events that scale really well.
Now I know, because I'm an advisor along with my partner Matt to Hey Summit, full disclosure for everybody, that you weren't always focused on the individual creator. Hey Summit was in fact built originally, or a large part of your audience was in fact large corporations and bigger companies. And tell me why you're so focused now, and you've actually narrowed things down to the creator. What does that mean to you?
We've always had creators use Hey Summit. We've always had like the efficiency of the platform has always been attractive to creators. But we found that a lot of corporates were using us, but what we decided to kind of stop going after them and really focusing on creators, because we saw the kinds of impact that they were able to make, and the kinds of businesses they were able to create directly from our platform. Creators make the largest, the highest performing summits on our platform. They earn the most money on our platform. And oftentimes Hey Summit is such a core part of their business, or it becomes a core part of their business. They spend the most amount of time on the platform. So we love the fact that creators use us so much, and we love the fact that it seems like it's a pretty good marriage for the tools. Oh, that's awesome. and their needs. So yeah, we've kind of just taken a decision just to focus on creators, and grow and expand the product based on their needs.
I love that. I personally think it's such a smart decision, not just for the mission driven, the mission behind this and helping creators, but I think it's going to bode well for the company in whole, because guess what? We're in the creator economy right now, and people are looking for better, more interesting, more engaging ways to interact with their audience. And a lot of people are doing webinars, a lot of people are on live stream, but when you put together an event with some amazing people and you have that topic that you're discussing and going deep on, it only makes you look more authoritative. It only builds more trust faster, and trust is everything. And so I love that you and your team have provided this tool for us and for all the other creators out there who are watching this right now. Where do we go to get started if a person's now like, wow, this sounds amazing? Where do you recommend they go to get more info and even dive into the platform a little bit to give it a trial?
Absolutely. Yep. You can certainly start a free trial. If you go to heysummit.com /SPI, that gives you a little bit of information about how you all have been using the platform, and also some, exclusive discounts and stuff like that. But you can start your trial there and play around. We have a whole bunch of tutorial videos. We have a community of Hey Summiteers that put on events and talk about strategy. So yeah, great place to start. heysummit.com /SPI.
I love it. Well, thank you, Rob. Thank you, everybody, for watching this. Stay here because you got some more stuff coming your way. I got to go hang out with puppies. But thanks, Rob. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thanks for all you do.
More puppies. More puppies.
I love that transition music.
Yeah, it's catchy, right? Just grooving.
Super catchy.
All right.
Big ups to Rob and Hey Summit for hosting the summit. If you're watching this right now on audience-driven.co, you are on Hey Summit. So let us know what you think of the platform. And there is a chat embedded further down the page if you haven't discovered that yet, the YouTube chat. We wanted to centralize our chat in one place for folks who are watching over on YouTube. That is at the bottom of the page.
Thank you for that program note, Jay. And we've got another program note. So one of our partners is MemberStack. We've already heard some folks say some kind things about them at this event, but let's get a little more information from MemberStack. Mindy, fire away.
Hi there, my name's Duncan. I'm a co-founder and designer at MemberStack, and I'm calling today from the beautiful woods of Williamsburg, Virginia. Hoping the cicadas. I just wanted to get outside for a second and bring you all a little bit of green. Now, MemberStack is a way of managing your paywalls, user accounts, membership functionality, all in one place. We have an integration with a website builder called Webflow, where if you're a Webflow user, you don't need to know how to code or anything. You can just use MemberStack with Webflow to do everything I just described. Set up your paywalls, manage your whole backend. You have control over everything, and we manage the security on your behalf. In addition to our Webflow integration, we have a developer-first solution, which makes it significantly easier to set up the user authentication and payment portion of a web app. So if you're at a place right now in your business where you're thinking about bringing on a freelancer or an engineer or engineering team, MemberStack is perfect for you. We can reduce the time it takes to set up all those integrations to a fraction of what they would have been otherwise. Where it might usually take a month to build an integration with Stripe, we're able to have that done for you in one click. We already built it, so you can just use it. You own all of your user data, or more specifically, your users own all of their data and you have access to it. And our goal with MemberStack is to make it as easy as possible for you to spin up and scale without having to worry about all the headache of managing just compliance and security and payments, all these things that are critical and that have to be done very well, but won't actually help you succeed. They actually take away time that you could be spending with your audience. So how can MemberStack help you be more audience driven? I think the fact that you're saving time on infrastructure, where you're able to go and spend that extra time and resources to talk to your users, figure out what they want, improve your product, and then you're able to maintain complete control over the look and the feel of your site. Whatever it is you're offering, MemberStack's going to work around it without getting in the way, which isn't always the case if you're using a more templatized solution. And there are pros and cons to each. If you're brand new to this and you're just getting started, I highly recommend using one of those more plug-and-play solutions. And when you reach the point where you're ready to scale off of that, you want to build something more custom and you want to have total control over the experience, then I think MemberStack's going to be a really good fit for you. So that's all. I hope you all have a wonderful time. And real quick plug, my co-founder and I have been listening to the Smart Passive Income podcast since like 2012. So it feels really cool to be able to share with you all here. And I just hope you all have a wonderful time. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Love it. I love how everybody's a fan. Everybody's a fan of each other. Just a lot of love here.
Know. When we were building out the payment platform for our community, SPI Pro, we got in touch with the MemberStack team, and they were so excited because Wade has been a fan of Pat and SPI for a while now, and they've been a really great front-end solution for our own paid community on Circle. Tony, we've got a awesome slate of speakers here to end the day, coming up with my first interview of the summit here with Ali Abdaal.
I'm so excited to see your interview with him. I know the two of you are just dynamite, so can't wait to get into it. Let's get into it. It's a good 40 minutes, and then we will have a live presentation from Nicole Walters. So, all right, Mindy, fire away. Ali Abdaal.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ali Abdaal, YouTuber, course creator, and now the host of the Deep Dives podcast. Ali, thanks for joining us here for Audience Driven.
Oh, thanks for having me. This is the second time we're speaking. I remember being interviewed on your podcast like ages ago. So yeah, it's cool to be back.
One of the most popular episodes we've had.
No way.
So thanks.
Oh, nice.
Thanks for taking some time. I'd love to talk to you about the beginnings of your channel and specifically how you found time to do YouTube so consistently while studying in med school.
Yeah. So for the first year that I was doing my channel, I was a final year medical student at Cambridge. And then for the next 2 years, I was working full time as a doctor. And so for those 3 years, it really was a case of finding the time in evenings and weekends, and even during the working day to work on the channel. A few things that I'm just trying to distill like large amounts of experience into a few things. This is exactly the sort of stuff we also teach on our course, the Part-Time YouTuber Academy, #plug. But basically, I think it's the key insight for me was in recognizing that there are different stages of the YouTube production process. And I got this from the book, The E-Myth Revisited by Michael Gerber, which is something I recommend to everyone. I read that early 2019 or something. And before then, it was a case of like, I was just struggling to put out a video one at a time. And it really felt like quite a lot of a grind. But once I read that book and realized that essentially a video has different stages of production, from idea to research, writing, filming, editing, post-production-y stuff, and then publication. And that crucially, it was the filming part of it that requires me to be in my room with the camera in front of me and a microphone and the lights, and has a huge sunk cost to setting everything up. That meant that I could find random pockets of time here and there to work on idea generation and writing. And then all I would have to do is batch film videos like 2 or 3 at a time. And some days even more than that if I could really manage it. Because then the sunk cost of setting up the camera and then taking it all down, that sort of starts to pay for itself when you film multiple videos in a single session. And so what I'd end up doing was, while I was in lectures, if a lecture was particularly boring, or even if I was at work and I was in between patients kind of waiting for blood results to arrive or something, I would open up Notion on the crappy Windows computers or on the Notes app on my phone or whatever, and I would just start drafting out videos. And I have so many videos that I planned out through that process. If I had downtime at work sitting on the toilet for like 5, 10, 15 minutes at a time, I'd be planning out videos. And then when it would come to a filming day, so an evening or a weekend, I'd be able to film more than one video at a time. And I think that's really the way forward if you want to take YouTube seriously or any kind of content seriously. You figure out which bits you can batch. Thank you, Tim Ferriss, for that advice from the 4-Hour Workweek. And you figure out which bits are the bits that you can steal time out of your schedule to work on without needing a whole huge batch of deep work.
What type of quality standard did you hold yourself to in the beginning? I know it's kind of hard when you're starting. You don't even know what quality standard you can hit, but how have you thought about your standards of quality with your consistency?
Yeah, so I didn't think about quality at all at the beginning. My theory was that my first 100 videos were going to be absolutely terrible, and so I needed to get through those first 100 videos as quickly as possible, basically. And so even if I'd made a video where I thought, it's not great, I thought, you know what, it doesn't matter, this is a long game. I'm in this for the long haul. Who cares if a video is a dud? That's fine, and put it out anyway. And weirdly, like a couple of videos where I thought the video was bad, the video ended up actually doing really well. And so I realized over time that this is not a perfect correlation, but quite often I am a poor judge of the value of my own videos. Partly because of something that Derek Sivers says, which is that sometimes what's obvious to you can be amazing to other people. And so if I do a listicle of 10 productivity hacks, it's like, oh, this is all standard stuff. Everyone's read Getting Things Done. Everyone's read Make Time. Everyone's read Atomic. Apparently, actually, that's not true. Like, not everyone has read Getting Things Done and Atomic Habits. People aspire to read these books, but don't actually read them. Whereas because me, and I imagine you, have been drinking the productivity Kool-Aid for such a long time, things that can seem obvious and like not interesting to us can be amazing to other people. So basically, to answer your original question, no bar for quality at all. It's only recently in the channel that we started to think about, okay, now we actually need to think about making quality videos.
That's really interesting. This idea of like the curse of knowledge that we have. Sometimes it's hard to separate ourselves from it and know like, oh, people will still get value out of this. How often does that come out now? Because I'm sure you, being in this space, have learned so much, studied so much, and there's so much that you kind of hear and you might even like roll your eyes at because you've heard it so many times. How often do you have to remind yourself now to make a video around something that you feel like may not be new to you?
Yeah, I mean, clearly not often enough, because as you were saying this, I'm like, damn, Jay, that's really good advice. Because just yesterday I was having a deep work day where I was thinking about YouTube content ideas. And for a lot of the ideas that I had, I was thinking, oh no, this is too obvious. Everyone knows this. But I wish I had this reminder yesterday to realize that actually, no, not everyone knows this. And so like for me and you and the people in our sort of creator productivity bro space, we care about, you know, what Tiago Forte is putting out at the cutting edge of productivity. But realistically, like 99% of the world doesn't even use a calendar and doesn't know how to manage their time. So, you know, there's only so much you need to go into like Zettelkasten and whether you should use Roam or Evernote to figure out your evergreen note structure, compared to, you know, these are the tips that will actually move the needle for your productivity rather than just sort of helping us enjoy the productivity space more. So yeah, I think we all always need that reminder that keeping it simple is often the way forward.
Do you have like a viewer avatar that you think about when you make a video for somebody?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's yes. The answer is yes, and it's changed over time. And I think this speaks to how, you know, a YouTube channel always kind of evolves over time. And one way of intentionally evolving it is to think about who is the avatar, who's the person I want to be targeting with my videos. I know Pat Flynn talks about this in Superfans. He says you want to think about targeting that person who is going to be your superfan, who's going to scream your name from the rooftops about how amazing you are. And so in the early days of my channel, if I thought of that person, it was, you know, a 16 or 17-year-old applying to medical school in the UK and possibly wanting to go to Oxford or Cambridge. That is like a very, very, very niche audience. And I think the channel succeeded partly because I was initially targeting a very specific audience. Over time, the target audience expanded, but I always had this avatar in mind. And so like last year or 2 years ago, like, when the channel I think was on a few 100,000 subscribers, the avatar was a 22-year-old medical student in London. I had like a name for him. His name was Muhammad. He was probably South Asian, interested in entrepreneurship, interested in reading, but could never really find the time for reading, interested in tech, but not in like an ostentatious, showy-offy way, more in a, you know, enjoys being a connoisseur of tech, interested in Apple products, likes wearing an Apple Watch because of how it makes him feel, wants to start a business so that he can escape the 9 to 5. Even though he doesn't like disagree with the 9 to 5, he just thinks it would be nice to have the option of like escaping the 9 to 5 if he really wants to, understands the idea of passive income, listens to podcasts, but wishes he could listen to more of them, reads lots of books, but realizes that he doesn't remember what he's reading because he doesn't have a way of taking notes from books. I have this all written out on like this like 2-page elaborate avatar. And recently we've realized that, okay, now, because the thing with the channel is that it's always got to keep evolving. Like, you know, targeting that same person over and over again gets stale after a while. And for the last few weeks, I've been feeling the channel's been feeling a bit stale. And so yesterday, while I was in my deep work day, I was thinking, okay, who is the new avatar we want to target? And I still haven't figured it out, but I reckon it's someone like age 21 to 40, probably has a job rather than a student. Again, interested in entrepreneurship, wants to be financially independent. Probably quite a high income job, quite educated, resonates with like the intellectual academic kind of content far more so than the superficial clickbaity type of content. So that's sort of how I'm now thinking about the audience avatar. But I think the messaging on our channel and like the branding and the icons and the colors and the fonts are still stuck in the old avatar days where we were aiming at students. So it's just about like, these are the thing I'm thinking about now. Like, how do we make sure that we are still on brand while targeting a new, slightly older, possibly more sophisticated audience, while also not like leaving the students behind, as it were?
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge that I have no experience with because I'm not at your level of scale. But I'd imagine, you started with the 16-year-old who's trying to go to med school, niche specific, as you said. As you get to a level of scale, it's kind of a question of, do I expand to more avatars or do I generalize my avatar?
Yeah.
Both of which seem challenging on a like per video basis.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of thinking. Like, I hadn't quite thought of it. Like generalized versus more avatars. I think that actually could work nicely, and maybe that's a solution to our issues, because one of the problems that we're having is when, with our channel we talk about a bunch of stuff. It's basically all things related to personal development. So, everything. And a lot of people say that it seems like your channel doesn't really have a niche. And this reminds me of something that Tim Ferriss once said at one point in a niche interview, where he said that when it comes to his blog, he wants every blog post to be absolutely loved by 10% of his audience and broadly ignored by 90%. And he just changes up what 10% of the audience that is. And that means he can have like a large, he can go fully in depth, like nerd out on exactly how to take notes in something, knowing it's only going to resonate with a small amount of people, but it's going to resonate with them so much. And that is a better thing than to sort of resonate with 80% of your audience. So I think maybe that's like a way that we'll start thinking about it. This is good. You've given me some food for thought. Thank you.
For people who are just getting started, though, would you recommend this hyper focus on one specific person with like one specific path in mind and one specific set of problems? Do you think that was key to getting initial traction?
I think there are, when it comes to figuring out your initial audience, I think there are different ways of doing it. I don't feel like there's a right answer. One pattern I have noticed is that the more niche you start out, the faster you'll grow. The riches are in the niches, like niche down to blow up. There's all these like cliches around that. And they're all cliches for a reason, because they're true. If someone were to start a YouTube channel today and make a video called 5 productivity hacks, no one's going to watch that video. Unless it's like really, really, really well done, which is unlikely. If someone's just starting a YouTube channel, they're not going to be at Peter McKinnon levels of skill level to be able to do an absolutely sick video. But if you do kind of how I use Zettelkasten in Obsidian to take notes from nonfiction audiobooks, that's like sufficiently niche that I think if you were to double down on that space and become the guy or the gal to go to for that kind of topic, then slowly you can expand out over time, and you're more likely to reach an audience that way rather than trying to make generic iPhone 13 review content.
When you were beginning the channel and you're still in med school, or maybe you're first 2, maybe you're like year 2, year 3, and you're being really, really consistent, at what point did you start layering on other considerations besides being consistent? Like we hear the consistency advice a lot, but like that's probably necessary but not sufficient. And I'm looking to see what are some of the other ingredients that you've pulled in with consistency to find the level of success that you have.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, consistency is like 95% of the answer. Like even today, even at the scale that we're at, where I feel like we need to think about quality a bit more, broadly, if you're consistent and you just put out 2 videos a week, then it's kind of hard to go very wrong from that. The other consideration then is like, is this video actually useful? Is it actually going to add value to my audience? For the first time for the first time ever, we actually deleted a video off the channel like last week because we put a video out that had a bit of a clickbaity title. I had a very clickbaity title, didn't deliver on the promise. It was too short. It was a sponsored video. Like objectively, it was not a video that added much value. And that's the only time in 4.5 years of doing this that I've thought, okay, this video is so bad that it needs to go. And so there is a consideration of, is this video going to help people? But generally, that's kind of a default thought process anyway. Very few of us, at least in this space where you're kind of making educational content, it's very hard to make a video that doesn't help at least some people. And even this one that we deleted, it had 50% dislikes, but it had 50% likes. Some people liked the video, which is weird because I thought it was an objectively bad video. And so honestly, I do think consistency is like 95% of the answer, but the other things are focus on adding value to the audience and trying to get a little bit better with each video. That's a really hard thing to maintain. Like if you had the expectation or the wish that I want every video to be better than the last, I think that's a recipe for like disaster and burnout, because like everybody is not going to be better than the last at some point. But yeah, just trying to do your best to add value is 5% of it, and 95% of it is being consistent with doing that.
That's great. I feel like consistency being 90%, 95% important. That's something most people can grasp. They can do that. They can brute force their way through that.
Yeah, it's kind of like working out. Like, it doesn't really matter what you do at the gym, but if you go to the gym 4 times a week and lift weights, chances are you're going to be in pretty good shape. Like, yes, you can layer on a few things beyond that, but really showing up is most of the result.
You said the title of this video was clickbaity, and I feel like the word clickbait has been kind of villainized over years. But for people who are putting a ton of effort into even writing email content and then sending it out and it not getting opened or clicked or nobody hitting play, I feel like these titles and these headlines are really important. How do you think about titles, headlines, things like that?
Yeah, this is the title. The title question is the bane of my life, because clickbait does work. It gets people into the video. But then there's a good video that Veritasium put out a few weeks ago called "Clickbait is Unreasonably Effective." There's a really, really good video explaining why clickbait is unreasonably effective and how changing the title of a video can sometimes have massive effects on the performance of a video. And if this is a video that's taken you ages to put together, and it's just like tweaking a title is going to have such a big effect, then the title is so important. The way that I think the way that he separates them, it's like there's the good kind of there's the bad kind of clickbait, which is the sort of the thing that entices you to click on something where you don't get the expected payoff. And then there's the good kind of clickbait, which is this is intriguing, this is interesting, I want to click on this video. And then your expectation is satisfied by the video. And so the way we think about our titles is, how do we create enough intrigue in the video? How do we make a promise to the viewer that is then actually satisfied in the video, or at least very, very early on in the video, so that they know what they're getting? And the mistake we made with this video, the one that we deleted, like in original title was "Revealing My IQ." And the video did not reveal my IQ. In fact, the video was a video about this human benchmark test where I was testing my reaction time and visual memory, verbal memory, spatial memory, which is somewhat correlated with IQ, but it was just obvious to the viewers that they've been clickbaited into watching this video. And there's the thing with clickbait is that, like, people have a clickbait radar, and if their clickbait radar starts to go off, they will lose a lot of trust and respect for the creator and will start to see the video in a negative light. So had I titled that video, "I took the human benchmark test," it would have done all right. People wouldn't have been annoyed by it. It still would have been a pretty, like, not particularly useful video, because like whatever. But people wouldn't have been disliking it and thinking like, "Oh my god, I'm unsubscribing because you're a clickbaiter." But titling it like something a little bit too clickbaity was the problem. But then there's a balance here, because I once had a video called "Why Writing Online Changed My Life," or "How Writing Online Changed My Life," and it did absolutely terribly. And then I changed the title to "Why Writing Online Made Me a Millionaire," and suddenly it massively outperformed every other video, straight because of that title change. Now that is clickbait. Like, writing online didn't really make me a millionaire, and I guess I'm not even a millionaire depending on how you define it, like paper versus actual liquid net worth and all that kind of stuff. But there is artistic license in that title, but clearly the video was sufficiently good and sufficiently kept people engaged to the point where no one said, "Oh my god, clickbait title." Equally, one of the most popular videos on my channel is called "How I Ranked First at Cambridge University," my essay memorization framework. Now, there's a lot of artistic license there. I didn't actually rank first at Cambridge University. I ranked joint first, but actually second, and I won an exam performance prize 1 year out of 6, like in my 3rd year. And there's a lot of nuance there. But when you take that nuance, you artistic licenseify it into a clickbait headline: "How I ranked first at Cambridge University." Oh, that's intriguing. People click on the video. It's a 20-minute long video that goes in depth in this method. And genuinely, I think it's a fantastic video. And clearly people did as well, which is why the video did so well on the algorithm. So it's so hard to think about titles, because there's this balance between being sufficiently clickbait to get clicks, but not so clickbait that people recognize that you're being clickbaity, and not so clickbait that you're not delivering on the promise that on the promise you made in the title.
Yeah,
it's
hard. There's like a level of alignment that you need, and as long as there's alignment and deliver on that promise, it seems like that's a winning formula. I don't know if you know Dickie Bush very well. Guy on
Twitter, he does a lot of Twitter
30.
threads.
Yeah. He had a tweet recently. He's like, a 0 out of 10 headline with a 10 out of 10 piece of content. Nobody sees it. 10 out of 10 headline with a 0 out of 10 piece of content, clickbait, nobody's happy. But if you do like a 10 out of 10 plus a 10 out of 10, nobody's upset that the headline was clickbaity, and it's actually able to help people because they open it or they click play.
That's a good way of thinking of it.
You launched a cohort-based course, maybe even close to a year ago now, called the Part-Time YouTuber Academy. When did you decide, and how did you decide that doing a live course that requires a lot of time and attention from you was a worthwhile investment of your time?
Yeah, this is a good question. So Part-Time YouTuber Academy launched in like October 2020. Had the idea in like August, September time, bashed out some post-it notes, figured out an outline for the course. And initially I was going to do it as a standard self-hosted, self-paced online course hosted on Podia or something. I know Pat loves Teachable. I love Podia personally. And then I had a call with Tiago Forte and David Perel. And in that half an hour, they convinced me to do a live cohort instead. And it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. So thank you, Tiago and David, for that. Basically what they said was, if you care about the success of your students, you would do a live cohort because the completion rate is so much higher for live cohorts. The thing that's holding people back is usually the accountability and community side of things rather than not enough knowledge. And I was thinking, because I'd never really sold anything before. I was like, well, but like, can I charge more than $200? Like, I'd feel really bad. What if people don't like it? What if they think I'm a snake oil salesman? And they were like, okay, fine. What if people think you're a snake oil salesman? But what Tiago said was that, like, if you had to charge $1,000 for this course, if you were forced to, how would it change your approach to it? And I was like, damn, okay, if I had to charge $1,000 for a course, I would be ridiculously involved in it. I'd be doing whatever the hell I could to make sure the students are having a great time and learning something from it and getting the experience. Whereas if I was charging $200 for it, I'd feel all I have to do is show up once, record a bunch of videos and stick it online and forget about it. And I realized that, okay, let's at least give this a go. And the unit economics of like a live cohort course are just so much higher than a self-paced one that it's just been the single decision that has most accelerated our business in terms of revenue.
And the crazy thing is, you were still doing medicine when you were doing that. So how are you carving time out to do a course and YouTube now? And you're probably writing an email newsletter to a degree. Like, how are you combining all of these things and doing them all part-time while still focusing a lot on medicine?
Yeah, so actually, I was not doing medicine when we launched the course. And I think that's part of what made it possible because of all the weird time zones and all the live events that we had. It would have been hard to make that compatible with a medical rota that changes all the time and you're always on call and all that jazz. So actually, that was one of the things in which, because I took a break from medicine for a year, intending to travel the world, but then the pandemic happened. And so while I was stuck in my house in Cambridge, that was when I thought, okay, you know what, let's actually give this live cohort thing a go, where I now have genuine control of my schedule, which is something I've never had before, having been at med school for 6 years and then working full time for 2 years.
Okay, well, I was obviously wrong about that. How did that change your time put into YouTube then? Were you putting more time into YouTube at that time as well?
Yeah, so the weird thing is that, like, I think this is a perfect illustration of Parkinson's law, which is that work expands to fill the time you allocate to it. So when I was working full time in the pandemic, when there was like loads of stuff going on, I was banging out 3 videos a week, and we only had a team of like 3 people at the time. We were banging out 3 videos a week on the YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel was doing really well. As soon as I quit the job and suddenly I had all of the free time in the world, suddenly it felt like a real heavy lift to make videos. And I was making only like 1 or 2 videos a week. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Like, how could I have possibly been making 3 videos a week while working full time and doing it in the evenings and weekends? And just, I don't know what the hell I was doing with my time, other than making YouTube videos. And I realized that I was doing a lot of procrastinating because I do that. But B, a lot of my time was being sucked up by other business related things. Because as we launched the YouTuber Academy, there was a ton of operation stuff associated with that, creating all the content. And then as we expanded the team to accommodate the increase in sort of stuff that we had to do for the YouTuber Academy, suddenly I'm like, damn, instead I've gone from managing a team of 2.5 people to managing a team of like 8.5 people. Like, what the hell's going on there? Having to learn about leadership and management, accountability, and being really, really bad at it. And so all of those things were sucking my time to the point where I was actually not paying the attention I needed to pay on the YouTube channel for the last few months. And like last weekend, my team had an intervention. They all got together on a Zoom call on a Saturday, and they were like, right, Ali, the YouTube channel is going stale. And the reason is because I wasn't showing up enough for it. I was hoping I'd be able to outsource all aspects of it. So all I would have to do is show up and talk to a camera. And they said that, look, that's fine. But like, you know, there is some magic in me showing up to the YouTube channel. And so what we're trying to do now is where I spend, like, really, we now have a team of like 12 people. We've hired another 6 in the last week. So we'll have 18 people as of like next week. But I'm trying to offload everything unrelated to content, because content is like my zone of genius. Whereas all of the operations, all of the finance, all the HR, all the legal, all of the other aspects around running a business, I'm offloading to my team, and we're going to figure out how to make that work.
Let's talk about team a little bit. I would love to hear which hires you made first, and in thinking about sequencing for other creators who are feeling like they may be stretched and they want to make their first hire, what hires you would recommend making in what order?
Yeah, so the first hire I made was outsourcing editing. And I think this is always the first step if you're a video creator, just because editing takes up a disproportionately large amount of time. People say they enjoy it, but like, you know, the amount of value you generate for your channel/business by editing your own videos is usually, in most people's cases, not justified. If you still want to do the editing, then that's fine. Like, but you know, for people who have goals of treating their thing as a business and trying to blitz scale, as it were, outsourcing editing has got to be the first thing. Initially, I actually outsourced to a freelancer. His name was Kevin from Ireland. He was pretty good. But then one of my mentors encouraged me to hire a full-time employee. And so Christian, who's from Romania, who's still with the team, he became like a full-time editor. I'd probably advise it doing it like, you don't normally need a full-time editor, because that's a lot of editing time. People can easily get away with outsourcing to a freelancer initially. And then I think the next hire is a sort of jack of all trades, right-hand man/gal type person who can help with research, writing, and idea generation, which is like the other really important parts other than the editing. And so that, you know, we had hired a guy called Angus, who started off as a writer for the team, working freelance, and then became full-time. And now he's our head of operations and my right-hand man and manages the whole business, basically. So it's grown very quickly. But I think doing it in that order, editing first, followed by writing and research and idea generation. I think with those 2 hires, and it could even be the same person. You could get someone who is an editor and also an idea writer type person. That is the thing that really helps, gives you a step change in the output that you can do as a YouTuber, as a creator, because those are the most time-consuming bits that don't necessarily benefit from your personal touch necessarily. I think as long as you as the creator, as long as you're involved in the idea generation phase a little bit and in brainstorming the idea, then someone else can research the content. And this sort of varies depending on what niche you're in. If you're a tech YouTuber, you know, your value is in the personal experience you're bringing to it rather than in being able to reel off tech specs. So someone else can research the tech specs for you. If you're writing a book summary, you know, I'm about to film a video after this, doing a summary of a book called The Millionaire Fastlane. And I listened to this book on Audible. I took a few notes of like the key salient points that resonated with me. I then screenshotted those points and gave it to Gareth, one of my team members, to expand those points out, get the quotes from the book, get the examples, because I don't need to spend my own time rereading the book to get the examples, because I've read it once and I know what's in my head. And so based on his points, I can then riff, because then I can like bring my kind of secret sauce to it. So it's things like that you can find ways to separate yourself from the business, but without going so far in the opposite direction that it loses your personal touch.
That's great. Hiring is a big challenge for a lot of creators, and not even just the act of letting go, but finding good people to hire. How did you think about and work towards finding the right people to bring onto the team?
Yeah, I think I'm a really bad person to look to advice about hiring, because I was just making shit up as I went along. And so everyone I've hired basically through posting on making a page on my website saying I'm looking for a whatever to join the team. Here is what it looks like. Here's how much the salary is, et cetera, et cetera. And then just putting it out to Twitter, Instagram, newsletter, YouTube community post, and hoping for the best. It's only like, actually, 2 days ago, I was having dinner with a friend of mine who's CEO of a $70 million Series B punk company. And he recommended a book called Who? The A Method of Hiring. And another friend of mine recommended this a few months ago. And I've just started reading this book. And I was thinking, damn, if only I had read this book 2 years ago before I made my first hire, I would have not been blindly stumbling in the dark, thinking I had to invent hiring from scratch because I knew nothing about it. So I really wish I discovered this book before. So I would be a terrible person to listen to for advice about hiring, because I was just making shit up as I went along.
It's interesting, though, that you went to basically the networks of people who are already following your work, I think there's probably some benefit and wisdom in that, because they know your voice, they know what you're about. They've kind of been integrated into it just from following along.
Yeah, I think there is some benefit to that. And that's the nice thing about being a creator relative to being any other sort of type of person, whereby when you have an audience that's engaged, you could potentially find good hires from that audience. The risk is that you don't want to find someone who's too much of a fanboy / fangirl, because that's like a weird kind of relationship. When you're hiring people, you sort of want them you kind of want that relationship to feel as close to equals as possible, I think. Because what I've been realizing over time is that like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making shit up as I go along. But my words carry more weight when I say them to team members, because I'm the boss, and it's just how things work. I think that dynamic already exists. If you further add to that the dynamic of someone being so much of a fan that they already think whatever comes out of my mouth is gospel truth, that is potentially problematic. And we had like 1 or 2 instances in which that has been a problem. So I think there is that slight risk of hiring people that already know you, but I think that's a risk very much worth taking, and I want to continue to hire from my audience.
Well, to kind of wrap things up here, you are just starting a new podcast called Deep Dives, and it has a huge video component to it. You're not new to podcasting. You've done an audio podcast in the past and even had a video component to it. But as you were thinking about Deep Dives and launching this, how did you think about the video component and how important it was and the level of quality that you held that standard to?
Yeah, so we've just launched our podcast Deep Dive, which is sort of like an interview series. It's basically like a copy of Tim Ferriss' show, Lex Fridman, School of Greatness, Tom Bilyeu, Diary of a CEO, like these other sort of interview type podcasts. I knew from day one that video was going to be our strength. Like, I think video is our unfair advantage. You know, I'm a YouTuber first and everything. Well, I was a doctor first. I'm a YouTuber first and everything else secondarily. And these other podcasts, usually they start off as podcasters and then they realize, oh crap, video is cool, let's switch to video. Whereas our model is we want to go video first. Everything is all about video. Because really the way you grow a podcast isn't through the podcast apps, because it's through posting video clips on YouTube and on social. And so people realize, oh, you've got a podcast, and then they subscribe on the podcast app. Even then, like, so many people listen to podcasts by watching YouTube videos for them. So given that video was our unfair advantage, we were like, definitely video first. The other major benefit of video is that it just massively increases your ability to create offshoot content from the podcast. I think Matt D'Avella does this really well. And this is more like the early phases of his YouTube channel, because right now he doesn't do this so much. But in the early days of his YouTube channel, when he had his podcast, The Ground Up Show, those would be beautifully filmed. And even though it's like 3 or 4 years old, we still looked at that as being absolute gold standard for how I think a video podcast should be produced, because it's just so freaking beautiful. And he would take sound bites, like he interviewed James Clear, and he would take a sound bite about habit building or something, and create a YouTube video based around that soundbite, kind of like a mini documentary. And it worked for him because he's got lots of experience of being a documentary filmmaker. But there's actually there's a formula here. And I, through obsessively watching Matt D'Avella over the years and seeing other people do this, I realized what I wanted to do is, let's say I've been speaking to the founder of Gymshark for 2 hours. And so we've got the 2-hour recording. But let's say at one point he talks for 2 minutes about his philosophy on goal setting. That's quite interesting. We could take that and build a whole actual proper video on the main YouTube channel about Ben Francis's philosophy of goal setting. It wouldn't be called that. It would be called like how to set, I don't know, how to set goals to build $1 billion business, or something sufficiently clickbaity. But,
sufficiently clickbaity, yes.
And it would include the soundbite and would be a story built around that. And had we had an audio podcast, that would not have been possible. We would have been stuck using audiograms or using just load and load the B-roll, which you can kind of tell doesn't really work. And the way that what I'm hoping, so that we've only put out like 1 or 2 episodes now, but what I'm hoping is that the way this podcast will grow over time is because that offshoot content, which I'll be able to put on my main channel, will make people realize, oh my God, this guy has a podcast. This sounds cool. I want to subscribe to the podcast. It's a very, very, very long-winded way of saying video is the way that I think we're going to grow our podcast.
Ollie, this has been awesome. If people want to learn more about you, where should they go?
Oh yeah, thanks very much for having me on, Jay. If people want to learn more, they can check out my YouTube channel, just Ali Abdaal on YouTube, or the website aliabdaal.com.
Okay.
Man, I love talking to
Ollie
Ollie.
Abdaal. Jay, you and Ollie, I feel like you guys could just jam all day.
Such a smart dude. Shout out to Jill. I'll give you public credit for the tagline, ethical clickbait. You got it. It's yours. We'll credit you in all communication going forward.
And, you know, I have to say, I feel like just the topic of what is that line between something that's ethical versus, you know, being too being too kind of over the top or being too quiet and tentative. I feel like it's a tough thing to balance. But I think that like the nuance in the chat has made all the difference. I feel like we're kind of getting a really good sense of where that balance is in time.
Chat is on fire. If you guys aren't already hanging out in the chat, it's at the bottom of the page. If you're on audience-driven.co or if you're on YouTube, it's right in your face. We love hearing from you. So thanks. And thanks to our SPI Pro volunteers for moderating the chat with Jill. We appreciate you very, very much.
All right. So I've just confirmed we do have Nicole here, and I'm so glad that we have her. We very excited. And so Nicole, I'm going to bring you in. Nicole Walters, everybody's going to be our next presenter. Yay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Nicole, so great to have you. Thank you for taking the time. I know that you've got a killer presentation for us. I know you just got in the room, so if you see the little computer icon at the bottom underneath the video stream, you should be able to pull up a screen share so you can present your slides. I believe it will queue it up, and then I'll be able to bring it up on the screen, and then we will give you the controls. And what we're going to do is you're going to have your stretch of time to talk, and then after that, we're going to bring in everybody for a live interactive Q&A. And so Nicole's going to have a chance to do her talk, and then we'll queue up your questions. So, you know, we'll do our best to kind of keep track of the questions as the talk rolls. But just know that we will have those questions ready for you at the end, Nicole.
Awesome. I'm so excited to be here,
got...
you guys. This is going to be just a blast. So really, really excited to teach and to share and all that good stuff. So you should be able to see my slide deck up right now, or I don't know if you're seeing a bunch of the same.
Yep. So we got it. Nope, we got it.
Oh, okay, great. Are you already seeing my slides, or because based on what I'm seeing,
No, I'm also seeing the back end. So yeah. There you go.
Perfect. Awesome. So I think we're in good shape now. Is that what it looks like?
Take it away, Nicole.
Awesome. Thanks everyone for having me here. Thank you, SPI crew, for pulling this together. There aren't enough conversations about making sure that we're building businesses that are serving our audiences well. And so I've always been a big proponent of that. It has helped catapult my business to success. And of course, I'm a big fan of Nathan and Pat and everybody who's here today, James, because they truly are all about serving people well. So if you don't know anything about me, my name is Nicole Walters of NicoleWalters.com, and I built a multi-million-dollar business in just 18 months by utilizing live streaming. Now, this was about 7 years ago using Periscope, which is no longer in existence anymore, but man, can you talk about where live streaming has gone since then. And of course, knowing that utilizing live streaming was my ticket to, you know, engaging with an audience in order to build a business authentically. At that time, I did not have a huge social media presence. I did not have a killer email list. I didn't know a thing about Facebook ads, and I still managed to build a multi-million-dollar business. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. It's worth knowing that if I look familiar to you in any respect whatsoever, it's probably because I have a very generic face and I have trustworthy eyebrows. And so those things instantly draw you in with comfort. But it could also be because I have a show on USA Network called She's the Boss, where they follow me around on how I build my business, how I manage my family, all those things. Now, I've done keynote tours with Dave Ramsey, Chalene Johnson, Brendan Burchard, and I've shared a stage with my dear friend, Pat Flynn. And I've been featured in Forbes as one of the top 1,000 businesses in the US, Today Show, Cheddar Media, all those things. And I also have a podcast that debuted at number 9 in the world. So I'm really excited to be able to be here today to tell you the things that you need to know. But I also want you to know I'm a real person. And I think this is super important for you guys to understand, because it's so easy to see people in this summit and say, gosh, they've accomplished so much, but are they anything like me? And I want you to know that my favorite wig, her name is Rebecca. This is actually Ramona, but Rebecca is usually a show stealer. She's in this photo. I'm an adoptive mom to 3 sisters, ages 9, 18, and 21. I've been married for 11 years to my husband, who is the general counsel and lawyer at my company. And I was on Wheel of Fortune in 2005. Just if you were wondering why I just do so well at these summits, I'm a natural for the screen. I might have come in second to Wendy with an eye from Wisconsin, who won a Saturn Sky, but who cares? As you can see, I've let it go. I also want to let you know I always bring value right out of the gate. So if you're wondering, what can I really get out of this? I want pointed help. Facial exfoliation will help prevent IRS audits. If you moisturize and exfoliate your face, you will grow your email list and you'll get rid of love handles. I do things for you. I want you to know that I started from humble beginnings. So I'm a lot like you guys, where I may have a passion, a purpose. You may have been part of the wave of the Great Resignation, but I want you to know that I'm a regular person in all respects. I just come from a corporate background, and having worked in corporate for 10 years, I was able to transfer that knowledge, much like all of you are transferring whatever knowledge and expertise you have. And I was able to package that to put it online to serve an audience that needs it most. And once I found that audience, I built Inherit Learning Company, which is headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, which is my business education firm. And I just opened up my West Coast offices in Santa Monica. So it's great. We've got 20 employees. We serve people every single day with business solutions. And it's been a joy. It's been a blast. And I want you to know it's all about people. So let's get to that. Today, I want to go over 5 different things that you need to know in order to make sure that in the coming year and in perpetuity for your business, that you're serving well. And I want to make sure that you understand that unlike some of the tips, the tricks, the hacks, the solutions, the tools, I want to talk about making sure that you're serving well while remaining in alignment for you. Because there's so many people out there that will tell you this is the coolest fad, or this is a thing to do, or you might see something that goes viral and feel like that's what you have to replicate in order to be successful. And I want to let you know that I've been really grateful to not just build a financially successful and impactful business, but I'm also grateful that I've built a business that doesn't feel weird to me, where I'm able to show up every day as I am, whether that is fully dressed in hair and makeup or in a bathrobe with a hair bonnet on my head, and know that my audience is still there, that they understand who I am, that they're willing to engage and they're willing to buy because they know who I am, and they also know that they're in the right place where they're going to get solutions from somebody who cares and trusts. So that's what we're going to dive in today. Some of these things might seem a little bit obvious, but I want to let you know that you're going to hear from a lot of experts sometimes where they'll tell you to abandon what works. And I want to let you know that coming from corporate and scaling multi-billion-dollar companies from 2 to 200 million, that honestly, it's the basics that actually work. So let's dive in. The first one's get therapy. I know that absolutely sounds bananas, right? Because you're saying to yourself, how on earth is this a business strategy? Well, I want to let you know that it's very difficult to build a business around who you are effectively and to speak to an audience that is a reflection of you if you don't know who you are. So while it's so easy to leverage so many personal development tools, like, reading all the different books or joining all the different masterminds or being in every club or group or whatever, at the end of the day, everyone needs a professional to look at their brain and help guide them. And I can't emphasize enough the impact and power of getting a great therapeutic resource to help support you on your journey. Not only are you going to be dealing with things every single day from your clients, but the relationship with your audience is one that's driven of a very support-based and high expectation nature. I know that between being on TV, being in commercials, having a podcast, being in Los Angeles, doing all of these things, I'm constantly being pulled in so many directions. And whether or not it's being a great mom or being a great business owner or being great talent or being any of these things, I also want to make sure I don't lose sight of who I am for myself. Because if I do that, I can't serve well. And there is a great responsibility that is put on someone who's earned a platform and gets blessed to speak into other people's lives. It is a privilege. And too often we lose sight of that as our platforms grow, or as we get more exposure, or as we get out into the world more. And I have to let you know that finding a great therapist up front, having the time and dedicating this, as important as the masterminds, as important as the regular physical doctor's visits, as important as talking to your mentor, your coach, your consultant, your strategist. If you talk to a therapist to get honest and real about what it is that you want to do, there's no better way to stay in alignment. So get therapy so you can get clear. Next, you've got to be picky. I can't tell you how much I see this in this space where we are so quick to jump onto summits, to communities, to trips, to groups, to masterminds, based on the names that are in the room. I have to let you know that from the beginning, kind of always been a lone soldier. And it's not because I don't like people. It's not that I'm not a people person. I'm clearly an extrovert. I love people. The truth is, I'm very picky about where I put my name and who I let speak into my life. I don't need to be on every trip. I don't look at people's pictures of their masterminds and see all these big names and all that and wish that I was tagged too. I'm only interested in being in the rooms that will serve me, my people, and my purpose. And if you're able to keep that focus and recognize that what is for you will always be for you, then you're going to be able to focus on your journey and serve your people well. I have not sacrificed business growth. I have not sacrificed business revenue. And I certainly haven't sacrificed business visibility because I haven't been in rooms with certain top names. Now, sure, it's tempting when you see that, so-and-so is interested in having you be part of their summit or speak on their stage. But if you don't know their values, if you don't know their morals, if you don't know how they treat their people or how they show up for their people, you may be aligning your good name with someone who may not be here tomorrow. And I have to let you know that who speaks into you, who you lend your name to, and where you lend your gifts matters. And I want to speak into all of you today and let you know that just like me, you're destined for great things. And you need to treat your name, whether or not it has those multiple commas behind it right now, you've got to treat it like it does. So from the very beginning, I had no problem saying no to being in spaces that I didn't think served me. I'm not worried about being everyone's friend. I'm worried about being a good friend to those who deserve it most. So that way I end up being the best person that can serve the people that need me most. You don't need to be everything to everyone. Next, let's talk about those values. So obviously, when you're building out an audience, you have to understand that the people that are drawn to you because of clarity around your values. It's not just that they feel like you can help them solve their Facebook ads. It's not just that they think that you are funny or smart or interesting or you have great social media or use the right hashtag. Sure, that'll bring in people, but they'll stick around because they feel on a deeper level that they are seen and understood. And that comes from your values. So you got to know what they are, and you got to protect them and be willing not to compromise them. And that means if you're invited into certain rooms that aren't in alignment, knowing where to get out. Now, this is a great place to tell a little story. I just recently signed a over $1 million book deal with Simon & Schuster. And I tell you this to let you know that I was offered my first book deal about 5 years ago. And that book deal was for about 5 figures. And I was super excited about it because frankly, I was brand new. No one knew who I was. I was fairly starting out in the business area. I was doing well for myself. I already had $1 million business at that point, but a book would have done a lot for my platform. It would have catapulted me, given me additional visibility. It would have given me a tool I could have sold at speaking engagements, which I was booking at the wazoo. So here I am thinking a book makes a lot of sense as a next step. It feels like a little leap, but it'd be great. However, what happened was when I sat down with that publisher who was willing to formally publish my book, I also took the time to look at some of the other authors that they had published. And a lot of them politically, morally, and value-wise were not in alignment with who I am or who I want to be. And while, yes, it would have been flattering to work with, such a large publisher, and honestly, these people were very fancy folk, at the end of the day, I also knew where I was going, and I wasn't comfortable putting my name next to them. because I know my values and I wanted to be picky about where I landed my name, because someday those people will be the ones saying that they're on an imprint with Nicole Walters. And you have to think of yourself the same way. So I said no. And I said no because it wasn't in alignment with my values. The money was great money at the time, but I said no, having faith that there would be something else behind it. And there sure was. I ended up signing a deal that was 130x what I'd gotten before. So yes, I had to wait. Yes, I had to keep working, but what is for you is for you. Get clear on your values and keep them. And then I want to let you know that money matters, but it's not everything. So I know I brought it up in that last story because it clearly quantifiably illustrates the point. But I also want you to know that in this industry where we have to quantify so much of what we do based on a business is successful if it's making money, an email list is working if it's growing, an audience is interested if they're showing up, all those things are very, very true. But I also want to let you know that it isn't everything. Sometimes if you really want to grow your audience, you're going to have to make certain calls. So for me, it was in growing slow. I knew right out of the gate that I wanted to grow slow to make sure that I'd be able to stick around. I wasn't just interested in making money in this industry. I was interested in keeping it. So I'm very proud of the fact that I have a debt-free business. I'm very proud of the fact that my business has 0 investors, is wholly women and Black owned. I'm incredibly proud of the fact that my business is its own bank. We have multiple 7 figures in working capital that we utilize to make change every single day. And that is something that matters to me because it means that my money is working for me and my audience. It also gives me freedom and flexibility to do things that some of my competitors can't do. Like if someone is very difficult, or if the venue is not working out, or if I have to send a check to make it right, or if I have to help out someone who's in my community that's going through a tough time, I can cut that check. And I want to let you know that that is what you really want from the money. You want financial flexibility, not financial freedom, right? We're still going to be in the game. We're still going to be doing the work. We just want the flexibility and the breathing room to make choices. So while you get caught up in this space of people posting their Stripe shots or their income reports or their, oh my gosh, there's screenshots of all the wins and the numbers, and it gets so easy to get caught up in comparison, I want to let you know that those things aren't the sole things that are going to help you grow, build, and have a business that's audience driven. Your audience is going to know if it's real, and they're only going to know that if you don't treat them like a dollar sign. So yes, pay attention to your numbers. You better believe that I love a profit and loss statement. I am good friends with my accountant, and my bookkeeper hears from me monthly. But I know that money isn't everything. And that's what's going to keep you in the game and really growing your brand. And of course, the final thing, do what you say you will do. There is no better way to grow your business and to have an audience that is committed, that is dedicated, that not only buys and purchases and supports you because they love your product and it's impactful, but they do it because they want to see you win, is because you show up and you do what you say you will do. And that often is a hard point for people because we worry about letting people down. We worry that if we don't do what we say we will do, or if we at least say that that's who we are, it's going to put a lot of pressure on us for perfection. And I want to let you know that doing what you say you will do is not about perfection. It's also about saying what you can't do and doing that. So knowing that while it may be so tempting to say, I've got this huge 6-figure launch, listen, I tell all my clients, I do not wish you a massive launch for your first launch. Why? Because you likely don't have the infrastructure. You likely don't have the data. You likely are just getting started. So I wish you a manageable launch. I wish you a reasonable number. And I wish you an audience that is well served, because they'll keep showing up and you'll get that big launch when it matters, and you'll keep those people. And it all starts with doing what you say you will do. So if you're able to show up, show up. If you have to modify, modify. But you better believe that communication with your people around your capabilities is everything. And you cannot step away from it, because ultimately that's going to be the thing that's going to determine if your audience-driven business is a success. Know that you have to lift yourself, and you can do that by leading others. And no matter what in your business, chase joy. Thank you guys so much for having me. This is so much fun. I had to speed through it because I know that we have a timeline, but I'm hoping that I can have room now for questions if anyone has it, since we've got the general overview of the concept.
Nicole, thank you so much. It's been so amazing. I'm loving, everybody in the chat is just absolutely loving everything. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Congratulations on all that you have done.
Oh,
my
thank you
God.
so much.
What an inspiration. Absolutely mind-blowing. So going to take some responses. We're going to take some questions from the chat. And I would love to just hear what you have for Nicole. We'll be highlighting your questions, and yeah, well, and then we'll be bringing in a few other folks as well for Q&A as we go. But I guess Nicole, first off, I want to say I feel like sticking to your values is something that's very easy to lose sight of early on. You had mentioned that you had kind of turned down that original book deal at a time when you weren't as established as you are now. So maybe do you want to just give us another word or two on how to, first of all, really understand what your values are, and how to kind of stick to them? How to know when you need to stick to them, and where to draw that line.
Absolutely. So that's a great one. And this is actually one of the places where me and Pat actually really connected well. In the very beginning, I've known Pat for years now. Way back when, we were kind of the people who showed up the most for our people. Like we really didn't have an issue writing thank you notes or having conversations or interacting on that level. And I got to let you know, a lot of the experts and the coaches and the strategists always told me, hey, that's not the best move. You don't want to do that. You don't want to over-engage. You don't want to have so many conversations, because if you do, you're not going to be able to scale back and get yourself out of the business. And for me, that was a value thing. I knew what served people. I knew what felt good. I let my audience tell me what they needed. And I just had to be okay knowing that I may not have all the money, but you better believe the money that I had was good money that I deserved because I earned it. And so that was a huge shift for me. But value-wise, that's a lot of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for situations that also, and it's worth, stating so that you guys know candidly, like I'm a Christian. So like that drives a lot of my personal values. Now my audience is very diverse, but I'm very clear and upfront about that, I don't serve the dollar, I serve God. And so because of that, it also helps with my values. So if you have a family mission statement, if you have a personal faith, if you have personal values, this is something you can literally sit down and write notes about, because that is independent of money. It's independent of fame. It's independent of visibility. How do you want to show up in this world? Now lead your business that way. Say yes and no based on that.
That's Nicole, thank you so much for that. I feel like that speaks to why we're using this language of audience driven, and the way that Pat works, smart passive income. We inherently attract people that are looking to build their businesses and make money. And what we want to try to do is guide people into how to do that in the best way, in the most ethical way, in the most fulfilling way. There's lots of ways you could, try to manipulate algorithms and clickbait to, generate income, but you're not necessarily going to feel good at the end of the day if that's all that you've done.
Absolutely. And honestly, I don't own an algorithm. I don't own social media, but what I do own is my morals and my ethics and my good name, and that's something that will never waver as long as I continue to show up with that in mind. So all my conversations online, the other day I went to Whole Foods and I had this incredible orange juice and I was like, oh, I have to tell my friends about it. And my friends are my internet friends, so I went, I was like, guys, it's $12, but stick with me here. I'm telling you, it's worth it. It's a thing, and that's the energy I have, is I'm just telling my friends stuff that works for them. And that allows me to continue to build a business that always feels good and grows and shapes and is malleable to where I am.
I love it. So I think this segues into a question we got from Courtney in the chat. How do you pick niche in a crowded online space? I imagine the values give you a starting point, but any kind of more specific tips in that direction?
Sure. So everyone always says, oh my gosh, the online space is so crowded. A lot of you guys didn't even know about me until now, right? So it's not that crowded. There is always room for you, because a lot of you are in these comments, right? Friends. And you're like, I did not know about Nicole, but we are best friends now. I'm coming to your house. I'm making a sandwich. We're braiding each other's hair. And understand that I received this and you are welcome. So there's always room for you. And all that matters is that you just show up as yourself, because there's nothing harder to be than trying to fit into the other niche. So for me, it wasn't about picking a niche. It was finding my actual people. And I've got my people on this call. Like, I can tell right now, and so it's exciting because if we mesh, we mesh. And if I'm too much for some people, well, they can go find less somewhere else, so, and being really okay with that, and I think that's what's important. So it's less about niching down and it's more about leaning into your authenticity, because if you do that, it'll niche itself out, because your people will show up and they'll be the only ones who stick around.
Absolutely amazing. And I just love it. There are people in the chat who are literally saying, I have no questions. I just want you to keep talking.
Oh my God. Literally, come to my social. This is what we do there. We are certified hot messes, and all we do is talk about the things, and then we sprinkle in lots of business stuff. So that's all it is.
Certified hot messes. I love it. All right, I got my man. Oh, I'm sorry, Nicole. I got my man Pat Flynn here. I'm going to bring him in. And Pat, I'm going to keep.
Nicole, thank you so much. That was incredible. I was watching along, and just +1 for the vibe and the energy. Of course, as always, you are one of my best friends here, and I'm so grateful you're here. I do have a question for you, because one thing I've noticed that you've always done very well is you've been able to utilize social media in a way that does not at all feel like you're selling or you're pushy or anything like this. We get to see you, as we see here, all the time on places like Instagram. How do you approach social media? It is an important component, but I think it stresses out so many people when they try to consider, well, how do I do that alongside my business? What's your approach to that?
I stopped listening to everything about strategies and tricks. Ask me if I use a hashtag. I don't even know what that is. Like, the truth is, I treat social media, I'm not kidding, as a FaceTime or text message to my friends. That is absolutely how I treat it. And once I started thinking of it that way, I stopped hating it. Because what I hated was feeling obligated to follow a formula, use a certain caption pattern, hit these certain hashtags, tagged at this time or post at this time. Like, I was like, I can't do that. I'm a mom. I'm a hot mess. I'm wearing the clothes I had on yesterday. I'm stressed, okay? Like, I can barely keep my wigs in order. There's priorities. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do all the things. So knowing this, it was just so much easier for me to say, look, this is just the place where I would talk to any of my friends. And if I'm getting ready to launch my stuff, if I'm getting ready to enroll in a new program, my programs are the business. I challenge someone to tell me my programs aren't the business. My courses are phenomenal and effective. So if someone wants to come and chat with me about it, well, that's where we do it. Instagram is where I can FaceTime you. So I literally will go live saying, hey guys, I'm at whatever farmer's market. I just talked to the coolest person. You need to meet them. Girl, look at this. Or I'll say, I'm going shopping and I can't figure out what size clothes my kids need. Internet aunties, let's all collectively do this. We need help, And then if it's business stuff, it's like, guys, we need to have a talk, because I just got off with a client who didn't understand how important it is to have a separate bookkeeper from an accountant. Let's hop on here and talk about that fiscal responsibility. And I'm going to explain it in normal people speak, but take notes, because this is important. The same way I would tell any friend. So if you are making social media into something you hate, you'll stay away from it. Treat it like it's something you love, and who cares what the rules are, as long as you're there every day.
That's so beautiful. I think that provides a huge weight lifted off people's shoulders to hear that. And that's exactly the approach I do as well on social. Sometimes I forget, sometimes I don't have the time. Are you like a post once a day person, or is just kind of whenever something comes to mind that you want to share, you just go and share it?
So that's my universal rule. I only speak when I have something to say. Don't ask my mom that. My mom's like, no, you talk all the time. But I only speak when I have something to say. And I have posted on social media nonstop without break for 12 years. There has been some level of engagement on social media. So whether it's responding to a comment, answering, I still answer all my own DMs. I manage all of my own social media. Nothing is automated. Nothing is linked to any server or whatever else. You will get, if you hear a response or a like or a click or whatever, it came from me. So that's how it's been, and that's how it will be for as long as I can, because I actually like to talk to people. Do you know what I mean? So, that's how I do it, and it works. It really does.
Thank you, Nicole. That's so great. One thing I've noticed about your brand and the culture that you're creating there is you have some raving fans, like massively raving fans. They're your rich friends, as you.
I'm
as you
obsessed
call
with them. We're obsessed with each other. We don't need anyone else. Like, that's the other part that people don't realize. Like, the people on my social media, we're a party by ourselves. We're literally like, come on if you want to, but it's okay because we have a good time. We have inside jokes. It's a thing.
I mean, you have your own language with them. You have this amazing bond. How can a person who has yet to achieve raving fans and super fans, what are one or two things they might be able to do to help people feel like they belong and that they feel heard?
Sure. I think that one of the things is creating safe spaces where we're able to talk and have that relationship. So for me, going live, but also having private webinars where we just hang out. Like, I remember in the beginning, I would do like co-working webinars where I'd be like, can we just hop on here and just hang out together? Or during the pandemic, we did these things that I called fireside chats where we all got together. We just talked about stuff we were scared about, and I think that so often we feel like every time we do something for our community, it has to be fiercely connected to business. So one person in the comments said, oh my gosh, well, it's kind of hard to find Nicole's offer. It's because I'm not pressed for people to find my offer. I want us to be good friends. And when it's time, I will absolutely make sure my offer can be found. And frankly, if we are close enough friends and it's time, you will make it your business to find the offer. And that is typically the case, so it's being able to talk to people about things that aren't just business all the time. And before you know it, and caring about listening to them too. So like I, in the DMs will often celebrate, like I've got Dr. Yolanda, she actually just became a doctor. She was getting ready to do her dissertation. So she sent me a DM and she was like, do you just have any advice? Because I'm nervous. And I was like, girl, you're going to crush this. I was like, you better tell me exactly how it goes and all that. And so then she checks back in, she's like, I did it. And I'm like having a party for her, like sending her, and this is all in the DMs, and I think that that's a huge part of it, right? Is just seeing people as people. Don't we all just want to be seen? And then encouraging them to see each other, to say like, that's what it looks like to support your friend. Don't buy into the fallacy that the internet's a mean place. It is everywhere else, but not here, and that's what we do. We lean in. Yeah, I love it. Everyone's like, Nicole in the DMs is fire. Because I talk to everybody. These are my friends. Hi, Myra.
This is a perfect message because we are talking about monetization today. And like you said, money is important, but it's not everything. And I think that's such an important message to hear. And the idea of not doing things that are always scalable. You're talking about being in the DMs. I know a lot of people, Nicole, I'll tell you, I met a person the other day who wanted to create a video message for all the Johns, a video message for all the Janices in their audience. Like they wanted to create 400 videos of the most popular names so that they could automate the personalization of it.
Sure.
I'm just like, just DM somebody directly and have
a
real conversation.
Do what you can, and then know that people will hopefully grant you grace where you can't. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do all the things,
Can you speak to, you've obviously had a lot of success with online courses. I'll be covering online courses at the tail end of today. A lot of people are going to be selling their first online course for the first time. Can you speak to and almost coach us who are maybe a little bit afraid to sell? This is a huge problem. I know a lot of your rich friends go through this sort of battle with themselves too. They don't want to sell out. They don't want to betray anybody. How do you sell and make it okay?
First of all, I'm the business. I'm the best thing you've never heard of, right? So that is like my belief system because I know that I know my stuff. I think so many people will say, oh my gosh, well, I just feel weird selling because it's about the monetary exchange. That's what feels uncomfortable. But I want to be very clear. Nobody wants your bad work for free. So if you're going to do it at all, you better put a price tag on it. Also, I am personally allergic to free. When I tell you free gives me hives, it makes me break out into sweats. Like I get itchy. Like I don't even like talking about it. It's like my throat's closing up. And it's like, I'll do free for like churches, charity, and children, that's about the extent of it, but outside of that, no, even the church pays the plumber, you know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's like, as much as people struggle with selling as a concept, I need that money. And I've mentioned before, like I need that money. I mentioned before as a Christian to do like, it's an earthly tool to do heavenly good. I can't get to the places I'm supposed to go to make an impact if I can't fund the way to do it. And I'm not all caught up in money. Doesn't literally, it comes and it goes, it ebbs and it flows. There are people out there who have tons of money that are terrible people. Terrible people. Money is very good with me because I will do my eyebrows. I will make sure my wigs are on point. I will bless these people visually, and then I will bless them with content, So it's like money is good with me. It belongs here so I can do good things with it. So I encourage people to sell in a very tactical way and recognizing that it's your obligation. It is selfish to get up on stage and get people hyped up, hold them captive for 45 minutes and not provide them solutions to continue the journey. That's just wrong. That's not about impact. So I sell and I tell people where they can find me and where they can commit to their own journey, because it's a commitment fee, right? It's not really a paycheck. People have received information for free and not done the work. So it's a commitment fee. So please commit to this process, because I know I will show up, and let's get this work done because I know you want it and I don't want to get you all hyped up and leave you hanging. So come on board, money's good with me.
So great. Nicole, thank you. Tony, I think there's a couple questions you want to address from the chat. Is there?
There was one from earlier. He was asking about scaling up. I'm sure, have had just a lot that you've had to do to change up how you manage your business as you've scaled up. So I'm just curious, got a quick comment on how you've handled that.
Yeah, so I've got 20 employees, and I can honestly tell you the hardest part of all of business is the people. It's the people management. It's finding the right team. It's having the right people in the right places, doing the right work. And I would put my team up against anyone. They are phenomenal. I run the Chick-fil-A of customer service. Okay, they are yes, please, and thank you, my pleasure, right? Because my team is phenomenal. But that was the hardest part for me as a business owner. As someone who is so hands-on, I had to know where to give up the reins so that I could be where I really wanted to be. So it's kind of a joke in the company that if I still want to hold social media, I'm going to have to give something else up, so I can't be the person who's packaging all the gifts, and I can't be the person who is responding to every customer service email, and I can't be the person who's fixing the login for the person, no matter how much I care, right? I have to, if I want to be able to be in the DMs and interact with people, which ultimately is where I want to be most, is being, face to face with the people I love, well, then I got to let go of other things. And so when it comes to scaling, it's important to make those hires. And your first important hire, your first hire should be the skills that you can't do well, which is legal and accounting. You need to give off your legal, you need to give away your financial. You are not qualified to do it unless that is your trained craft. And you can vendor or outsource or 1099 that. But then your next important hire is an admin, because you need to hand off your $10 tasks so that you can be focused on $10,000 ones. So even if my first admin, the only task they had was sorting my inbox for money, which is what I called it. I had a money folder, and they just went through it, and anything that was an offer or an opportunity went into that folder, because I didn't want to miss things. And that way I knew what to focus on first. And then everything else after that was able to be handled. So on just a simple scale, you can scale, and that's what that looks like.
Love it. Jillian's adding a lot of links into your Twitter and other spaces where we can find you. Tony, I think we have another guest with us really quick to finish off our Q&A here, somebody who's very special to us because he's the whole reason why this platform exists right now. We got Rob from Hey Summit here.
Hey, Rob!
Hey, Pat. Hi,
this
Nicole.
is incredible. Like, look at this. Do you see this lighting? Like, this is amazing. Everything coming together beautifully.
Yeah,
So Rob,
I'm so glad you got our lighting all set up.
I'm telling you, we look good here as a 4-quad, right? With this running, you guys may not know, but this tech has been phenomenal. This summit has been phenomenal. Like, I am beyond floored at how well you guys are doing here. This has been great.
That's awesome.
Thank
you.
Yes.
Well, I'm happy to take credit for your the way that you look right now. So
we're a mess.
Rob, thank you again.
Nicole,
this has been really cool to be able to create a space for even the speakers to connect, just like we are right now. The Q&A and the mix of live stuff like what Nicole just did, to pre-recorded stuff, to even a little inserts in between. It's just been really neat, and we wanted to give you a shout out and a thank you for having us here. We're not quite done yet. We have a whole afternoon of stuff. I'll be closing and talking about online courses. But Tony, where do you want to go from here? Because we could go anywhere. This point.
Yeah, it's true. Well, we've got Rob in here, so I do want to try to create some space for Rob to take some questions, and we've got Nicole here for a few more minutes, so we can just take it maybe 3 or 4 more minutes, and while we're waiting for any questions to roll in, Rob, I just want to thank you and your team for putting together this Hey Summit platform. It's so incredible to think that there's so many pieces to running an in-person conference that you can now just do with software if you've right tools and if you've got the right kind of business logic and planning behind it, and being able to create and maintain all of that, have it be just such an interactive thing is so useful. Each one of these talks, it's going to have its own evergreen landing page on your site, which I'm psyched for. Tell me maybe just a little bit about how things are going for you and what your impressions are being in this environment now. Being part of the summit.
Flood of positivity. It's been, it's been really awesome just to see the sessions that have happened so far. Obviously, this afternoon, really excited. We're also interested in looking at online courses. So obviously that information is going to be super valuable. And just the chat through here, it just sounds like people are having a great time. And I think just as a reflection in terms of the SPI team and the wider team, the way that you guys have used platforms like ours, like Restream, like all of these other ones, it's in both in the way that it was intended, but also using them in unique ways. And I think that's what we love to see. We love to see ways of being very efficient in terms of content delivery to make sure that your attendees are having great experiences, but also being engaging and making sure that there's that engagement there as well, and opportunities for like live interactions. So that kind of combination of convenience, but also really driving home the value is exactly why we wanted to build the platform. So it's super awesome to see. I'd certainly be very curious to see how much fun you all have been having from the kind of backside of it. I know our team has been in touch a little bit. It seems like it's going great. So really great to see.
Yeah, we'll definitely give you a report back and all the good and things that we think could maybe be used to improve the platform.
Absolutely.
Things can always be improved. What I think this speaks to is the fact that, it's like for anybody watching this right now, whether you want to create a summit or a podcast or start a business or any of this stuff, the tools are readily available for us to do this now. That used to be the excuse, right? Oh, well, that's hard to do, or I don't have the right microphone, or it's too expensive. Everything is now within our reach. So now it's up to you in getting the motivation. I think we just got super motivated by Nicole. And then, of course, if you have questions with any of these platforms, you can go to the creators like Rob at Hayes Summit, or, any of these things are available to us now. ConvertKit, Nicole and I are huge fans of ConvertKit as well. Nicole, can you, really quick, for anybody who's just like, I don't know, I'm scared, I'm not sure if I should put myself out there, what's one sentence you could offer that would allow them to go, you know what, you're right, I think I can do this?
It's better to find out than to live with the question. So for me, it was, I'd been in corporate for so long, and I was like, let me give myself 1 year. And if I fail, at least I'll commit to corporate again. And I haven't failed yet.
So good. I would much rather live a life full of oh wells than a life full of what ifs.
That's
what
right.
Ifs, you know what I mean? Those what ifs are going to be crazy. There's a question in the chat for you, Rob, with relation to summits and how long they might be. What would be your answer for how long should a summit be? 1 day, 2 day? What works well?
It's always great to start if you haven't done it before. It's always great to start out with maybe like a 1 day event. But remember, when you're thinking of online summits, especially, you're not limited by some factors that you might be if you're doing like an in-person event. You don't have the venue just for the day, so you have to kind of cram everything in there. You can spread things out. Like we see a lot of people who do, lunchtime summits. So it's lunchtime every day for 4 days. And so it's only taking a little bit of time out of your customers or your attendees' day. We also see like sort of micro summits, or we call them lightning summits, where it actually takes place, a whole summit takes place over about 90 minutes. And you have 10-minute talks, 15-minute networking session, 10-minute talks, etc. That's a really great way to start it out. It doesn't take a huge amount of organization and planning, and it's quite fun, and the energy is quite funny, and people seem to enjoy constantly running around trying to make sure they catch that talk. So yeah, I would encourage people to try it out by maybe sticking to a day to start with. But yeah, you shouldn't be limited by anything that you think is like the done way. It really depends on what your audience wants and what you're kind of wanting to get across.
And last follow-up question from Sandy here says, do you think you need to have a lot of speakers for a 1 day summit? How do you gauge who shows up and the sort of sequencing and the run of show, as they call it?
No, you don't have to cram 30 speakers into a day. You don't have to worry about that too much. Our what we see in terms of a a normal starting summit, like the first summit that someone puts on, it's usually between 5 and 10 speakers. And so, and again, that could be anywhere from a 1-day summit to a 3-day summit usually. So, we're not talking about huge numbers. You also don't need to be cramming full all the hours of the day. You don't need to be going live from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. if you don't want to. You can just take a 3-hour chunk, during the day, or 3-hour chunk over 2 days. The other thing that maybe you remember is, just because you have a speaker doesn't mean that it's just one session. You might have a speaker. You might be able to give maybe office hours to have that speaker available for people to kind of come in and ask questions. Maybe you'll have a networking session where that speaker will be around to engage as well, or without any speakers, you just kind of have general networking. So there are a lot of different ways that you can add more sessions if you're feeling like the audience wants it, without necessarily worrying about like having 30 speakers at the ready.
Beautiful. Well,
So good.
what an amazing start to the day, Nicole. You just wow every single stage you're on, and you
Thank
did
you.
not disappoint at all. Thank you. Whether it's virtual, in person, we're always there, and we're always enthralled by you. Rob, thank you so much for allowing for this platform to exist and to have us be here all together. And we still got more to go. So Tony, why don't you come back in and we'll talk a little bit about what's coming next.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicole, thank you. Rob, thank you. Let's make some digital noise for Nicole and Rob.
Woo, let's go.
Thanks.
Y'all have brought the house down. But you know what? So we've got a couple more hours of summit for here. So y'all just going to have to stick around. And we've got coming up next a conversation that actually Pat has done with the folks from the Hey Summit team. And I'm very ready to get that going. I'm just going to be pulling it up now. But we're going to be, let's see, we've got Derek Hicks from ConvertKit, interview with Pat coming up next. And then Andrew from Circle, On Lore from Nest Labs, Wes Cal from Maven, and then Pat's going to close us out with his own talk at the very end. So let's get into the next talk with Derek Hicks from ConvertKit, chatting with Pat. Mindy, fire away.
Derek, good to see you. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. How are you, Pat?
Doing well. And here we are in the middle of the event. Things are going well. For people who don't know who you are, why don't you introduce yourself real quick?
My name's Derek. I'm the director of marketing at ConvertKit.
Awesome. Derek and I have worked a lot together over the last number of years to help ConvertKit get to where it's at today. And it's really awesome. And what's really awesome about ConvertKit also is that you guys are always innovating, right? And so one thing that has sort of come into the email marketing scene fairly recently is this idea of commerce in email, right? A lot of us think of email as just like a mechanism to start potentially selling things. And obviously it's a way to connect with people too. But now ConvertKit has built in sort of its own e-commerce platform within it. Can you describe what that actually means? And we can get into some use cases as well, because I think once people realize how not just neat this is, but how convenient it is, I think people are going to be pretty impressed by it.
Yeah, so traditionally, ConvertKit was just an email marketing tool, but we started to hear from creators that they had growing needs, and obviously commerce is a big part of that, being able to sell digital products. And so we launched ConvertKit Commerce just over a year ago. And it's a fantastic way to very, very quickly stand up a digital product. That could be an ebook, a course, a workshop, even a paid newsletter, access to a paid newsletter. And ConvertKit Commerce is a great way to really quickly stand up a digital product like that and get it in front of your subscribers.
Okay, so you have email subscribers. What would be the easiest way to send something and generate an income using this particular mechanism? Like, is it literally just a button inside the email that a person can click on to purchase, and all that's handled through ConvertKit?
Yep, it's all handled. We handled the transactions. Really, all you have to do is upload the digital file that you're selling, or link to a course, like a workshop or a course. And it's very simple. It could not be simpler. And we handle all the payment processing and transactions for you. It's great. It's a very powerful product.
One of the reasons why I loved ConvertKit in the first place, back when it was just email, is it made email just itself a lot easier and more graspable. And now that you're adding commerce, I know a lot of people were like a little bit confused when commerce came out on ConvertKit, because it's like traditionally we have commerce separate than that. We have a different platform to collect payments on and such, or even PayPal or Stripe or something like that. What is it? How does this help a creator ultimately? Like, what does this really do for people having this all integrated all into one?
It really simplifies things. Having everything all in one place makes it a lot simpler. And when we created ConvertKit Commerce, we geared the product experience for emerging and professional creators. So on the emerging creator side, that's a creator that might have an audience and they're just starting to experiment with ways to monetize that audience. Mm-hmm. And so we created ConvertKit Commerce in a way that makes it really easy to test different ideas. You're not sinking a whole bunch of time and energy into some other platform that you have to figure out and learn. It just all kind of works together. And because it's fully integrated, it saves the creator a ton of time, so they can get out of the tool, out of ConvertKit, and get back to doing what they do best, and that's creating. And that's really what matters, is we want to help creators create and ultimately earn a living online. That's our mission. And so now we kind of see it as we're finally fulfilling our real mission of helping creators earn a living. Yeah.
That's great. Help the creator who's watching this right now, who has an email list, who wants to sell something, but they've really never sold anything before. And it almost seems, I'm sure for some people, it's a big ask to ask them to pitch something in an email to then sell, right? It almost can feel sometimes like if we do that, our audience is going to turn against us, right? How do creators ensure that when promotion happens, it's done with grace, it's done in a way that's not going to upset an audience, it's going to be something that actually works and everybody's happy in the end?
Yeah, so one thing that that's really different about email marketing is it's one of the best channels to build a relationship with your audience, and that takes time. And you can create a very scalable, personalized experience for your subscribers. And I think that is the foundation. The first step is being able to build that deep relationship with your subscribers before you offer a product. And so it's all in one place, and you can do that right in the ConvertKit tool. And you can test out different products really quickly and easily to see what resonates and what doesn't, and go through that iterative process of learning and getting feedback from your subscribers about what's resonating and what isn't.
Mm-hmm. One of the coolest things that I think people can do is go into a record, a particular person's email address within ConvertKit to see like all the different kinds of products they've already purchased. We used to just see just the emails that they opened, the emails that they opened and clicked on, the emails that they didn't open, and that gives us some good understanding. But now to combine products with that and things like that, that just gives us a lot more information. Again, you had mentioned, and I'm asking for the beginners especially, building a relationship with your audience via email. How do you do that? What does that look like exactly?
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways to do it. It's different for every creator, and you kind of have to find your own path. But we do have a ton of educational material and courses on ConvertKit to help you learn how to do that. We also run these challenges where we run like a monthly Grow Your Audience challenge, for example, to help you learn how to start building that relationship. And we provide you everything you need to get going in that journey.
ConvertKit obviously is there to support its creators. So definitely check out the knowledge base and things like that. But in your eyes, Derek, if you were to pick one way that a person who's just signed up for ConvertKit or has an email list and hasn't really done anything with it yet, what's one thing that they can do so that when it comes time to sell something, it's going to be just a natural conclusion to that conversation, right? Like what specifically via email can they do to do that?
it sounds simple, but just asking what your subscribers' pain points are. It's a conversational medium, and that's one of the best ways. It's just asking what are the problems that your subscribers are trying to solve, and from there, that becomes a launching point to help you figure out a product that you can create to meet that need for your subscribers.
That's really cool. I want to ask you about the paid to subscription newsletter. That's sort of a new thing that's sort of come about over the last few years. A lot of people are, in fact, paying to get access to newsletters. I want to ask you this question because that was very new to me when I heard that this was happening. Why would a person pay to get access to more emails? We don't want more emails when we wake up in the morning, but people are making a living by putting a paywall between them and a newsletter or an email. How does it, like, why does that even work?
Well, the way that I think about this is the age of the creator. And there's never been a time when people were more willing and people have never been more willing to help support independent creators than they are today. And so that's one aspect, is that people, your subscribers, they want to support you. They want to see you succeed as a creator. And that's a huge difference from the way things have been in the past. And now with tools like ConvertKit Commerce, it's never been easier to make that happen.
You know, the way I think about it is it's not like a tip jar also. Like you can actually include some amazing value inside a newsletter. And this is why people are subscribing to them, right? Like, yes, a newsletter could be free. It could be just exclusive tips and other things like that. But when you consider that your newsletter may contain life-changing information or information that provides an ROI on something, then the value of signing up for and transactions that lead into the newsletter become much more clear. For example, you know, I know there's not a lot of newsletters in the finance space to get access to information that might help one with certain decisions that they might make with some of their finances and such. There's even people who just happen to be at the top of the expert chain in terms of a particular subject matter, and they are able to support themselves through having people pay to get access to this. So it's not like people are just paying to pay you. They're actually getting something as a result of this, right? Like they're paying and getting something in return. If a person were to consider that, how do we position our newsletter in a way that it makes sense to sell? What do you write on the, what do you write on a sales page for a paid newsletter? Like that's probably the hardest part that I think a lot of people are going to have when they do that. So what would be your marketing recommendations for helping people understand that? Well, yeah, you should totally pay for this newsletter because it's still kind of new and different today.
Yeah, that's where the rubber meets the road, really. And I think starting with asking your subscribers what their pain points are and building a product that's geared towards that will take you a long way. But this is where experimentation really is important. And having a tool like ConvertKit Commerce, where it's very easy to spin up a different landing page, sales page, to test out different offers, is really going to be the key. And I don't have all the answers. You know, this is where the genius of creators all over the world comes into play. They're coming up with a creative pitch or angle. You know, I've seen creators running paid newsletters that are advanced content. I've also seen an approach where it's just behind the scenes, right? So they have their normal newsletter, and they have this behind the scenes newsletter that's more about just their life and what they're doing and what they're up to, how they're creating. And so it doesn't even necessarily need to be some big advanced course or something like that. It could even be something as simple as just a way for your subscribers to get to know you better. And that has worked. I've seen it work. And so again, testing, building that relationship with your audience, and trying things, thinking outside the box.
What's the usual price point for like a newsletter subscription? Just to, you know, give us a little gauge there.
Yeah, I've seen like $5 a month. I've seen 15, 20. Some have even been much higher than that if they're really advanced newsletters. They can be quarterly, annual, monthly, whatever it is, whatever way you want to structure that. But typically it's, I'd say $5 to $15 a month.
Okay, and then how often are people expecting to receive emails after they subscribe?
Yeah, that varies a lot too. Typically, I think the average is going to be weekly, like a weekly newsletter. I've seen monthly. That works fine too. It really depends on what commitment you're ready to make as a creator. The other approach we've actually seen work well is paid evergreen newsletters, right? So one of the concerns that creators have if they're going to create a paid newsletter is they're going to be stuck on this this hamster wheel of sorts.
Right.
You can build it in a way that you're continuing to create new content every week, but it's set up in a course, right? That it's going to trickle in over time. And so anybody that purchases access to your newsletter, they're just signing up for an evergreen series of emails that they're going to get. That can work really well too.
That's really cool. And the possibilities are endless. And I think that as long as you're providing value to your consumer, your reader on the other end, then great things can happen. And that's really what it comes down to. So some of those things that you want to provide, maybe you provide for free because you want to become known for something, you want to build that authority and build that trust. But then eventually, I think it's important to realize that you should also absolutely be getting paid for what you do. Because the more that you are able to get paid for what you do as a creator, the more you are able to create, the more you're able to help others and serve others too. And I think that's a thing that I know you guys have noticed from some people who have signed up for ConvertKit is like, they're a true artiste, right? Where it's like, oh, I don't want to make money from my art. How might you speak to somebody who potentially feels that way?
Yeah, we hear that a lot, and that's a tough thing to overcome. It really is. And I think that bottom line is, as a creator, you deserve to be paid for the work that you're doing. And there's never been a better time to be a creator than now. People have never been more willing to support creators, and they want to do that. I imagine a lot of those creative types, they would probably be surprised how many of their subscribers would love to pay them and support them in a monetary way if they just made it easy for their subscribers to do that.
Yeah, so true. Well, that's a great message to end on, Derek. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you to you and the entire ConvertKit team, and for making it easier for us to have the mechanisms to generate an income with our brands. We appreciate it.
It's great. Thanks, Pat.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I hope you all enjoyed that conversation. Man, we're just keeping it rolling, and we have so much to look forward to. Right now, we're going to get into just a little message from Descript, another partner of ours. And if you've used Descript, you know what a great tool it is. If you haven't, check it out. Video will give you a little bit of a taste of it. Mindy, fire it up.
Derek, good to see you. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. How are you, Pat?
Doing well.
Wrong video. Sorry about that, Mindy. Oh, can't hear you.
Sorry about that, folks. Whoops. Here we go. Oh, we're doing all right.
Gotta say, we had a good groove going there for a little bit.
We sure did. Well, we can't, perfection is no fun. All right, here we go.
Like it or not, there's going to come a day when you think,
I should record this presentation.
We should do a podcast.
A pod what?
I should start a YouTube channel.
I should record my screen.
Hey guys.
Hey everyone.
And
we're pushing
I've never actually. Oh my God.
We record a lot of stuff.
Yep, you do. But before you share it,
sent.
I don't like this.
You're going to want to edit it first.
Uh-oh.
But editing is
Hard, I know. Where do you even start, right? Well, I'll show you where to start. Meet Descript. It's a powerful new tool that makes editing easy. So easy that you'll want to edit videos.
nice. How does it
Work? Well, first you need some video or audio. If you've already got some, just drag it right into Descript. Wait for it.
Hey guys, welcome to my first YouTube video. Hopefully my little guys don't fall.
Whoa. What?
Nah.
Yeah, it takes your audio and turns it into text. So when this happens,
All right guys, I'm going in. Sweetie. What? Dinner. I'm doing a thing, Mom!
you can cut it out like this.
Okay.
How about that?
But get this, Descript can turn your text back into audio.
I'm pretty sure this is a first edition super rare creature kawaii. I was wrong. It's a 7th edition, more common than water creature kawaii.
It's called Overdub. Just type what you meant to say right into Descript.
I'm pretty sure this is a 7th edition creature kawaii.
And for those who need it, Descript has a screen recorder built right in.
Hey everyone, we're pushing a big update today to our content management system.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop you right there. This is so boring.
I know.
Check it out.
Hey everyone, we're pushing
With a click, you can remove every kind of, like, and whatever the hell that is.
Hey everyone, we're pushing a big update today to our CMS.
Woo!
That's so cool.
Hey.
And with a few clicks, you can publish your project right to the web and easily share with anyone.
Damn, Jenny. Underestimated you.
And Descript is no slouch either, with support for things like non-destructive multi-track precision editing,
No.
titles, transitions, and keyframe animation,
No.
audio mixing and mastering tools, even exporting your project to other pro apps.
Woo!
And get this, you and your collaborators can work in the app at the same time.
No.
So when you capture media,
Pickle, you mean green?
No, Mom!
make sure you edit it in Descript.
I think it's Descript.
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 Oh my goodness. We have to get whoever produced that video onto the next Audience Driven Summit. I feel like we could learn so much video production just from watching that. That was great. Descript is such an amazing product. So getting into the next, it's funny. Now I say and I'm like, Descript will delete this from the recording later. That's great. So we're going to be getting more into the community side of things, leading off from here. And we're going to first go to Anne-Laure Lecomte from Nest Labs, who is going to talk about sustainable community. And this is something that we've talked about a little bit earlier, something Jillian and I talk about a lot in the Community Experience podcast. There is just so much that is going to be important to be able to build something sustainable. You know, you can build a community, be overwhelmed by it, burn out, and leave. And it just doesn't necessarily do any good. So figuring out how to do it sustainably is super important. And then also having a good platform. And so Andrew Guttormson from Circle is going to be our next video. And then we're going to have Anne-Laure. And Circle, you know, I've been trying community video platforms for years and years and years. And, you know, some of them are great. A lot of them are kind of a pain. And there's just been always something missing. And I think now we're entering into an era where some of those platforms are really, really starting to take hold. And I've seen a few platforms that have just started to work really well, but none more than Circle. Circle is the platform we use for our SPI Academy. So anybody who takes a course through Smart Passive Income gets access to our online community where folks are supporting each other every single day. And then SPI Pro, which is our monthly membership program, also uses Circle. And we as a team have just been using it, and we've just been loving it. So very excited to introduce you to the Circle platform if you haven't had a chance to get to know it already. And then we'll get into more sustainable community building, cohort-based courses, so much more. So let's get into the chat with Andrew from Circle. Mindy, take it away.
Andy, welcome to Audience Driven. Thanks for being here and having a chat with me today.
Pat, thanks for having me. Pumped to be here.
Now, today, it's actually raining, the day that I'm recording this. A lot of you who are watching this know that we record these things sort of previous to the conference, and then we bring them in. It's raining right now in San Diego, and everybody's freaking out. We don't know what to do, and it just hardly ever happens. And I see it's nice outside. You can go on a walk, so I'm glad somebody's outside today.
Yeah, it's sunny here when we're freaking out because it's never sunny here. I'm in Pennsylvania, first day at a new place.
I'm also freaking out because community has become the center of like everything right now. I'm really excited because of SPI Pro and working with you guys over at Circle. It's just been an absolute pleasure to advise your company and to use Circle and just be in there every day. Just thank you before we even get started here, just for everything you and Sid and the entire team are doing over there.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you for leading the way. I mean, you guys really led the way in terms of, you know, one of our best communities we have.
Well, we're trying, and we're always learning, and we want to learn from you today. In fact, I want to ask you a very common question we get, which is, how do you know when it's the right time to transition from a free community to a paid community? A lot of people have free communities already, small ones, big ones on Facebook, LinkedIn, even communities that could hypothetically be pulled out on Instagram and other places. But how do you know it's time to create a paid community?
Well, I think there's a couple of kind of hints you may start to get, right? So, you know, one of them could be that people start to ask you for more, right? You're in there, you're kind of, you know, business as usual, and people are saying, hey, can you do this? Or can you connect me with so-and-so? Or have you thought about X, Y, or Z? And, you know, maybe you want to start to create more value and you want to be a little more hands-on or whatever it is. You have to also be able to sustain that. So that's a really nice kind of hint, is if, you know, you want to deliver more value, people are asking for more value, and then you're getting to the point where maybe one of the only ways you can do it and sustain it is if it becomes, you know, a paid part of your model.
So it's not just the, hey guys, I'm just going to charge now for everything that I've been giving away for free. We have to find something new or something additional to put in there. Can you give us some thoughts more specifically on what additional value could be included to justify having a payment come through?
Yeah, so first of all, there's probably like 40, 50 different things, right, that we might see on any given week, kind of ways you might give value in the community. And you probably only need a couple, right? You could just have one, you could have 2 or 3. But I mean, this is everything under the sun, from, you know, maybe you have small coaching groups or member deals and discounts or mastermind groups, or maybe you have a book club, or maybe you have some way where people can kind of offer themselves up for work, different services or things they do, and get connected with clients. Or maybe you can help your folks connect with people that can offer them services. Maybe you can give people access to you. Maybe there's like this kind of knowledge that you have and you want to scale it up. Maybe you can have an area in your community where people can come and ask you questions, you answer in front of everybody. Maybe you bring in an expert from your community to teach something. Maybe that happens once a week or once every few weeks. Maybe you have one of your own members come in. Instead of going outside of your community and finding an expert from outside, maybe you bring in one of your community members to teach or share something. So there's all these different kind of options, and you'll start to bring in the folks who are in your community and ask them, like, which of these are most appealing to you? What's going to scratch the itch? And you don't have to make all the decisions yourself. You can let your members help you make the decision for how you narrow down the value props.
And that's a great callback to audience driven. I mean, just the fact that you don't have to guess sometimes, you can kind of let your audience that you're building help determine your next steps and what you're building. So I love that approach in terms of how you might be able to, number one, know when it's time to potentially start doing a paid thing. And maybe it's a small micro experiment, right? You have a free community and you might want to pull, you know, a few of those people into one of those kinds of moments or opportunities, like you said. And then if that works out, like, hey, maybe let's do this every couple of weeks. Wow, okay, now we're going to do this for real now, but now I'm going to start charging for it. And it's already been tested and approved, if you will. So I love that approach. Thank you for that. Now, you've obviously been researching and doing a lot in community for a long time. You know, Circle, yes, just kind of officially opened last year, which is crazy because a part of me is like, wow, that was like yesterday. But then I'm like, No, that actually feels like a long time ago too. So time is weird right now.
Yeah.
But I know that you've been focused on community for a long time. How has, in your eyes, community changed over time? Like, what was it before, and like the bare minimum of things to do, and kind of what is it now?
So one of the trends we've seen, I think, over the last, let's call it year and 9 months or so, is that, call it maybe a year and a half, right? When the pandemic started, at least when Circle started, people were just sitting in front of their computers all day. Like, they were there. When we were talking about community, people thought of forums, they thought of you being in front of a computer, maybe spending a lot of time there. And that was a really big ask. People did it. But I think what we're starting to see now is we're starting to see people think, time is a really valuable resource. What can I do to deliver a lot of value to people, give them a big transformation, or help connect them with the right people, whatever it is, but with less time commitment? So how can I reduce the scope almost of my community? Not to deliver less value, but so that I can deliver more value. And that's a trend we've seen where people go back out into the real world now. They're busy. They might go to an actual office, but maybe there's a way where now I can kind of just like choose, like, what's the most impactful thing I can do, and just do that one thing or those 2 or 3 things in a concise amount of time. And I think that's a big trend we're seeing. Circle didn't start out that way. At least the communities on Circle weren't that way.
Yeah. No, that's really interesting. That reminds me of like a computer chip, right? Powerful computer chips back in the day were just bigger, right? And now they're getting actually smaller and smaller, but more and more powerful. Things are able to move faster inside of that smaller space, and things are more efficient that way. And I think you're right. I think that we've all realized it's similar to like even online courses, right? And you, having come from Teachable, probably knows this as well, where online courses back in the day were about just let's put as many hours of video in there as possible. And that's what was valuable. And now it's actually quite the opposite. The sooner I, as a course student, can get a result, the more valuable this thing is, because now I get some time back and I can implement and do these things. And I definitely love that analogy with communities and courses. So what would be a way for, you'd mentioned some of these things already when we answered the last question, but maybe what are 1 or 2 of the best ways to do that, to make a community more efficient, or just that much stronger, especially for those who potentially have communities already and they're trying to make them better and more valuable without putting more content into it, for example?
Yeah. Well, there can certainly be communities where you're, as the person leading it, creating a lot of that content. But the best communities, you ask a question, like, let's say for me, I'm in a community and I'm trying to learn how to become an amazing gardener. And I joined this community because the leader of the community, maybe I followed them somewhere else, or I built a relationship, whatever it was, right? But when I come in, I kind of just want to know, like, if I want to know how to lay an amazing flower bed, like, I just kind of want to know the answer. And as long as I trust the answer, that's good enough for me. So as an example, if we want to reduce the time, rather than me waiting for a creator or somebody to share something with me, like, what if I just ask a question and I can get answers from other people in the community within minutes or within the hour? That, I think, is a more sustainable approach. Your members might get help quicker, right? But kind of more like bottoms up community building versus it being like just one leader that everybody follows at the top. That's not really what most of the successful communities that we see are. Did that answer your question, Pat?
Yeah, no, it did. That brought a secondary question, which is value comes from the utility of the community, right? And Circle provides the skeleton and the ability for amazing utility to happen, but you still have to, in some ways, train or teach a person and get them comfortable to interact. If a person comes into a community and they're just kind of watching from the sidelines, it's obvious that it's not going to, likely be something they're going to be in there consuming and participating, and they're not going to, stick around for a while. So how, in your mind, would be the best way to get a person to just really start getting comfortable using it and asking questions, because it's when that happens, like you said, that value comes in much sooner.
Nobody does this better than the SPI Pro community, but when people first come into these communities, they're kind of wondering, like, what should I do? Do I like post somewhere? What's kind of the etiquette here? How do I get value? Where is the value? Do I know anybody? And so what we suggest is kind of have a tight onboarding process where when folks come in, you take all of the ambiguity out for them. You just tell them, here's exactly what I want you to do. I want you to do these like 5 or 6 things. And those things can be things that get them familiar with the tool, get them familiar with the people that are there, get them introduced, get them to get some type of like positive reinforcement and some initial value, so that when they come in, instead of just like judging you and trying to figure out like, hey, is this community going to be worth my time? You just prove it to them in the first 20 minutes that they're on the platform. And by the way, like incentivize them at the end. And even you do this in the SPI Pro community, fill out this form and we'll give you a cool gift, or we'll add this badge to your profile, or send us a DM and we'll give you this thing. And you're just kind of creating this loop where it's like people don't have to guess what to do. You just tell them and then they figure it out from there.
For sure. I mean, I talk about this in my book, Superfans, the idea of the small, quick win, right? It's very similar to how you might start a video game, like a really good video game that you're going to be immersed in for a while. It doesn't start typically with you just kind of sitting there and you kind of have to figure things out on your own. Even if it's an expansive world, even if it's a very complicated game, they'll usually walk you through a tutorial, but it's not an instruction manual. It's you are doing things while you're learning. And I think we can approach our communities in sort of same way, for sure. So we talked about sort of the trends of communities. I'd love for you to even forecast a little bit in terms of, well, where do you think communities are headed? What are communities like a year from now, 2 years from now? What is maybe on the front edge or leading edge right now that may become something normal for us in a couple of years so we can get ahead on things?
So I think where we're headed is that we're going to have timely, like problems we're trying to solve. We're going to have interests that are very specific to us. There's going to be like the long tail of different types of communities, and we'll be pretty engaged in 3 or 4 or 5 of them at any given time. And we'll rotate in and out of them. We'll join a community, but it won't be forever. It'll be for a few months. It'll be for maybe even, a month or 2. Maybe it'll be for 12 months. And I would imagine that like you said, communities with utility, they'll play a really big role. And they're also, I think, we're not going to think of like these big communities with tens of thousands of people all the time. We're going to think of like the smaller, tight-knit ones where I know people and I build relationships and connections, and that those will be the ones that we kind of like seek out.
I think that from a consumer and community member perspective, for sure, from a content creator and a community creator's perspective, that leads me to believe that perhaps if we have this sort of larger audience or sort of like one-stop community, if you will, that will eventually have to evolve if we want to keep people into potentially smaller pockets within that community, or maybe even higher levels or tiers, right? So a person can find within the groups. I mean, and we even see this in SPI Pro. There's pockets of people who are in Europe who all want to connect with each other. There are pockets of people who are, on the East Coast who all want to connect with each other. And some of them are connecting in person, which is really amazing. But if we want to keep people in our communities, we might need to think about how might we get even more specialized within our community, have people who should definitely know each other, find each other. And I think that's where Circle really plays an amazing role, especially with the member directory sort of releasing and all these other things that allow for findability to allow for these amazing connections to happen. Because as we often hear, people come for either the creator or the content, but why they stick around is for the community. And I think I can envision exactly what you said happening, and hopefully we can create multiple mini communities to make up one larger whole, right? You have Disneyland, but some people want to be in Fantasyland, some people want to be in Adventureland, some people want to be in Tomorrowland, but it's all there because you are Walt, and then you have your characters and the experience. I mean, that's why Disney is so great. And they're actually switching to a membership model. Did you know that?
No, are they really?
Yeah. So they had like annual passes for a while and they got rid of it during the pandemic. And now they're coming in with like a monthly subscription service situation to bring people in. And so like now even Disney is going in memberships. And of course they also had sort of recurring income come in from Disney Plus and, other things like that. And that's not necessarily community per se. But I think that I think you're right. I think, and I know Circle allows for that to happen, to have specific spaces for certain people, and even, secondary Circle communities, like we have SPI Academy in addition to SPI Pro. So I can definitely see that happening. What would be your recommendation should we head down that direction, to just keep organized, because things are going to evolve. We're going to want to continue to pack more things in. But any final words of advice for people creating community who want to stay sane while doing it?
I view starting off small as an advantage, not a disadvantage. And everybody's different. I'll tell you my perspective is, if I was starting a community from scratch, I would be scoping it down. Like I would be taking a lot of pressure off myself. I wouldn't be expecting tons of people just talking all day long. Like, your community doesn't have to be like the destination where people are spending all of their time. I would try and find what are the 2 or 3 things that will be actually transformative for people. So as an example, one of my favorite communities is it's called Endurance Nation, and it's a bunch of runners. And every day they just have accountability groups, and they go in and they just say, oh, here's a picture, I just finished my run. And that's it. Then they talk with each other. Sometimes in between they share ideas. That whole community has one purpose. It's really just that. It's just an accountability group. I would figure out what's my version of that for my community. I would find 10, 20 people. I would tell them, hey, it's not going to be the kind of thing where we're spending all day in here. We're just here for this one thing, this 2 things. And then in a month, let's check in and let's figure out the next thing that we may want to add on to this, if we want to do something else, if it's working, right? But that's how I would approach it. And let your members do some of the work. It's a community. It's not like you just telling folks what to do. It's a bottoms up kind of thing. We do it together.
Exactly. I think that's a perfect way to end this. Work together. You and I have worked together with Matt and the whole team here, and in Audience Driven, we've worked together with the audience to create this summit. It's just so much better when it's done that way. And so if you are building a community, scope it down, start smaller, and work together. And that way, those people who are involved, they can feel like they're invested in it. And that's what I always say. When you get people involved, they're invested. And right now, people want to be heard. People want to be feeling like they're important, because they are, and they want to feel like they matter. So go out there, have your people feel like they matter, bring them all into one spot, and then have them all confirm that they're all there for the right reasons, and they'll stick around and they'll do some amazing things to support your brand. So Andy, thank you so much for this. Big shout out to Circle as well for helping us get here with SPI Pro and future communities that we'll be having as well. And I hope everybody checks out Circle when you get a chance. So thank you, Andy, for your time and your wisdom today.
Thanks for having me, Pat. This has been awesome.
All right. Great to have those conversations in the can. Those guys just making it happen. I'm loving it. Mindy, how are you feeling? I feel like we're getting into a bit of a groove here.
Yes, and we're all ready for the next one. Yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm learning good things here.
Nest Labs is such a incredible story. Just the way that Onlore and the team have been able to build something that's so successful as a membership organization. When we were slating kind of who we wanted to recruit as speakers for the different subjects we wanted to hit, when it came to paid membership communities, Onlore was just instantly the person we knew we needed to have. So grateful that she took the time to make a talk for us. So let's get straight into that, Laura, and then we'll keep things rolling from there. We just got a couple more talks left, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. Mindy, let's hit it. Onward to Onlore Lecomte of Nest Labs.
Here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session about building a sustainable community. There are 5 key pillars to building a sustainable community, and we're going to go through them all one by one. And we only have 15 minutes, so let's get started. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Anne-Laure, and I'm the founder of Nest Labs. I am a neuroscience student. I'm starting a PhD very soon, and I'm very passionate about mindful productivity and mental health, which led me to creating the Nest Labs community. So what are you going to learn in this session? 3 key things. The first one is going to be how you can define your goals in terms of building your community and making it sustainable. The second one is going to be how you can build your tribe, your community. How do you attract? But not only attract, how do you also retain members so they stay and your community thrives? And finally, how do you make it sustainable? Because if you cannot generate any form of revenue for your community, this is not going to last very long. Actually, most communities fall apart even before they reach 1 year. So how can you avoid this happening to you? Well, of course, you need people to be engaged and to keep on coming back in your community, but you also need something else that maybe sounds boring, but that is essential, and that is money. You need money in order to invest in your community. Investing may mean buying the right tools, getting the right platform, collaborating with the right people, building the right partnerships. A lot of the things that are going to make your community sustainable actually do cost money. And instead of shying away from it, we should actually embrace it and try and make sure that our community is sustainable, both in terms of people coming back, but also financially. I'm a massive fan of taking notes. So if, like me, you're a note taker, now would be the right time to grab your notebook or to open your note-taking app. So there's a useful framework that I love using when I try to explain to people how they can build a sustainable community. And I call it the 5P framework of sustainable community building. The first P is pact. How are members expected to contribute and what value will they get in return? The second P is people. So these members, who are they? How and how often will they interact together and connect together? What kind of relationships are they expected to build together? The third P is platform. So now that you know what your pact is going to be and who are the people that you want to have in your community, where exactly are they going to interact? Where will the community live? Is it going to be self-hosted? Is it going to be on social media using a hashtag? Or maybe it's going to be more of a hybrid model. Then the fourth P is promotion. So obviously an empty community is not going to work. You need people in your community. So how are you going to promote it? How will people find about your community? And who exactly is going to spread the word about it? Is it going to be yourself? Is it going to be members that you're turning into ambassadors? There are so many ways to promote your community, but this is something where you need to be a little bit intentional. And finally, the fifth P is profit. As I said, money may sound a little bit boring, but if you're attending this event, you're probably not part of the people who are shying away from thinking about these topics. Profit is really important in order to make the community sustainable. So how is the community going to sustain itself financially? Again, there are different business models, and we're going to explore some of them so you can decide which one is the right one for your community. Okay, so now let's go through the 5 P's of the Sustainable Community Building Framework one by one, and I'm going to give you examples every single time. So as we said, the first one is the pact, and it's about co-creating value with your community members. So you need to ask yourself, what is your community's virtuous cycle? What I mean is that what can people contribute in the community in order to get value back from the community? You really need to build that give first in order to get back mindset in your community if you want it to be sustainable. Because if you only have people who are passive consumers and nobody actively creating content and contributing, your community is basically going to be dead. So you need to figure out what exactly are people supposed to do, how are they supposed to contribute, and what kind of value are they going to get in return. And obviously, you need to make sure that the value they're getting in return makes sense compared to the amount of effort they're supposed to put into the community themselves. So that's why you need to think about your promise as a community leader as well, because you can't really expect members to do all of the work. You also need yourself to be contributing and to ensure that they're having the best experience possible. So think about your pact. what are people supposed to contribute, and what are you going to contribute yourself to make sure that everyone is getting the value that they're expecting from the community. Here is an example. Community members are expected to help each other with constructive feedback and useful questions. As a community leader, I will contribute my own feedback and offer office hours to those who need the most help. As you can see, I kept it quite generic, and I really recommend that you tailor it to your own community. So let's say that you have a community for writers who are trying to help each other write better. So you have to make it clear that community members are expected to give feedback to each other, and that as a community leader, you're also going to have office hours where you tell people tips and strategies for them to write better. Now, people, the cracks of thriving communities. So this is where you ask yourself, how exactly are members going to connect together? That could be a one-to-one relationship. That could be a one-to-many relationship, many-to-many. You could have small groups and masterminds. And you also need to figure out if you want it to be live or asynchronous. Live could be a Zoom call or in person. Asynchronous could be in a forum where people can reply whenever they have the time. And how often are they going to connect together? Is it going to be daily, weekly, or monthly? And what kind of relationship do you want them to build together? Is there going to be any kind of hierarchy in your community, like maybe mentors who are supporting other people, or is it going to be more of a flat type of organization with peer support? Again, both can work, but it's really about being intentional about the kind of people that you want to attract and the kind of relationship that you want them to have together. Here's another example. Community members will connect through weekly mastermind calls of 10 participants maximum to provide each other peer support. So again, you have the format and you have the frequency and you have the number of people who are going to be in those groups. So that's really helpful in terms of shaping expectations for your community members and making your community sustainable. Now, the platform. So a big mistake I see lots of people making is spending way too much time thinking about the platform first and thinking that this is what is going to define their communities. So you see community builders spending hours and hours and hours researching different community platforms, when I do think this is an important pillar, but it's not necessarily the first one. Your pact and your people are the most important pillars. You need to start from there. But once you have that right, yes, it is also important to think about your platform, because it is going to have an impact on how people interact together and how they and yourself fulfill the pact. So where is the community going to be hosted? Is it going to be online versus offline? Is it going to be on a chat application where it's going to be faster conversations, for example, Telegram or WhatsApp, or maybe a Discord or a Slack? Or is it going to be forums like Circle, for example? And is it going to be a private community or something that is a little bit more of a public agora? And think of all of your different platforms, because even if, for example, your community is hosted on Circle, maybe your community is also interacting on Twitter, or maybe you also have a community newsletter and you can have a mix of Zoom calls, face-to-face events. So try to think about your community across all of these different platforms. Another reason why it's important to think about your community across all of these different platforms is to have a better idea of the workload necessary to make your community sustainable. If you're spreading yourself too thin, let's say that your community is present on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Circle, you also have a newsletter and Zoom calls. Well, if it's just you managing the community, it's unlikely that you're going to manage to sustain that level of work for more than a year. So having a good bird's eye view of everywhere your community is present is also a good way to define your priorities and to make sure that your community is sustainable. There are lots of different ways you can go about choosing a community platform, but these are the criteria that I kind of like to think about. So I try to ask myself, do I want the communication to be asynchronous or do I want it to be live? And do I want it to be more focused on video or more on text messaging? And that gives you a good idea of the kind of options that you have. So for example, if you want something that is more asynchronous and you want to use text, you can see that Circle is a good option. If you want to stay asynchronous, but you want more video, you can use Loom. But if you want to keep video, but make it live, you have Zoom. And Telegram is a great option if you want it to be live and you want it to be more of a text communication-based community. Again, here's another example. The community is hosted on Slack with weekly Zoom calls. Every month, the community newsletter recaps members' achievements. We also give shout outs on Twitter with the hashtag community wins. Now that you have a pact, that you know your people, and that you've chosen a platform, it's time to promote your community. Promotion is all about marketing and growing your community. And you need to ask yourself, where is the community going to be promoted and who is going to do the promotion? You may think that the community leader is the person who needs to do it, but that's not always the case. Maybe you want to focus on other stuff, such as content creation or promoting engagement within the community. So in terms of external promotion, you could have a dedicated marketer whose sole job is to make sure that the community is growing with new members. Or you could also turn your community members into ambassadors. So you could give them discount codes, which is something that I do in my own community, so they can invite their friends and tell them to join and pay a little bit less. You really need to be creative when it comes to promoting the community. So as I said, in my case, I'm using a referral program, but you could also give away free memberships for special occasions. You could partner with other communities where you cross-promote your memberships. You could also use seasonal events to attract new members, or you could go and talk on podcasts or try and be featured in the press. It's basic marketing. So again, the sky is the limit. And again, I know I sound like a parrot, but it's really about being intentional and thinking about what are the best ways that you can promote your community, again, in a sustainable way. If you're trying to do 1,000 things at the same time, you're probably not going to be able to stick to it. So try to have a reasonable, sustainable promotion plan for your community. Here is an example. The community will be mostly promoted on YouTube. Every month, there will be a competition where the best short about freelancing wins a free 1-year membership. So as you see, very simple. This is focusing on one platform. So perhaps we can assume that there's only one community lead who's building this community, and they don't have the time or energy or bandwidth to promote the community across multiple platforms. But that's what's good about it. It's reasonable and it's sustainable. And finally, yay, profit, money. So essential for a community's longevity. So you need to think about who is going to contribute revenue to the community. You may think that members need to do it, that it needs to be a paid community. It doesn't have to be the case. In my case, it is a paid community, but you could also have a different format where instead of paying for a monthly membership, you have your customers who have purchased a piece of software or a course who get unlimited, free, or included access to your community. You could also use sponsors who are subsidizing the community so members can actually join for free. Or you could also have ads. I'm not a big fan of them, but it's just to show you that there are lots of different options, and paid memberships are not the only one. Once you know who is going to contribute revenue to your community, you need to think about how it's going to be generated and how often. Is it going to be recurring? Is it going to be based on traffic? That would be the case for advertising. Or is it going to be more of a one-off payment kind of thing? Again, intentionality and sustainability. Personally, I'm using a mix of recurring and one-off, which feels really sustainable and gives me a good idea of how much revenue is going to be generated in the next few months so I can invest into new projects. But again, it's really about deciding what works for you and for your specific community. And here's our final example. The community will be free for members. Sponsors will be able to promote relevant products to community members for a fee. So I intentionally here picked an example that is not a paid membership. The paid membership, though, is really nice because it kind of aligns incentives. Members are paying in order to get value, and they will keep on paying every month if they're getting the value that they're expecting. Here's a quick overview of the DNA of a sustainable community. You need to define your pact, to define your people, to define your platform, to define your promotion strategy, and to define how you're going to generate profit. Just to give you a very quick case study with Nest Labs. We're a company with more than 350 articles published on our website, more than 35,000 newsletter subscribers, and more than 2,500 community members. Our 4 company pillars are content, community, coaching, and collaboration. So content, these are all of the articles that we're publishing on our website. We also have a private community that members can join in order to learn together and make friends who care about the same topics. For people who need to take things a little bit further and dig a little bit deeper, we also have one-to-one coaching. And finally, we collaborate with companies who want to promote their products, in particular tools for thought and productivity and creativity, to our members on our website and in our newsletter. To give you an overview of our funnel, basically most people discover Nest Labs either through social media or through search engines. Then some of the people who read our articles decide that they want more of that in their inbox and they sign up to the newsletter. And finally, a fraction fraction of the people who sign up to the newsletter, after receiving a few of them, feel like, well, you know what, instead of just consuming this content, I want to talk about it, I want to learn more, I want to connect with people who also care about these topics, and they end up joining the private community. That private community is actually what generates most of the revenue at Nest Labs. Around 60% comes from our paid memberships. Then we have 30% coming from sponsorships with companies that want to promote their products to our community. And finally, 10% from one-to-one coaching. Okay, so what does the 5P framework looks like for Nest Labs? Let's have a look together. Our pact is to help people achieve more without sacrificing their mental health. And that means that we have a lot of content and opportunities to connect around mindful productivity. Our people are knowledge workers who are creative, ambitious, but sometimes prone to burnout. And this is why the principles of mindful productivity are so important to them. And Nest Labs is a great place for them to connect with people facing the same challenges. Our platform is made of 3 parts: Circle, which are the forums where people are connecting together asynchronously. Then we use Zoom for the live virtual meetups. And then we have ConvertKit for the monthly newsletter that we send to community members. In terms of promotion, you've seen the funnel before, but we have SEO, we have the newsletter, we have Twitter, and we also have our members who are turning ambassadors and using their discount codes to invite other members to the community. And finally, for the last P of the 5P framework, profit. The way we generate revenue with Nest Labs, as I mentioned earlier, is twofold. The first one is the paid memberships from the community members, and the other one is sponsorships from partners who want to promote their products to the community. What I really like about the 5P framework for sustainable community building is that it also helps you to plan what's next. So for example, for the pact, you could try and deliver even more value to your members over the long term. For the people, you could offer more opportunities to connect together. In terms of platform, once you have more time, more energy, or maybe if you're growing the team, you could try and expand across multiple platforms. In terms of promotion, you could explore new channels for growth. And finally, when it comes to profit, you can always develop new products and services. That's it. That's the 5P framework of sustainable community building. I hope you found the framework helpful and enjoy the rest of the event. Bye.
So great to have on, Laura. Wow, what a whirlwind of amazingness. People are just furiously taking notes, trying to keep up in the chat. Thanks so much to On Laura. Mindy, how you feeling?
1 second.
Oh, okay. I also want to say, I think building a community with the right strategic framework is such an important thing, because once you go down the route of starting a community, you pick the platform you're going to pick, all of those things, you can end up kind of getting yourself painted into a corner. And if you do that, it's going to lead to all kinds of weird problems. And so, just having that kind of structured framework just really, really helps a lot. And Anlar's just so generous and really showing us how it works behind the curtain. So we've got a couple of partner videos queued up. And this is a little bit kind of tracking back. We talked a lot about podcasting yesterday. And as you might remember, we talked a little bit about podcast talk and guesting on other people's podcasts. So we're going to first hear from Podcast Talk, and then we'll get into another partner video, and then we'll get into the last couple of talks for the day. So Mindy, let's fire it up. Let's hear from Podcast Talk.
Hello, audience driven. My name is Joe Towns. I'm from Podcast Talk, and we're here today just to take 60 seconds of your time, maybe a little bit more, to go and tell you about Podcast Talk, what it's about, and how it can help you as a creator build your audience. So, what does Podcast Talk do? It solves an itch or a pain that you may have gone through already to try and build your audience through being a guest on a podcast. So, probably about a year or so ago, Ray, our founder, had this itch and he wanted to go out and build that audience for himself. And he went to go and find the podcasts, and then he had to go and find the podcast host details. Then he had to go and send some emails to research, build some email templates and a media kit. To do all that, it just took a lot of time. And that's just to send one email. Then you have to follow it up 3 days later, 7 days, 14 days if the host can come back to him. So imagine doing that for 10, 20, 30, 100 podcasts. It takes a lot of time. So we're on a mission to help you get booked on hundreds of podcasts by giving you access to Podcast Talk, which will take some of that pain away. Some of that will automate some of that for you. So how do we do that? So you can search for some of that data, some of that information straight within the platform and use our filter criteria to go and look for that. And once you've actually selected the shows you want to be on, or you want to go in and send some emails out to, we can automate that with our campaign feature. Select the shows that you want to go to, use our email templates already pre-built in, reach out and you can go, well, I've done 4 shows here, but it could be 40 or 400. And then if the host doesn't reply, 3 days time, another email will go out, a different template with a different signature on or the same signature. You can customize your brand and they'll still keep repeating and going on until you get a reply back, or after 14 days you don't. So you can see now, in terms of that time, it's going to save you a lot of time and effort. And as a creator, you can concentrate on building your audience by getting on those shows, becoming a guest, focusing on that. So hopefully that did a quick whirlwind tour and you get a little bit more, but go to the URL below, go and have a look at Podcast Talk, go look at the offer that we've got for Audience Driven and go and sign up now.
I'm not sick of our own music, but it was cool hearing Podcast Hawk's little music there just to change it up.
Agreed.
So coming up next, we've got Rewardful, which is another amazing partner. And I think let's just get into the video from them as well. Mindy, take it away.
All right. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emmett from Rewardful, one of the leading platforms for setting up and running affiliate, referral, and partner marketing programs. Referral marketing is an incredible way to build an audience. Friendships form around common interests, so people tend to know like-minded people. Using referrals can significantly accelerate how quickly you can build your audience, because it allows you to tap into other people's existing audiences. In fact, you may have signed up for this summit through our co-marketing efforts with the various partners that you'll see today. Rewardful allows you to launch these types of programs so you can build your audience through word of mouth. We have integrations with many of the no-code and low-code tools that you've come to love, and we fit in nicely with the rest of the tools in SPI's recommended stack. To learn more about how you can use referral marketing to build your audience, come visit us at getrewardful.com. We'd love to chat.
Okay, Rewardful.
And we
so grateful, by the way,
Rewardful. Yeah,
Please tell us, Mindy.
I was gonna say, so we're using Rewardful over in SPI Pro. For SPI Pro members, when they want to refer the pro community to other people, that program for us is run through Rewardful. And I hadn't used it before that, but it was ridiculously easy to set up. It was super easy to set up and get going. I really appreciated that.
Yeah, it's great. We've been, and somebody, entrepreneur in the chat, who, by the way, shouts to the entrepreneur who has been here every step of the way, participating. And it's just been so great to have the entrepreneur along. Yeah, we do. We use a lot of these companies. You know, obviously we have some relationships with some of these companies. We have affiliate relationships with some of these companies. But, you know, we know companies we don't love. And we talk about other companies. You know, we talk about competitors to the companies we work with, too. And, you know, it's all just to provide value. And we actually have been so fortunate when we first set out to produce this conference. It was over 6 months ago now. We put together a list of partners we wanted to work with, and Matt Gartland set out to just go and get every single one of them, and we did, and and they've just been so great. They've been helping us to make this event better. not just from the tools they provide, but the advice and guidance, and of course the content that some of the folks have done with their interviews and videos. So really grateful for that. And, we need tools. We need tools for doing. And, at the same time, I think we've seen a lot of examples. Oh, sorry, Mindy, go for it.
I was just saying, our goal with sort of the tools that we're recommending here was to sort of have a balance of, okay, so here are some tools that will help you with growth, with like getting yourself in front of other people, right? Here are some tools that will help you with monetization. So sort of, once you have these folks in your community, how do you sort of make the money you need to keep that community going? And so I think when we share our resources page out, when we share that at the end, you'll see sort of everything is broken down into kind of how we think that these individual recommendations can be useful to you, so that you can find tools that you want. And again, like with the advice that all of these speakers are offering, the idea is not, okay, now go sign up for every single one of these, but like, look at this list and find like one or two that maybe you think could really help you get to the next stage in your business and get started there. So again, yeah, fire hose. You don't have to take everything all at once.
And, actually, while we have a minute, I'm also curious if anybody has any questions about any tools, either the ones that have been mentioned here or just in general. Like, what is something that you are looking to get a better handle on in terms of just tools that are useful to you? And Mindy, do you have any in particular that you want to shout that we haven't talked about yet? Maybe of course, there's Zapier.
Oh, well, I'm a huge fan of automation here, of using tools that sort of help you find ways to make things more efficient. And so, yeah, I kind of use Zapier to string together all the individual tools that we use. We talked about ConvertKit a lot, but I am just a really big fan of the built-in automations that we have there. Let me think.
What about Notion? Are we not going to talk about Notion right now?
So I like when someone so if you haven't used Notion is this incredibly powerful sort of, it's even hard to define. It's the best description that I can find is it's like what Microsoft OneNote was trying to be. It's a great tool for taking notes. And when Matt first showed me this tool, I was like, I do not need to switch to yet another note-taking tool. Like, cause Matt loves to go out and find the next cool product and show it off. And I get a little fatigue from switching, but then our developer, Chris, showed me how you can build tables, and these tables can be relational to one another. So essentially, it allowed me to fulfill my lifelong dream of becoming a database developer. Yes. And I have used it to create these incredibly powerful databases that all kind of connect into each other. And I have if I update a piece of information in one spot, it pushes to 20 other places in my documents and stuff. And so, yeah, big fan of Notion. And Jay, you put me on to, can you tell me the YouTube channel again, where there's lots of advice on Notion?
Marie Poulin, Notion Goddess. Not that she calls herself that. That is just my friendly descriptor of Marie and her work, because she is incredible. And if you have not tried Notion, man, I love it. It's a free tool. There are paid versions, of course, but the free tool gets you so far. Very much worth playing around with. And Mindy, you took to it like a fish to water. You just immediately you're like, oh, I'm better at Notion than you. And I know you've been doing it for months more, but relational databases all over. I got this.
Once I figured that part out, then I was sold. And Poulin is Poulin.
Correcto. I will put it in the chat.
Jillian just dropped it in the chat.
She beat me to it, just like she beat me to ethical clickbait.
So.
The race to coining ethical clickbait was a fast one. It was an exciting one.
I still
gonna
got
be the next,
pectoral marketing in day
Ford
one.
v Ferrari.
I got pectoral marketing.
You also got Tweet 100, Jay. Can you just tell us real quick about Tweet 100, and then I want to bring in a special guest.
Oh wow, yeah. Tweet 100. We've heard some folks. Actually, I don't know if we heard someone explicitly call out a 100-day challenge, but I've seen a lot of creative friends who take on 100-day challenges, doing some creative act every day for 100 days. And I wanted to do that, but that's a huge undertaking. And I also, at the same time, wanted to put more energy into Twitter, because every time I put more energy into Twitter, good things happened. So I combined the two, created a public 100-day challenge called Tweet 100, which you can join at tweet100.com to help you publish consistently on Twitter every day for 100 days. And it's going well. We've had something like 32,000 tweets from participants in the first 50 days. Incredible. Almost 1,000 people have joined. It's wild.
Wow.
You know, and
You
I
blow me
want to
away
say
with
from an
your ideas. I
audience-driven
love it.
standpoint, and one of the things that we're really focused on here is what is current, what is where things are going, and these kind of set a little micro goal, use kind of the public accountability, build in public is huge right now. A lot of people are using it in a lot of different forms. And it really speaks to the crux of what you need to be able to build an audience. We heard it from a bunch of different angles over the last 2 days. If you can just get yourself in that habit, if you can just nudge yourself into, let me get in a regular rhythm of posting, of creating, of making videos, it's going to get you unblocked. It's going to help get you some reps so that you feel like you can, step up and get stuff done. And so I think it's a very relevant audience-driven topic.
And I really liked what Nicole had to say about social media, actually, which was, in essence, if you treat social media like a thing you dread doing, you're not going to do it. So find what you can do on social media that will make you look forward to doing it. Be yourself, have fun, live your values, but just make some fun out of it, and you'll actually do it more. And I think that's 100% true. A really great reframe. Big fan of that message.
Very cool. So we also have been talking about community this afternoon, and Circle, and just managing members, dealing with transition from Facebook over to paid communities. And I thought that I would tag in, I'm calling a bit of an audible here since we had a few extra minutes, tag in the only person I could think of to ask a few questions of, and that is your fearless leader in the moderation, in the chat. It's Jillian Benbow, everybody. Woo!
What? Hello from
Jillian,
behind the screen.
I'm so glad we got you on screen. I don't think I imagine not having you at this conference, and I'm so glad that you're here.
I was secretly hoping not to be on screen, but that's okay. If Tony asks, I'll do it. So.
I knew that if I called you out enough, you would pop on.
I'm just here to make sure you don't try to take my trademarked, content.
Jillian, what are any impressions or reflections you've gotten this afternoon as you've seen people going through a couple of community-based talks?
Oh, Tamara, hi. Yeah, I mean, it's so fun engaging with everyone in the chat. You're all just a delight, and I love that we kind of have our own little community in the chat, and it's great. And these are so distracting, Jay. Stop.
It's so fun. Look at all this. Look at all this love that you're getting.
Stop it. Do another one.
It's such a fun button to press, though.
I got so many. I got so many to choose from.
I am in a secret bunker. I live in NORAD. Secrets out. Yeah, something that's come across that seriously, I'll cover it. Something that's come across for sure is, and I think we all feel it, like it's just back-to-back amazing talks. And it's like all these things I can do, all these shiny platforms I can use, and these tools. And it's all of us just being like, okay, this is exciting, but let's scale it back. And like, what's the plan for my business? What makes sense? And I'm going to stick to that. All this is cool, But right now I'm sticking to, this plan and not segueing to all the shiny things. So we've been talking a lot about that. And I think, yes, Kelly Grace, I got 3 lava lamps. You just can't see the other one. You can see it sparkling kind of. But yeah, with the community talk, well, it's great because a lot of the stuff we were just listening to, everyone's like, oh my gosh, this makes so much sense. Like this is the path to community. And a lot of talk about, do you do a free community? When is the right time to launch a community? Is it paid, the platform? And I definitely just want to, from my own little like soapbox, say, like, really think about the purpose of your community, who it's for, what value they'll get out of it, and what your non-negotiables are for that community. So are you doing everything in a forum? Are you, do you want it to be more text-based? Do you want to be getting on calls with people? All of those things. Then start looking at the platforms, because once you know your non-negotiables for how your community wants to interact, and that should be a conversation you're having with your community, right? You should be asking, how do we want to interact? And if people are like, no, I do not want to get on Zooms every week. Now, like, don't spend time planning live events if that's not what your community wants. So when you have that clear picture, it's so much easier to figure out the platform. So that's my big soapbox moment.
Love it. On Laura's talk was so good. She is really setting a pace and showing what can be done with a sustainable, thoughtful, intentional community. Also on Circle. But yeah, love that perspective. Also, shout out to Known, who's not on stage right now, but has been helping out in the chat and helps make the SPI Academy community vibrant and awesome. He also helps facilitate our cohort-based courses, which, Tony, I think we're talking about cohort-based courses here shortly.
That's right, actually. That's our next talk. Wow. Such a good segue, Jay.
How did you do it?
And
Jay.
Before we do that, I do want to mention, since you've got the promo up for SPI Pro, Jay, do you have the dates handy for when we expect we're going to have the next cohort coming in? And while you're looking that up, I'll just say, Jay, while you're looking at, or you already know it, you don't need to look it up.
I'm close. I believe it's like 26 days we open up the gates again to SPI Pro, our 4th quarter enrollment of new members into our private community. That if you're enjoying Jill in the chat, you should see Jill in the community.
Yeah.
I'm not quite as active in the community. I'm there. But again, boundaries, burnout, sustainability,
We'd love to have you if you're watching this and you're feeling like you need some accountability and some structure and some peers to take all of this fire hose of advice and take it into your next stage of business. SPI Pro is a great place for you to do just that. So check it out. Feel free to put in an application. But yeah, Tony, I think we're just about ready to hear from Wes.
Yeah.
Huh? So
I dig it. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jill, for jumping in unexpectedly. Appreciate having you here. I know the folks in the chat do as well. Thanks for all your amazing moderation help. All right, let's
everybody
get
participating in the chat. Sorry.
Oh yeah, we've got the cohort emoji going on here. Q321 repping their lightning emoji.
Everybody,
love it.
Put your cohorts.
Look out.
And Team Tomato. I've also seen Team Grape, Team Peach.
We had Lychee earlier.
Those are our mastermind groups for everyone.
If you're not a member, if you're not a member of the group, this might sound very weird to you.
It might sound very weird. Our mastermind groups, I sort of, in the matching process, gave all of them either a fruit or a vegetable name, because I was like, there are a lot of those, so I won't run out of names. And, there's no like weird pressure if I called you like the team rocket launch, group, and the mastermind, explosive growth or whatever, like that brings pressure. But like, there's no pressure to like Team Grape. But everybody's kind of stuck with them. So it's been fun. They can rename them if they want.
All right, we've teased them enough. Wes Cow, can't wait to get into this talk. And then we're going to get into kind of the final sequence here. So Wes from Maven, without further ado, enjoy.
Hey everybody, this is Jay Klaus, the Community Experience Director at SPI, and I'm joined by Wes Cowell, the co-founder of Maven. Wes, hello. Thanks for taking some time with us today.
Hey, Jay. Great to be here.
Just to get everybody on the same level, make sure we're aware of what we're talking about here, I want to talk a lot about cohort-based courses. And so to start, I would love for you to describe how you would define a cohort-based course.
I have a pretty broad definition of a cohort-based course because the category is so new that there's a bunch of innovation happening. But I think at a broad level, it's a course where there is a start and an end date, and you are learning online with a cohort of other students. So whether that course is 3 days, 1 week, 3 weeks, 8 weeks, it's basically going through this experience in a much more engaging, community-driven way than what traditional online learning used to be, which was mainly driven by evergreen self-paced courses, which tend to be a little bit more of a solo activity.
And when did you really begin spending a lot of your time thinking about cohort-based courses as a means of learning and education?
In 2015, when Seth Godin and I started the Alt MBA, that really kicked off this category of cohort-based courses. And back then, there wasn't even a name for the kind of course that we were doing. But what inspired us was looking at the low completion rates for self-paced courses. You know, one of my first projects working with Seth in 2014 was creating a Udemy course for him. And we were putting a ton of work into this amazing course. And in the process of building it, I realized that the completion rates were super low. 7 to 10% of people who start courses actually finish them. And there was a recent MIT study that said that that number could be as low as 3 to 6%. So from the creator, the instructor side, it felt like such a shame that we were putting so much love into this course that, you know, so many people weren't actually going to see the end of. And so we started kicking around some ideas for, you know, what if we flip the script on what online learning could be? And what if instead of it being self-paced, there were mandatory times where you had to meet with your group? And what if instead of it being a mainly solo exercise, it was mainly group driven, community driven? And you know, what if instead of it being free or $20 to $50 a pop for a course, it was something that was expensive enough that students felt like they had skin in the game and felt accountability for needing to show up? So that really kicked off throwing around these ideas that eventually became the Alt MBA and eventually inspired a whole cadre of courses that are now what we call cohort-based courses that have this blend of both the live synchronous pieces and also the asynchronous pieces of online learning.
I went through Alt MBA in 2017, and I'm trying to think back to that time because it was a unique, very different experience. It feels like today, you know, I hear CBC and I have a good idea of what that might be. But back then, it was very different from online courses. So was there something that made the timing of the last 5 years or so make cohort-based courses more possible or more desired for potential students?
Yeah, I definitely think COVID happening recently made people a lot more comfortable meeting online. Back in 2015 and even in 2017, if you remember, it was still a little bit of this funky thing to do this course with strangers you had never met on the internet. Whereas now, you know, I think because the pandemic has forced all of us to do more meetings online with Zoom and amp up our communication with Slack asynchronously, I think that's really created consumer behavior and consumer expectations that make cohort-based courses much more of a learning modality that professionals are excited to explore.
What are the challenges with running a cohort-based course that convinced you to start a company around this to address it?
So many challenges, so many. So I think, you know, back in 2015, when Seth and I were first building the Alt MBA, we were cobbling together a bunch of different platforms and tools. So Slack, Zoom, Circle, I think hadn't even been invented at that time. But if you're creating a course now, you write Circle, Kajabi, Podia, Heartbeat Chat, Mighty, using email to stitch it all together. And, you know, what I found surprising was over the last 5 to 6 years, after leaving the Alt MBA and working directly with a bunch of other creators on their cohort-based courses, I was shocked to find that that same janky setup of cobbling together all these different platforms was still the default. And I have personally spent too much time troubleshooting Zapier, trying to figure out why something stopped working, or trying to integrate this program with that platform, with this tool. And it's really not the best use of a creator's time. So with Maven, it was kind of the frustration had come to a head. And I just thought, there's got to be a better way. Like, how has no one created a solution yet, given that the trend of cohort-based courses is roaring and just at the beginning phases, I think, of ramping up. It just seemed weird that no one had tackled this yet. And around the same time, this was last year, about a year ago now, last fall, I got reconnected with Gagan Biani, my co-founder. And Gagan and I had gone to high school and college together, but I kind of lost touch over the years. Yeah, it's weird. We grew up in the same hometown. It's awesome. So it's a little bit of a throwback. And Gagan reached out and said, I've just come back from a couple of years of traveling abroad after shutting down my last company. And I'm looking to get back into education. And I want to start an education company. And I've been looking into this thing called cohort-based courses. And everyone that I've talked to has mentioned you. And I told them, I already know Wes. I'm just going to send her a text. I'm going to reach out to her directly. And so we hopped on a call and we started trading stories of what tooling was available now, what that looked like, what was frustrating for creators and instructors, what were things that we could take off of these instructors' plates. And it became so clear that there was a real need in the market for an all-in-one solution where an instructor could have everything that they needed about their cohort-based course to run it all in one place, and that would be ultimately better for students who wouldn't have to constantly be asking their instructor, where do I find this? How do I see my group for the week? When is the recording being posted? And so it was really a win-win for both the instructor side and then the student side.
What do you think the experience should be for the instructor? I want to go kind of both sides here, but let's say I'm an instructor and I care about education and I have an audience that I know I can teach something to. What should the process be for me to teach them in a live format? Talk to me about that experience that as you see it should be.
One thing that we teach in the Maven Course Accelerator, which is a 3-week course that I teach to all incoming instructors on the Maven platform, is that you want to start off thinking about what are the interactive portions of the course. What are the parts of the course that your students can participate in and experience the lessons that you want them to teach or that you want them to learn? The opposite is doing everything in a one-directional lecture. So usually when people think about teaching, they think, all right, I have knowledge, I have information, I need to disseminate it, I need to give it to you. But that's only one piece. That's a knowledge transfer piece. And actually a lot of that lecture-based knowledge transfer, the monologuing, can actually happen really well in pre-recorded videos. So that's something that Udemy, Teachable, Coursera courses did well, which was, really bottle up that lecture-based content. So with a cohort-based course, the whole reason your students are taking this course is because they want to interact with you, with fellow students, with coaches. They want to have a participatory experience. And so the biggest thing that I tell first-time course creators when they are starting to put together their curriculum and their material is to think about what are the lessons that your students can experience firsthand. It's that I do, we do, you do pedagogy framework, where it's I do is, I lecture, I show you. We do is we do it together. So you try and I look over your shoulder. And then you do is you do it yourself. And so you really want to focus on that we do and you do piece so that your students, 75% of the time that they're in your course, are role-playing, they're debating, they're critiquing each other's work, they're working on a project, they're writing something, they're shipping something. And then only the material that you really can't think of a way for them to learn it in a participatory way, you then put that in that 25% of one directional lecture.
How challenging is it for somebody who's maybe created a course before and put it on Udemy or Coursera or Teachable? How challenging is it for them to shift their way of thinking to develop this live participatory interactive experience?
It's definitely a mindset shift. I think most of the time, starting from when we're kids learning in elementary school, it's the sage on stage model, right? The teacher's in front of the room and everyone else needs to sit silently, all the way to, if you think about Keynote talks now or TED Talks, right? It's still that sage on stage model. So it definitely is a mindset shift, but it's one that I found that a lot of self-paced course creators adopt really quickly. I think a lot of self-paced course creators are also doing consulting, or they're doing coaching, or they're meeting with clients. And so they're used to that bi-directional relationship too. They just maybe haven't done it in a course format. So once they understand that, okay, this is what my students really want from me. They want that interaction. They want to both interact with me and with fellow students. It's a pretty seamless transition, I would say. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that when you have a MOOC, a pre-recorded course, you already have such a leg up compared to someone who's starting from scratch, right? A huge part of creating a course is the content, is literally putting together the curriculum of, well, what are my students learning this day and that other day? And so when you have a MOOC already done, you can take the content that you have and then build off of it and think about what are ways where I can turn some of this stuff that used to be one directional into something that's bi-directional. How do I create exercises, project prompts, breakouts? So it's really like if you're reading a book, at the end of every chapter, there's those questions. It's like 5 questions, and it'll say like, basically recap what you learned in that chapter and ask you a couple questions to dive into. And most people, I mean, for anything like me, will read the book and just kind of skip through those questions. Like, oh, I'll come back to that. I want to keep reading because this is so much fun. But a cohort-based course is kind of like pausing so that your students can do those actual questions and apply what it is that you just taught them with each other with their own work.
If I'm coming to this and maybe I have built MOOCs before, maybe I have a pre-recorded course, but I'm thinking about a new course entirely. How should I think about, do I make a MOOC? Do I make a pre-recorded course, or do I make a cohort-based course? Like, talk to me about the decision-making matrix you would give to somebody who's thinking about creating an educational course and wondering which format is right for me this time.
There's pros and cons with starting with one or the other. So I would say that if you are wanting to test your content and test what resonates with your audience, then starting with a cohort-based course could be a good idea. And the reason for that is that the live format is ironically more forgiving in many ways with needing to be as polished. The fact that everyone is there together in real time and you can jam and you can react to what people's questions are and you can shift gears and adapt, that gives you a lot more flexibility to pay attention to what people actually find useful. And once you know that, you can then create a pre-recorded course based on those concepts. On the flip side, if you, let's say, are thinking about a format where you have a little bit more control and want the polish, let's say that, being live in front of students paying a premium makes you a little bit nervous and you want a little bit more time to craft something great, whether it's, a newsletter, podcast, pre-recorded course. These are all examples of media where you can edit to your heart's desire and make sure you feel really good about something and then hit publish. So if you want a little bit more of that control, want a little bit more of that polish before you hit publish, then starting with a pre-recorded course might be better.
I'm wondering if there's any correlation that you've seen between audience size and what makes sense to start with here, because I could see people making assumptions on both sides where they could say, well, to sell a higher priced course, I must need a larger audience to find some number of people that will do that. Or you could think, well, because it's live and I only need a few students to pay this number for it to make it worth my time, I can just be very manual and build relationships and sell things that way. Do you have any beliefs or any data that you've seen in terms of how audience size correlates to running a cohort-based course?
Yeah, if you have an audience of people who already trust you, then that's definitely an asset that's very useful. It's like anything. If you're starting any other kind of business, having a distribution channel where you can get in front of people who would be glad to find out that you exist is definitely an asset. I would say that if you are starting off with a smaller audience, then that's not a deal breaker by any means. One of my favorite examples is one of our Maven instructors, Shivani Berry, who started her course about 1.5 years ago. And before that, she was an in-house operator. I think she was a product manager at PayPal or Intercom. And she didn't really have a need when she was in-house to build her audience. So when she decided that she wanted to quit her job and make a full-time living teaching, she was basically starting from zero on Twitter, 0 newsletter subscribers, 0 on LinkedIn. And every few months, she doubled her cohort size though. So she started with 10 to 15 students. A couple months later, 25 to 30. A couple months later, 50 to 60 students. A couple months later, 80 to 100 students. So how was she able to do this with a very small or non-existent audience? She tapped into people with bigger audiences. So she did fireside chats with women in leadership. So her course is on women in leadership and management. So she would pair up with different executives in tech companies and do fireside chats where she would interview them. And these women would share her webinar with their audiences. So she was able to tap into bigger audiences. She also showed up in different places where her students were already congregating, her prospective students, and offered value instead of just asking straight for a sale. So for example, she would do info sessions and webinars at companies like Amazon, Walmart, Warby Parker. So she would host these 1-hour sessions and she would teach on a topic like imposter syndrome, or how to advocate for yourself, or how to make difficult decisions and have hard conversations when people expect you to be warm, right? So she would come and talk about these juicy topics that a lot of the women at these companies were dealing with. And then it would be 90% teaching with 10% of a pitch saying, hey, if this is something that's exciting for you, we dive into topics like this and more in this 6-week course. So she would do those. She also started to build her own audience. So if you don't have a big audience, the best time to have started was 5 years ago, and the next best time is now. So she started actually posting on LinkedIn more often. She started tweeting. She started building her newsletter subscriber list and regularly emailing her newsletter. So I think there's so many things that you can do as someone with a smaller audience where you can leverage communities and show up in communities where your prospective students are wanting to learn from you.
At the beginning of this, you mentioned that the definition of a CBC can be kind of broad because you've seen a bunch of different models. But for people who are fairly new to this, can you give us kind of the average or some common frameworks for length of the CBC, how often people tend to meet in live sessions, how they price that, just to give people an idea of what's fairly common?
In terms of price points, a lot of courses are between $500 to $1,000 per student. And there's a higher tier price point also between $3,000 to $5,000 per student. So it really ranges based on willingness to pay of your audience and your subject matter, who you are as an expert. So it's 500 to 5,000 is that range. In terms of the length of courses, I've seen anywhere from 3 days to 8 weeks. So on the shorter end, actually even 1 to 3 days of a course. So that's a snappy, quick, intensive course. I took one from Nas Academy a couple months ago. That was only 4 hours. And it was fantastic. At first I thought, oh, like this is so short. What am I going to learn? And it ended up being perfect. I think if it had been longer, my attention span would have waned. My internal fortitude for showing up, multiple times a week might have waned. But that's a great example of a short course. And we've seen some AVE instructors do anywhere between 3 to 5 days. In the mid-tier range of length, there's between 2 to 4 weeks. That's really common. So section 4, Professor Galloway's sprints are 2 weeks. The Alt MBA is 4 weeks. And then on the longer end, 6 to 8 weeks. I mentioned Shivani's course is around that time frame. So that's a little bit more time if you want to build that community, if you want to give your students more chances to practice with each other. And then in terms of student count, anywhere between 10 to 15 students all the way to 1,000 students, which is a huge, huge range. A lot of our Maven courses right now are in the couple hundred student range, 100 to 200 students. Professor Galloway's course has 1,000 students in a sprint. Tiago Forte with Build a Second Brain has 1,000 students. So depending on the structure of your course, the expectations of your students, you can scale up and really go after a larger student count and do sub cohorts. So you still maintain that intimate vibe, or you can do a smaller group of people and have a lot more intimacy and closeness within that group too.
Do you see these creators meeting with their students once a day, once a week, a couple times per week? What's common in terms of frequency of sessions?
if you have a 1-week course, it's pretty common to meet with your students 2 to 3 times a week. So Tuesdays or Thursdays, let's say, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So just because your course is a certain length, though, doesn't mean that you have to meet with your students every single day. Part of the beauty of a cohort-based course is your students get to interact with each other and they get to actually have working time to implement the lessons. So on the in-between days, they're either meeting with their group or they're doing solo work or they're iterating on the feedback that you might have given them, or they're meeting with coaches. So they're not meeting with the instructors, but they're meeting with the staff and the coaches. So it really depends on you as a creator, as an instructor, how much face time you want with your students. We've seen it really range from 10 to 20% of the course is face time with the instructor, all the way to 80 to 90. So there's a lot of flexibility with how you want to structure it.
With some of these course creators that have been around for years now and have done many, many cohorts, David Perel, Tiago Forte, Scott Galloway, the Alt MBA, are there any trends that you're seeing as a successful cohort that you want to highlight that people should be aiming towards to have the same type of, enduring success?
Yeah, I think one thing that's definitely a pattern with all of these successful courses that have launched multiple cohorts is really thinking about the word of mouth for your course. So thinking about what is so spectacular about this experience that it's worth writing home about, that it's worth posting on social about, that it's worth telling your friends and colleagues about. What is so transformative and makes this course such a no-brainer that you want to tell someone? I think that's one thing that I always encourage creators to think more about, because it's really not enough just to teach, just to have your content show up and give a decent experience. You really need it to be something that feels like a no-brainer, visceral, I have to do this kind of experience to kind of endure over the years and run multiple cohorts over the years. The other thing that I'll mention is all of these courses put a huge amount of emphasis on iterating and improving their course year after year. So just because you have launched your course doesn't mean that you're just done, right? It's kind of like a business. Like a business is never done. Just because you've launched your product doesn't mean you just sit there and think that the orders are going to come in. I think that's one difference between a cohort-based course and a pre-recorded course. Because once you publish the pre-recorded course, you're done with the content piece. You're actually not done with marketing it either, right? Because once you build that teachable Udemy course, you still need to really promote it. So that work isn't done either. But with a cohort-based course especially, it's something where if you are constantly thinking about how can I make this experience better? How can I sharpen my marketing? How can I make this even more valuable for my students? That's really when you start seeing great compounding effects.
Last question here, Wes, that I have. You mentioned when you and Gagan met and you were starting to talk about this, you were surprised to see that not a lot had changed, especially in the tooling from early days of Alt MBA to today, if I wanted to run a cohort-based course. Moving forward, are you seeing any trends or do you have any predictions for how this space will change, either for instructors or for student expectations?
Yeah, I think the exciting thing about working with creators is they are inherently inventive creatures. So one thing that I'm constantly surprised by is how creators take the principles and frameworks that we give them and subvert it, invert it, do the opposite thing, build on top of it. So, going back to the course length example, in the summer Maven Course Accelerated cohort that you and Pat and Matt were part of, we had a creator, Julian Shapiro and Sahil Bloom, who, we had told everyone, most courses are between 2 to 3 weeks long. So most of the instructors were doing courses about that length. And Julian and Sahil said, we think we want to do a 3-day course. And that was just like completely out of left field. And we thought, okay, this is cool. Like, give it a try and report back. Like, let us know how it goes. And it went amazingly well. People loved the short, tight bootcamp nature of it. And that was awesome. We then took that learning and shared it with everyone else and said, hey guys, short courses work really well. And so we're constantly updating what we believe makes a great cohort-based course, because being the platform, Maven sees so many courses and so many creators doing their own thing, adjusting the baseline ideas for their own audience. And so on a weekly basis, we're seeing so many experiments that if we were to do them, it would take years to experiment. But because we have hundreds of instructors out there trying different things, we're constantly surprised by the rate of the innovation that's happening. So it's hard to predict, what direction is it going to go in, but I think that there are going to be courses that that kind of break off into different types. So there might be more, community-driven, networking-driven courses like On Deck that are very choose your own adventure based. And there's going to be courses that are the opposite, that are super structured, that are also equally successful. And then there's going to be courses that are maybe even shorter than 2 to 3 days. And then ones that are longer than 8 weeks. And then there's going to be courses that are this and that and this and that and this and that. So keeping an eye on that space, I think, and seeing what innovation happens is really, really exciting.
Well, thanks again for all your time here, Wes. If people want to learn more about Maven and maybe even become an instructor on Maven, where should they go?
Maven.com. We have upcoming Maven Course Accelerator cohorts that we're opening up for enrollment. So there's an application process. You can check it out on our website.
Okay, so great to have Jay interview Wes, and we actually have Wes here live, along with Roberto Blake, who you saw yesterday, who just absolutely brought the house down with his conversation. So very excited to have those guys on board. So get your questions in the chat. We'll be highlighting them. But before we get to that Q&A, we've got one last partner we want to feature. It's our friends at StartPack. And so we're going to show off that video in just a moment. And in the meantime, get those videos in the chat. We're also going to have Matt Gartland in here, and we'll get Jay in here as well. And then after our Q&A, we will have Pat give a final talk, and he'll have an announcement to make as well, which I realized we didn't get to properly tease, but there is an announcement coming. So this event is a kickoff for us of some more exciting things. Mindy, how you doing on almost ready for the video?
All ready to go.
Oh yeah, I heard it. All right. All right, fire it up.
Here we go.
Hey, this is Arjun, co-founder and CEO of StartPack.io. StartPack is a business in a box for online SMBs to launch, maintain, and grow a US-based LLC, limited liability company, business. We take care of everything you need to form a US LLC, set up US banking, access US payments, and manage ongoing compliance and US tax filings. When we first started our first business, we realized we were spending way too much time on everything but what mattered most, building and growing the business. We thought, why can't you click a button and have formation and compliance taken care of? And that was the idea behind StartPack. We're now trusted by hundreds of customers around the world on every continent, and if you are an online creator, we're here to help you focus on what you do best, which is growing your business, and let us handle the annoying compliance and paperwork in the background. We are StartPack, and check us out at startpack.io.
Awesome. So great to have StartPack here, and so great to have everybody here. So we're going to be bringing in a few more folks to help us out with the Q&A. We're going to have Matt Gartland. We're going to have Jay, and we've got Wes Cow here. We've got Roberto as well. Wes, welcome. So great to have you here. Roberto, so great to be hanging with you. Well,
Hey, everyone.
yeah, that's right.
And you guys can hear me loud and clear?
I kind of set you up to talk at the same time. Yeah, I can hear you great. Hey, Jay. Hey, Mindy. Hey, Matt. So first of all, thank you. Thank you for sharing your talks. People have just been so grateful in the chat. We've just heard nothing but good things, and both of you have just really provided a lot of education, a lot of inspiration. So really appreciate that. We've got some questions that are rolling in, so I'm just going to jump straight into it if that works for you all.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Our good friend, the Antipreneur, has a question for Wes. Can you talk about a static course into a community/cohort course environment?
Yeah, definitely. Great question. If you have a static course, you have a huge leg up in terms of content creation compared to someone who is starting from scratch. So what I would do is go through your evergreen static course and look out for places where your students can experience a lesson instead of you telling them that lesson. So anything that can be turned into a breakout, that can be turned into role-playing, debate, discussion, a project that they can work on hands-on, you really want to aim for 75% of your course being interactive and active learning. And then the 25% that you really can't think of any other way besides knowledge transfer and just telling someone that lesson, then that can be the 25% that's lecture-based.
Love it. Thank you for that, Wes. We're going to go to just another one for you from the chat. And we got Nina. What are some of the biggest mistakes you've seen with course creation?
Ooh, that's a juicy one. Let's see. I think one big mistake is waiting for everything about your course to be perfect before launching. I see analysis paralysis coming into play a lot. I see creators who have perfectly good courses that are ready to ship a pilot or an MVP, waiting for an additional couple of weeks, thinking that they want to tweak more, they want to polish more, when really there's going to be a certain set of things that are going to catch you by surprise. So you sitting on launching isn't really going to help you discover those things. It's much better to think about launching an initial MVP or pilot to get your course out the door, knowing that you're going to iterate on your course, you're going to get more data points about what your students actually find helpful, and some of it is going to be surprising. Some stuff that you thought was going to be a hit with people is just going to be okay. And then other stuff that you thought, oh, I'm going to gloss over this really quickly because people already know it, they don't really want to dive into it, you're going to realize that people actually want to spend more time on that and they want to dive in deeper. So that's one, I think is waiting too long to launch when launching sooner could get you more data points. I think that another one is worrying about your audience size and thinking that, if you don't have the audience size of Seth Godin or Scott Galloway or David Perel, that you can't do a cohort-based course. When the reality is there are a lot of media that require a huge audience. If you want to be an Instagram influencer, if you want to make a living from doing YouTube, brand sponsorships, or make a living from advertising from YouTube, from your YouTube channel, you really do need that volume. But if you want to create a cohort-based course, that is actually one of the few products, digital products, where you don't need volume. If you have a core audience of people who want to learn from you, your diehard fans, you can charge a premium price point for your cohort-based course. So because of that, you don't constantly have to chase volume. You can cater to a diehard, more core set of your audience and be able to charge anywhere between $500 to $5,000 per student. And if you want to start with a smaller group, 10 students, 15 students, even 5 to get started, knowing that you want to scale up to 50, 75, 100 students in future cohorts, this really kind of goes back to the first point that I mentioned with waiting too long to launch. So if you launch a smaller MVP and you charge a premium price point, you learn a lot from the group that really wants to learn from you.
Amazing. And we're now actually, I think this kind of transition segues nicely into a couple of questions that I got in the chat. I'm going to bring up Jay's first for Roberto. What do you see working for people who are joining YouTube today? It feels like I'm too late. And then Manoj as well is talking about, are there specific niches on YouTube that succeed more than others? What do you think about niches that are in the future that are going to be more successful? Roberto, you want to just speak to all of this a little bit?
Yes, both of those are interesting and loaded questions. So funny thing about that, it's never going to be too late to start a YouTube channel. And I mean that quite literally. It is never going to be too late to start a YouTube channel. Here's why. Despite the fact that there are over, at least from what I have ascertained, people will source different numbers. There are somewhere between 50 million and 100 million channels worldwide in terms of YouTube. Now, in terms of channels that actively upload every month, one of my sources says that it's 50 million. Social Blade and other websites will conservatively put this around 35 million. Let's just go with the lowest number, 35 million. Let's just go with the lowest number, 35 million. People would think that that is saturated in terms of content creators. Here's a funny story about that. There are only 250,000 creators with a silver play button. So there's only 250,000 people making content that 100,000 people have said yes to. And 90% of content creators never get to 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Now, what happens when someone subscribes, we like to believe that, oh, well, that's a viewer of our content. What it really is, it's a number of people who have said definitively, that I have been served by this content creator. That this content creator has served my desires or my needs in some way, whether that's entertainment or education. That this is somebody that I'm going on the record to say that I support and that has given me value at least once. At least one of their videos gave me value. So that's what a subscriber count really means. The subscriber count, as much as we celebrate it and we think that that's our audience, our community, it's actually the number of people that definitively on the record are saying that they have been served by us. Now, when you put into context, 90% of creators never get 10,000 subscribers out of all the creators. And then on top of that, there are only 250,000 with silver play buttons. So that's the level that I'm currently at. And then when you take into context that there's only about, say, roughly 25,000 total that have a gold play button, 1 million served, we have to think about, well, what are you saying is success on YouTube? Are you looking at subscriber count in terms of feeling it's too late to grow a large enough audience? Because I'll tell you this, there are millions upon millions of people who aren't being served, because out of the successful YouTubers that you see, if you're looking at silver and gold play buttons, and there's my award for silver right there. That's the old design. I also have the new one. When you get that trophy, I understand that it's a meaningful celebration in the YouTube community, but what it really is it's saying that you've served 100,000 people even once that are going on the record. And out of the silent supporters, you actually could have an even bigger number of people that you've helped or served or entertained than that. And so when you look at, well, who's successful and you think about why, there are only so many channels and therefore only representation within those channels and within those niches. If we're looking at 250,000 people out of the entire big, broad world, well, there's also a concentration in the types of channels that have gotten those play buttons. It doesn't mean that there's not a large enough audience in other niches, other areas of interest. It'll never be too late to start YouTube, because there will be new hobbies. There will be new TV shows. There'll be new franchises. There will be new technology that becomes a launch point for somebody to build and grow an audience and to gain attention and to have that moment. So the thing is, for people who have the ability, the talent, the foresight, and the creativity, it'll never be too late to start a YouTube channel. It doesn't matter. There will be, and if you think you're too old, there will always be people who age up, that age into the internet. The internet now has people who've been on the internet since their early 20s that are getting ready to turn 50. There are people who've been on the internet that long. In another 10 or 20 years, there'll be people who've been on the internet their entire adult lives that are senior citizens. So again, the culture of the internet, as much as we keep thinking that, oh, we need to skew younger, ironically, everyone's going to get old if they're very fortunate and should live a long and healthy life. So the thing is, it's great because we're all going to be relatable. We're all going to be internet senior citizens. Hopefully one day we all see that. So I don't think it's too late in your life. I started doing content on the internet regularly when I had just entered my 30s. I'm a senior citizen on the internet as far as these TikTok kids are concerned. You know, I'm old. Back in my day, we used AOL 7.0. Back in my day, HTML3. Y'all never heard of that. Yeah. So like, I'm 37 years old. I'm a freaking senior citizen. You know, me and Pat are like old man internet out here. So I don't think it's too late for any of you. And then in terms of, there's always somebody who starts from zero. Every year, there's a creator that starts from zero and gets to 10,000 subscribers. There's thousands upon thousands of creators who do that every single year. There are creators who go from 0 to 100,000, but going to 0 to 100,000, going to 0 to 1 million, so many people are so impatient. So many people are so impatient. It is abnormal in a 5-year career lifespan to get to 1 million subscribers in a 5-year lifespan. I've been around on this platform for a very long time. It's very unlikely. You see so many people that you hear stories about, but they are the minority, the far extreme minority of people. You need to stop comparing yourself to people that have outlier circumstances and outlier situations. A lot of them were very fortunate. A lot of them were very young and could go full time on YouTube right away. Don't look at slow growth as you losing. Understand that most success is incremental. Most success is incremental, and you need to stop worrying about getting somewhere in a year, and you need to think about what committing to a decade of discipline in your career could look like. You're going to be around hopefully for a very, very long time. If it takes you 10 years to get your heart's desire, what's the problem? You're going to spend, the time will pass anyway. The time will pass anyway. So I would encourage wild patience. Every niche out there, by the way, yeah, some are more successful than others. What does that have to do with you? Is it representative of what you want to put out into the world? I wouldn't worry about it, because then you're just saying you want to be a YouTuber and you don't care what you make as long as you get to have an audience. I think you should care about the thing that you're making, and you should make that successful.
I'm loving the idea of us becoming internet senior citizens together. I feel like we've just got an amazing future ahead of us. And I got my first computer when I was 5 years old in 1988. Like, I think I dated myself when I made the Windows 95 reference earlier. Yeah. But Roberto, I have one lightning question for you because we're over on time. But a couple of folks earlier on asked about YouTube Shorts. So Ellen and Keith both asked about YouTube Shorts. Can you give me just like your 208 character quick lightning impression of how that is, where it's going?
I'll do my best because it's me. So I'll do my best to be concise. Short form content, regardless of platform, is going to have a place in our culture for a very, very long time. You should make that content not because of YouTube Shorts. You should take advantage of that opportunity, but you should be making short form content that can live on any short form ecosystem that exists. And by the way, I believe the exact same thing about your long form content. Think your content, you should start thinking of your journey as a content creator instead of as a YouTuber, a TikToker, an Instagrammer, a Facebooker, if those things exist, a Snapchatter. You should be making content. You should be a content creator. And you should think about the lifespan of your content having syndication in every platform and every media outlet that can ever exist for the rest of eternity.
Roberto, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And I want to give you one last chance to just share your thoughts. You had gotten a few questions in the chat that all kind of touch on similar questions and messaging around picking out your niche, carving out your section of things, and just want to know if you maybe just one last kind of inspirational statement before we get into the finale here. What are your thoughts on all this?
About how to carve your niche for a course?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think that picking a topic is one of the most important things if you're creating a course. I have a framework that I like calling inside out and outside in. So inside out is thinking about what are the topics that you love talking about that you could create hundreds of hours of content on that endlessly fascinate you as a creator. So that's looking from the inside out. And then outside in is starting at the market. So what are things that people ask you about? What are things that your background naturally lends itself to? where are your natural areas of expertise based on your track record, based on your background, your experience. So you really want to think about 2 Venn diagram circles. So one is the inside out, the other one is outside in, and that Venn diagram overlap slice in that middle is the sweet spot. So you want to pick a topic that you are personally excited to teach on, and then a topic that where your credibility naturally lends itself. Most of us have topics and questions that people constantly ask us about. And that's a really great place to start when you're thinking about niching down for your course.
Really appreciate that, Wes. Thank you so much. And thank you to Roberto. Before I let the two of you go, I want to bring in our man, Pat Flynn, who's going to be giving our final talk of the day. But I figured while y'all are here, maybe y'all could just say hello to each other before you go.
Hey, Wes. Hi, Roberto. Thank you so much for your time today. I was listening in the background as I was preparing for my talk here, and always bring the value. Thank you. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you for having us,
Wes.
Pat.
Wes, Roberto, thank you all. Thank you both so much. Appreciate what both of you are doing, and stick around. We've got the end of the summit coming at you. So appreciate you guys. Thank you. And Pat, you're bringing us home with our last talk of the day.
That's right.
Talking about online courses. We have been dancing around this topic in various ways, talking about cohorts, talking about pre-recorded. You and I have worked together quite a bit this year on courses, on boot camps, all of those things. It's been absolutely incredible. The people whose lives have been changed because they've gone through these courses together. And it makes a heck of a great way to monetize an audience too.
It does. It does. And as I always say, your earnings should be a byproduct of how well you serve your audience. And building an online course, something that you could create, whether it is a DIY course, which I'll talk about a little bit today, and you set up those things once, it becomes an asset that you could continually bring more people into over and over again. And then, again, a result of serving those people, getting paid back in return. Or perhaps it's a cohort-based course, just like what Wes was talking about. And we've had some incredible success with that because of certain trends that we've been seeing as well. And so I'll be talking about these things because really the whole idea of my talk today is about the future of online courses. But of course, and if you don't mind, I'm just gonna dive right in right now.
Yeah, take it away, Pat.
All right. Well, I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to get into Keynote here, and you will not be surprised at the very first slide that you're going to see, which, of course, because we're talking about the future, we're talking about DeLoreans. So we're going to get into this right now. Tony, can you confirm for me really quick that you could see my slides, and then we'll
Yep. I'm pulling. I got your slides up now.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to go 88 miles per hour so we can get there quickly. Flux capacitors fluxing. We are ready to go. So really important, before we start thinking about the future of online courses and how they might integrate into our brands in some way, shape, or form, we do need to go back into the past. And when we go back into the past, I want us to think about how humans are, how we are as people, because the truth is that although things are changing quite quickly, although there is new technology coming out and things are becoming more and more accessible, the truth is that the one thing that has always remained the same is people and what people want and their behaviors. The technology changes, accessibility to these things changes, but the people remain the same. So even things that are seemingly trivial, like selfies, right? Remember when selfies were a big thing? This was a really, really big deal at the Emmys or the Oscars or whatever. And there was a selfie that Ellen took, right? Well, this was a big new thing. Selfies became a word that Webster put in their dictionary. But again, this was something that, again, as humans, we just love to do. And this was probably one of the first selfies ever taken on one of those boxes. I just wonder how long they had to stand there. But that's what's very interesting is that I want to go back into my history with online courses, not from the creation of online courses, because it took me a while to understand how to do this. It took me a while to get over the fear and understand how to find placement and positioning inside of a particular niche. But I want to go back to the first course that I ever took as a student and why I took this course. Let me know in the chat, and big shout out too if you have heard of this before, Internet Business Mastery. So when I got laid off from the architecture space and I was trying to find my way online, I really found home with these guys here, Jeremy and Jason from Internet Business Mastery. And they came out with something called the Internet Business Mastery Academy, which was this giant of a course to help people build an online business? That is a very wide topic, right? But this was back in 2008. There wasn't a lot of really accessible information about this. And even though there were other courses out there that existed, I really trusted Jeremy and Jason through their podcast. They delivered a lot of value. I got a lot of inspiration. I was seeing small, quick wins here and there, but I wanted to go big. I wanted to invest in myself and learn from people who I trusted. And I saw some success stories coming out of the Internet Business Mastery Academy as well. There were some interesting things when I reflect on courses and how they were back in the day. Back in 2008 at least, and we are definitely internet grandpas and grandmas now, it seems, with that previous conversation. A lot of us in the chat dating ourselves with the fact that you still have cassettes and VHSs. I didn't see any Betamaxes or anything, but who knows? Maybe you're staying quiet. So successful courses in 2008, the courses covered wide topics, right? Successful courses covered wide topics. Why? Because information about these topics didn't really exist anywhere convenient. And it was actually nice to have them all in one spot. But also, people didn't ever share these things publicly yet. So by putting them in a course, you could charge for these things, right? The value came from access to new and more information. I remember reading a lot of sales pages back in the day, and even the Internet Business Mastery one, right? It was like, hey, there's 40 hours of content here, right? And you think about that now and you're like, wow, that's a lot of content. That doesn't necessarily make us feel the same way as it did back then, because back then it was like, we need to get this information that we don't have access to yet. Now, we kind of all have access to all information already. So what's the value? Well, we're going to get into that now in just a second. But the successful online courses in 2008 also came with huge, big, open, close style launches, right? Where people would recruit a whole bunch of JVs. And this still happens. It hasn't gone away. It's just become a lot easier and more accessible now. But big open close style launches where it was like a 3-month run up and then a 3 video series. You might have heard the episode with Jeff Walker on SPI recently. These things still work. They do exist, but also they take a lot of work and sometimes too much to a point where people burn out potentially. Sales pages were very, very long, right? Like, I don't know, 10,000 words. It was almost like reading a novel sometimes. These super long form sales pages don't exist anymore, or they do, but there's a lot of work up front that's necessary for getting a person really to understand. You need really good copy. You need really good headlines to get a person to go all the way down to the bottom of the page. You don't really see these anymore. And they're often reserved, these successful courses back in the day were reserved for brands with huge audiences or large ad budgets, right? So big audiences where we could essentially go, hey, here's our course, and hopefully some people would buy because we've built trust with them over time, or large ad budgets where we could get in front of millions of people on platforms, Google, Facebook, etc., to hopefully convert some of those people. But it's changed, right? It has changed. Successful courses today actually cover very specific and specialized topics, right? Which is really, really good for us because we all have certain specialties, or we can find our way into a specific specialty, and we don't necessarily have to feel like we need to make $1 million or have 1 million people go through it in order for it to still be incredibly successful. And depending on the kind of course you come out with, you can charge a different dollar amount that could have you seeing really good money coming in by helping really well just a few amount of people. The value nowadays comes from the convenience, right? There's so much information out there. As you'll hear, I'll talk a lot about this a little bit later on, but I think we're all suffering from content bloat, right? We're content tourists now. We're going everywhere. But when we can create that really amazing experience all in one spot and hold people accountable through that process, so it's not just here, buy this and go, there is some sort of accountability or structure to it, that is where the value comes from within online courses today. Audience driven. This is my favorite thing, and this is the whole point of this conference, is learning from the audience that you've grown to what it is that you should be creating as far as an online course. What is that specialty that you have that can align with the audience's want? To Wes's comments earlier about finding a niche and what that overlap is with what you love to do versus what people want to do. Audience-driven is definitely the way to go because you don't have to guess anymore when you approach it that way. Instead of super long-form sales pages, what's really working today are success stories. You hear people like Stu McLaren and Amy Porterfield who have just recently done launches. They tell so many great stories about the people who have gone through their courses. So if you have courses, or in the future when you have courses, consider the results of those students, and because that's really what we want to offer. We want to offer results. That's what people are buying, right? Nobody wakes up in the morning and goes, I cannot wait to buy an online course today. They say, I want the transformation. I want that thing that the online course will then give me. when you can get better at telling these stories, whether it's on a podcast, on a blog, in an email, or in a video, they do such a good job of converting because those stories are relatable. They are memorable. Those stories get shared. I don't know anybody who's ever come up to me and said, Pat, I got to tell you about this thing I read in a long form sales page. Nobody's ever said that. But people have said, Pat, I got to tell you about this course because it literally changed my life, right? And then now we have the ability to create evergreen promotion, right? Not just huge open close launches, but maybe your course becomes something that is always available, right? It's a la carte. It's in your navigation area and people can buy it anytime. Or you can still create launch-like sequences with scarcity and urgency involved using different tools that are out there. And I'm not going to get into those tools right now, but you can create automated sequences and you can have this thing continue to work like a machine, which is really, really amazing. And what's really cool is there's a lot of small brands, even people who I know who have less than 100 emails in their email list are doing really well with online courses. Speaking of online courses, I want to share my favorite online course and why I love it so much. It's actually this course right here by Michael Hyatt, 5 days to your best year ever. What's really amazing about this course is that it's only an hour and 15 minutes of content. Just 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's it. There's a workbook that comes with it, and it's $297. And it's an absolute game changer for me as far as planning my next year. And when this was still available, he's since converted to more journals and stuff. But I bought this every year for this amount of money in November because it truly was helpful. And I was thankful that it was only an hour and 15 minutes, right? I think courses now are not led with, look at how many hours of content there is. It's look at the result that you can get, and here's how quickly you can get it. So this leads us to the first paid online course that we at SPI have promoted. You might remember this. Some of you might even be students of Power Up Podcasting, launched in 2017. Now, this was not the first podcasting course in existence, and that's really important because a lot of us feel like, oh, if somebody else has already a course about this, then we are unable to come in and provide something new, or we just might be copying or what have you. The truth is, people want to learn from you and not the other person. They want to learn in your style, and perhaps you were the person who built trust with them. And this is where we can now convert them, but not convert them to make money, but convert them to understand that you have information and the ability to help them receive a transformation. We launched with a founders and beta group, which is often what I recommend. This is a smaller, limited group where you can give them special attention and access. You perhaps can even build and even pre-sell the course with those students. So you can pre-sell it, let them know what's coming, and you treat it almost like a live launch of a course. And then you have this amazing asset with not just a finished course, but you have now testimonials too. And we wanted to do it that way. Since then, 3,764 students have joined. Right? That's not millions. This is not tens of thousands of students. 3,764 within the last 3.5 years. And we've generated top line $2,102,971 in sales. $2 million in sales with a course that, yes, there were other ones in existence already. We have a lot of free information about this course, but people wanted the convenience and they wanted the accountability and they wanted the shortest cut to make it happen. And they're getting results. Here are just some of the students that have come across this course. This is some of their artwork, which is really amazing. Some really life-changing stuff as well. And remember what I said about telling stories about your success students? Well, this was an episode where I invited 3 successful founding students or beta students onto our podcast in episode 275 to talk about their story. I didn't ask them to come on the show to go, hey, tell me why Power Up Podcasting is awesome. Dr. B, your turn. Shannon, your turn. And Rob from Disney Travel Secrets, your turn. No, I said, Dr. B, why did you want to start a podcast? She talked about how she really wanted to help people with ADHD. She wanted to help people worldwide, knew a podcast was a great way to do it. And guess what? I asked her, well, what were your biggest challenges? Why didn't you create this before? Oh, well, I'm over 60 years old. I'm afraid of technology. And what's she saying at this point? She's saying literally what many people who are listening are telling themselves about why they can't do it either. But then they hear what? They hear the result. They hear the transformation. Dr. B in the first 15 minutes told a story about how every time she's in a new country now, she puts a pin up on a map in front of her computer. And at this time, just a few months after she launched, she said that she had over 33 countries that she was in now, helping people with ADHD, people reaching out to her now for help to get on the show, connections. Same thing with Dr. Shannon, Rob, and his wife talked about how they co-host the show, how their business increased by 343% as a result of starting their podcast and as a result of sharing this success with my audience on the podcast. This episode did a really good job of selling into that course. And I timed it so that this episode, of course, came out during a launch. It did very well. So success stories, success stories, success stories, right? Now, this was a digital DIY course, and it did very well. Thousands of students have come in. However, some people needed additional help. We noticed that, of course, our completion rate was not 100%. It's hardly ever is for a digital online course, self-paced, do it on your own. So in the year of 2019, which seems like forever ago, I tried to consider, okay, what can we do to help people who maybe DIY wasn't the right answer for them? How might we help those who want to do this, but just don't have the time? So I created something called the Power Up Podcasting Fast Track Workshop. And this was just an idea. We tested it. I always recommend you test things to see if they work or not. This is a limited in-person group training. So people flew to San Diego, a 2-day all-in immersive event from start to finish each day. Then we had dinner at night, and we really, really bonded. It's the same content as a DIY course. I just taught it across 2 days. So imagine the whole DIY course all in 2 days with help and over the shoulder, and you're kind of making decisions as you go. $3,500 per ticket. Wes talked about how these kinds of experiences you could charge a lot more for. And we had an absolutely incredible experience. This was from our June 1st, 2019. This is the group on the left-hand side. Not a ton of people, right? About 8 people came in and 9 people and learned right on the go. And this was like 100% success rate, which was really amazing. There's Jess and I, a rare picture of Jess. You might know her from the email and any live events that we've done together. We had to commemorate that moment because it was very, very successful. But here's the thing about live in-person training. Yes, huge completion rates. Yes, incredible friendships and experiences. Yes, absolutely hands-on training, but it was a tiring, quote unquote, 2 days. There was many weeks of preparation for this. There were lots of coordination things that needed to happen as far as flights, hotel, accommodations, conference rooms, food, all this stuff. There was so much to think about. And unfortunately, because it costs a little bit more, it had to cost more because of all the things we had to do, a lot of people couldn't make it. A lot of people wanted to make it. A lot of people were experiencing FOMO, the fear of missing out, especially because on social, I was sharing it as we were going along. And of course, this became impossible to do during a pandemic. So unfortunately, the live in-person trainings, as awesome as they are, as fulfilling as they can be, and as much as they help people, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we went, how do we continue to help people here? Not in person, but in a group where we can teach people over their shoulder, get people helping each other. And that's when we created the Power Up Podcasting Bootcamp. This was our CBC, or cohort-based course. And big shout out to Wes, Maven, Jay, Matt, and I went into a training about how to run cohort-based courses. And it was absolutely madness. I felt like I was in school again. Matt and Jay, I know, can attest to this, but it was some of the most helpful stuff that got us results so quickly. And not only was it great to get access to Wes and the team over there and some really good curriculum, but it was also even more amazing to get access to other students who were going through it with me and to get direct feedback from them right away, to hear initially what they thought about the thing we were creating and to go, oh, I don't know what that means. Well, that means we have to do a better job of positioning it. And we hear that right away, and that's incredible. Group training, yes, it is online, so through Zoom or other live streaming type things. 6 to 8 week program. We created this for Power Up Podcasting, accountability and controlled access. That's the thing. It wasn't like they could text anytime, but here are the times when we meet and when you can group up and when you can have access to us. Co-working time, so literal time where we just sit and get work done together. Peer-to-peer learning is incredible. And again, a big thank you to Wes at maven.com for helping inspire us to do that, because now it's becoming a part of, in addition to our DIY courses, we're not doing live trainings right now, but boot camps have become a major part of our business plan as well. And they can become a major part of your business plan too. And you don't need a lot of people. From our latest cohort, this is not Power Up Podcasting, but this is from our graduation, from our latest cohort for our brand new course. Our brand new course that we created is called Heroic Online Courses. This is something that we tested first with a boot camp to validate that. We had so many people come in. This is from our graduation. You see Matt up there with Jay, and Tony is there as well. I am, and so many amazing students who worked with us for 6 weeks. I think it was 8 weeks. In fact, this course was 8 weeks. No, I think it was 6 weeks to go through it and get the help that you might get as in person, but over across a longer period of time. And it's really exciting. And I'm quite proud because all of this leads us to the launch today, literally today, the launch of our audience-driven course, meaning this is the most top in-demand course that we've had for so long now. We've tested it with the cohort now. We've gotten fantastic results. And now we have the DIY course, which is available today. We're announcing this for the first time. Heroic Online Courses. The digital course is there. You can also click to learn more about going into our upcoming boot camp, which starts on November 1st as well. If you want to get training with us for 6 weeks, we take a break during Thanksgiving week and we come together. We have a brand new graduation before the Christmas season and holiday season. And I'm really excited because I want to share with you exactly all that's in here. So Heroic Online Courses, we have a first-time offer for $499. This is absolutely the lowest price, and it is an absolute steal. We know this. Again, here's where you click if you know you want to get more and have the bootcamp version of it too. But I want to go through the curriculum with you. You could read the sales page if you like. There are already success stories there from students who have taken it. Here we go. Module 1, nail your niche. We're going to nail your niche. We're going to understand exactly who it is that you're going to serve, and not just like who are they and what we could create for them. But we tap into the psyche, what's happening in their head, so we know how to speak to them, we know exactly what they might want, and we know exactly where to find them. Module number 2, creating your online course. So this is a special sequence of, it's actually a process that I use for things from books to courses. I'm going to teach you this process, and it's absolutely like magic to help you create a course that is perfect for this target audience of yours. And what's cool about this is it's not a course with 80 videos. It's going to be a course that is the minimum viable result, transformational opportunity for your audience, right? Then number 3, and this is where a lot of other courses about courses fall short, and that is with the marketing of it, right? We're actually going to take you through a series of exercises that help you build your sales page as we go, so that you will have your sales page proven in a method, in a platform, in a structure that will absolutely work. And we work that through with you. Then we create a production and launch plan. So we have you choose a date when this thing's going to launch. And then then we also talk about, well, how might I launch this? Even if you have 0 audience right now, how might you still succeed with this? We have literal plans to help you do that if you're just starting out from scratch. There's also plans for you if you have an audience already. How do you beta launch a course? How do you launch it fully in public? How might you go about getting people on the email list to do this? This is all baked into the course. Module 5, the right mindset. So this is where we start to insert. This is the part usually where you start to fear things. We're going to help you build a support system, help you understand what's going through your head, and help you put things on the calendar for production. Because in Module 6, the final module, we're going to teach you some tricks to help you produce your course. This course, Heroic Online Courses, was produced over a 2-day period. Myself and Caleb, with our system that we've used over 10 times with other courses that we've created, is here to help you as you go along. So smartpassiveincome.com/HOC to get access to that. And I couldn't be more excited for everybody who's going to be here and who's going to get into the course. We'll send you some emails about it as well. But this is where online courses are going. Specialized courses for you and your brand, where even with a small audience, you could build something once that can be working for them over and over and over again. Athena here is from the inaugural community, and she said it's amazing, and the group is still meeting each week to support each other. I love that. That's the cool thing about cohort-based courses. A really interesting thing that this is based off of our Power Up Podcasting boot camps and courses, right? So we first had the digital course, the DIY course, and when we sold into our boot camp, half the students were actually people who had already purchased the digital course. People who said, yeah, I remember buying that and I just didn't have the time to do it. And that's the way you market the bootcamp to people who have already purchased the DIY. So as you can see, you can create an environment all around one topic that has multi-levels of different ways people can interact with you at different price points. So what we said to the people who were students who we saw didn't complete the course yet, we said, hey, you're probably like me. You probably bought this because you really want to build a podcast, but you just don't have the time. And you probably prefer to learn in person and get everything all in a short period of time. Well, why don't you join me in San Diego? Or why don't you join us in this cohort, right? And then for the people who didn't purchase yet, right? These are the people who, the DIY really wasn't for them. We pitched it in a very similar way. He said, hey, you know what? You're probably like me. You probably know that you just cannot go through a self-paced course on your own. You probably know you don't have the time to do it, or perhaps you failed in the past, which is why we are offering this cohort-based version of it, right? So what's really cool is you can sort of position it in both ways like that. So I'm happy to take some questions about online courses while we finish up here, but I would love to invite you to be a part of our first launch of our digital DIY version of our course and our next round of cohort-based heroic online courses. Why heroic? Because when you are creating an online course, you are the guide. You are not the hero, right? I think we know this. We've heard of story brand, right? We are not the heroes. We are the guides. And it's the person who's going through that transformation, like every good hero does. A good hero starts with challenges and goes into a land unknown and then receives help from a guide. They might find a lightsaber or so, and then move on to defeat the evil forces that are out there and come back better on the other side, right? So happy to take some questions. Gabriella says, if you have an idea for the niche you want to serve, but no audience yet, can you still create an online course by going through this course? Absolutely. Absolutely. Here's the secret. I'm gonna give this to you right now, because in module 4, where we talk about building a marketing plan, if you are literally just starting out and you don't have an audience yet, well, actually, module 1 helps you go and find out where the audience exists so you can have conversations with them. That's really important. But in module 4, we go through a launch sequence process to help you get one student, one result. Before you actually go and start filming your course, you create the curriculum in module 3. We'll help you go through the outlining process, for example. Then in module 4, we help you go through a marketing process to find one person to get them one result. That will essentially force you to find that person, to know how to position yourself to convince a single person. Let's make it simple. Let's find one person, get them one result. And that's going to do a couple things. Number 1, it's going to help you understand how to do that. Number 2, it's going to help you understand how to actually create a curriculum for one person and understand what they're going through. They might be needing some help. That helps fill in the holes along the way. And then what's beautiful about this is by the end of this, you're also going to have a testimonial, so that when you launch this and the confidence to know that this already works. We'd spoken with Nicole Walters earlier today, right? We were talking about, well, how do you get the confidence to sell? Especially if you're just starting out and you've never done this before. Here's the best way to do it. Get one person, one result. See the transformation that you can offer them. And then what happens is internally you go, wow, I kind of have a responsibility now to share this with as many people as I can. You almost have an obligation to do this now, right? Which is really amazing. And yes, all of our online courses have an academy that you can get access to other students. You have essentially a platform on Circle where you can connect with other students and our team as well. That's separate from SPI Pro. Does this teach you how to develop CBC or MOOCs? So MOOCs are massive online open courses, which are essentially courses that you create with unlimited sort of viewing. CBCs and MOOCs are different, but the MOOC can become the CBC, not the CDC. The CBC, right? The cohort-based courses. So I would recommend, essentially this will help you go through the process and understand which one is best for you, right? All right. So Tony, that's the end of the presentation. Again, if anybody wants to check out Heroic Online Courses, smartpassiveincome.com/HOC, and you can kind of see where online courses are going. It's not just a set it up once and forget it. It's you set it up and you actually start to pay attention to how people are going through it, even if it's a DIY. With Power Up Podcasting, we've gone through a second iteration of that. It became a great excuse to launch it again and get more people in there. And I know, and you know firsthand, Tony, that the results speak for themselves, not just from our courses, but other people are creating courses too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, well, first of all, congrats, Pat. We're here. Amazing presentation. So excited for the launch of this. So excited to have more people being able to take this course since we were able to do that test boot camp over the summer. Just being able to get it in more people's hands is going to be a big win.
Yeah. And there was a question,
Pat,
somebody asking, does this help you create a cohort-based course or a DIY course? It'll help you create the curriculum and the understanding of how to sell this. Whether or not you want to turn that curriculum into a cohort-based course, which I don't go into the training like Wes does with, as far as here's how you lead a co-working session, here's how you lead a session in Zoom where you can then create breakout rooms. I don't get into that, but it is built for a DIY course that you can then convert into a CBC.
Amazing. All right. Well, thanks for that, Pat. I want to bring you back in. We've got Jay, we've got Mindy here, and we're just kind of getting ourselves into the finale here. It's been a intense and amazing couple of days here. We have had so many people who have contributed a lot of effort to bring all of this together over the course of this past year. And I want to shout out, I want to thank all the folks who have helped out, SJ and Jonathan, Hess, who have been helping out behind the scenes. Want to make some noise for Caleb, who has been so great. And thanks to Jay, who has been so helpful, Mindy, Jillian and all of the volunteers who have been out there helping make the chat so wonderful and great. Matt Gartland, who has just been so great fielding all of those partnerships and just bringing a lot of great energy. Who else am I forgetting?
You're forgetting you, Tony.
You.
You're doing awesome and jumping into a new platform with all the potential technological challenges. And there were a few, but we got through it thanks to you. And thank you for hosting and keeping the train going, because it's definitely been an amazing ride. I've gotten some personal direct messages and even emails from people saying that just Team SPI is just doing an incredible job, that the value is unreal, especially this being a free conference, and you will all get access to, you'll see some emails come out later with as far as the replays and getting access to the individual talks, and of course hopefully we'll see you in HOC as well. But Tony, thank you, good job.
Great job, Tony. And
Thanks,
thank you
everybody.
to our moderation squad with Jill and Known in the chat for the last 2 days. So many SPI Pro members who are taking part in that. Thank you for your work. It's been awesome seeing so many friendly faces there.
All right, friends. Well, I think that's going to be it for us. Thank you for joining us for this inaugural audience-driven summit. And go build your audience. Go build businesses and serve people. Help make their lives better.
Thank you, everybody.
Catch you next time.
Let us know on Twitter what you thought. Feel free to use our @TeamSPI account, the audience-driven hashtag, and we'll keep the conversation going there.
All right. See you, everyone. Take care.
Bye.